Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? Hopefully you are doing well. Hello, Rocket. Hello, Michael. How are you both doing? Let me see. Let me go ahead and get the game open. Because we've just finished the second Twilight, so we've got a lot more death coming. But let's see. Let me see. I'm kind of curious on like if we're going to reach the end of the chapter today, but I have no idea. It could be the case, it might not be the case. But we'll go ahead on over here. Cold that I'm still trying to scoop my driveway. Oh no! Well, hopefully after the driveway is scooped, you can get all nice and warm. Why is my cursor is locked in a space. Hello? There we go. That was really weird. It just like wasn't letting me move my cursor, and it's just like, hello. Like we're not playing like a first person type of game. We're just playing a little visual novel. You don't need to lock my cursor like that. That was very weird. Okay. So, I see. So, it has begun. Yes. Even though Kinzo had received news of 6 deaths, his emotions did not waver. The expression on his face as he gazed out the window was a smile, as though his opponent in a chess game had just made a spectacular move. It was hard to imagine that such an expression could ever appear on a father who had lost so many children at once. Goda and Kennen followed Rosa-sama's orders and went to call the police. After that, she ordered us to follow your orders, Master. What shall we do? This island has already been cut off from the real world. Mere phones will serve no purpose. Should I have them stop? Until the roulette is finished, what they do to pass the time is up to them. Let them do as they please. Yes, sir. What we should tell Rosa-sama? Okay, that's on the game. That's not me. They put it in the wrong order. I have a foot-deep snowdrift my dad keeps driving through. Oh no. Man, I wish we would get like a foot of snow. I think the last time we got like a foot of snow, it was like quite a few years ago. Like, I'm trying to remember time frame wise. It must have been like more than 5 years ago. It's like sometimes we get snow, but it's only like usually a couple inches. Didn't I say they should pass the time as they pleased? They can sing if they want, dance if they want to, they can leave their friends behind. They're even free to hang themselves by the neck or jump into a boiling kettle. Until 13 people die, they can spend their time as they like. If that's too boring, they can wonder about whether 6 times 9 equals 42 or something. No, it does. No, it doesn't. It equals 54. That's the answer to the mystery of humanity and the universe. I mean, yes, 42 is the answer to everything in the universe. But it's not 6 times 9. Yes. My apologies. Shannon cowered in fright at the sudden rage. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to speak out of turn. Shannon couldn't help but regret saying too much. However, you two are also free to do as you wish. Genji, and Shannon too. You have done well serving me until today. Your words are too good for me. But, We are furniture who have sworn to serve the master. We stand ready to serve you no matter the time, until the very end. I want to tell you about everything. Shannon, I'm going to write a will. I shall need you to transcribe for me. Please, Genji, my usual drink. Right, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Huh? Yes, sir. I like how it's just like, yeah, you could do whatever you want, but also, write out my will. Nanjo often recommended that Kinzo write a will because of his health, but each time he had, Kinzo had gone mad with rage. Ever since then, you'd think will would have been the word Kinzo hated most. After hearing such a word come from his lips, Shannon couldn't help doubting her ears for an instant. Shannon hurriedly prepared the side table and some writing paper. Genji followed his orders and began preparing that usual green evil drink. I'm ready.
Where should I begin? Shall I also speak of my life? It would be fun to leave behind a record of my most memorable games. It can be truly amusing to read the records of old games from centuries past, to journey in such of these players' thoughts. So, should the game record of my life lead those in the future to go on a journey in search of my thoughts?
For a while, Kinzo pondered over where he should begin, strutting all over the room with his hands behind his back.
Master, here. Oh, yes. Thank you, my friend. Well, then, if I am to speak of my life, I must begin by writing of my meeting with that witch. Shannon, begin writing. My first meeting with Beatrice took place a long way back. What year of the Showa era was it? It must have been at the end of the war, so...
We're gonna get lore. We're gonna get war backstory. As Ryokishi is wont to do. Oh, I guess we're not. We took enough time to regain our calm, and we even swore to our parents that we'd catch the culprit. It would be a lie to say we weren't still torn up. Even now, if we let our guards down just a little, we'd probably start going on a rampage just like Jessica, letting our emotions show with some kind of violence. According to what Goda-san said after he got back right now, Kanon-kun was looking after Jessica. Apparently, she was still very emotionally high-strung. Why are we still in the murder room? I see. Thank you. Maybe a young kid would be better at understanding a young kid's feelings. It would probably be better if we left them alone for now.
Rosa-san, there is nothing more to be gained by remaining here. The phones may not be working, but tomorrow the boat will come, and we should be able to reach the police. We should leave this place as it is for the police's investigation.
I agree with Dr. Nanjo. Staying in a place like this for too long would be bad for your health. Let us return and make some black tea. And I got some, phlegm in my throat. Is that better? Maybe. Yeah, I agree with that. Battler-kun, George-kun, are you ready? Let's lock up here. We ought to leave this place as it is anyway, for when the police come.
You're right.
Battler-kun, are you okay? Yeah, I've cried all I can. I'm fine now. The police would surely find some evidence during their thorough investigation, but we weren't adult enough to wait for that. I'd investigate the chapel on my own way, trying to grab the culprit before the police arrived. And what if I figured out was absolutely nothing frustrating, or what I figured out was absolutely nothing frustratingly. I wasn't able to find a single hint. Come on, let's go out. Maria, we're going. Don't keep staring at it. Come, Maria-sama. Let us return. It's cold here. Father, Mother, thank you for everything. I will definitely become a man who doesn't betray your expectations. George spoke his last words of farewell to his parents. After seeing that, Battler followed suit. Dad, Kirei-san. Just looking at their faces, it looked like they were sleeping, but that just made it even more painful. Forgive me for leaving you in a cold place like this. I'll definitely get whoever did it. No matter what. Kind of delivered that last little bit weirdly, but that's okay. We all make mistakes. What is this? What a repulsive scribble. Did the culprit draw it?
This is worse than vulgar. How horrible.
When the door to the chapel was closed, we learned about the creepy scribble for the first time.
When we first found this, it was already drawn here. It must have been made by the culprit.
So supposedly the culprit was a witch, and this is a magic circle to summon a demon or something?
This is the seventh magic circle of the sun. Don't you even know that?
Hey, don't I always tell you not to make that creepy laugh? Maria, go on. What does it mean?
It's a magic circle to escape from physical or mental bonds. And the part written around the circumference says, "The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving, and will call on the name of the Lord," in Hebrew. But it's Halloween. You can't just skip Halloween to go to Thanksgiving.
A sacrifice of Thanksgiving? So they killed Father and the rest of them to use as human sacrifices for this magic circle? Calm down, George Kuhn. This is the culprit trying to provoke us. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. Thinking about it will only poison the heart.
And it looks like there's some English written here. Happy Halloween for Maria. I get it.
And the key to open this door was handed over to Maria. Okay, Maria is not the one talking. Is that what's going on? Well, this is the chapel after all. Maybe Maria doesn't mean Maria Chan, but the Virgin Mary? In that case, you could read this as a blasphemy against God, and in the name of Halloween. They say witches who make contracts with demons swear to defile God's names at all times. In that sense, it really is a witch-like crime.
Why is my voice all phlegmy? Maybe it's the schedules.
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Did you get that from Maria? Yeah, something like that. The chapel, huh? They went to all the trouble of calling them out here and killing them. Aunt Rosa, does this chapel have some special meaning? What do you mean, a special meaning? Well, someone carried 6 human corpses all the way over here and set up those elaborate decorations. We can't tell if she called the 6 of them over here by killing them or if she killed them before carrying them over here. But either way, it'd take a lot of effort. Why did the culprit want 6 people to die here? True. By doing something that elaborate, there would be an extremely high chance for some disadvantageous evidence being found when the police arrive. It is inconceivable that the culprit would fail to realize this. The issue now is why the culprit went to all the effort. And that leads us to just one question. What meaning is there to this place where we found the 6 corpses? This chapel was important to Father. Ever since I was a kid, I was given strict instructions never to enter it.
I came here once too. Got in lots of trouble.
An important chapel? Does it have some connection to the Ushiromiya head family? I don't know. Father viewed this chapel as very sacred, and he treasured it so much that he had it redecorated several times. But as everyone knows, Father wasn't a devout believer, as his passion for black magic demonstrates. I have never heard of him coming here to offer his prayers to God. As far as I know, the Master has never come here. We even call this the Sealed Chapel, and, I found it eerie like a haunted house. Even though Father even never approached it himself, for some reason he made the servants give it a major cleaning several times a year. It felt like he kept it clean at all the time so that it could be used at any moment. And even so, called the Sealed Chapel. Maybe it's indiscreet to say this, but doesn't that sound pretty cool? Dr. Nanjo, you're an old friend of Grandfather's, right? Have you heard of anything about it? I did ask about it once long ago, but I forgot exactly how he dodged my question. That's right, I believe he said something like this. Someday, perhaps I too will be able to receive a blessing there. But unless a miracle occurs, that day will never come. What does that mean? What would he do in a chapel? He couldn't mean his own funeral, right? I wouldn't believe that of Kinzo-san. He was a man much more focused on the living now than matters occurring after death. Though this does seem to be the root cause for the certain inheritance problem. Then what would he do in a chapel? Pray? Aren't confessions done in a chapel too? Anyway, it sounds suspicious. I don't know the reason, but just as Dr. Nanjo said, in Grandfather's eyes, all this about not being blessed unless a miracle occurred was set in stone as far back as this chapel's construction. How do you know that? See, it's clearly written over there. Look, right there. George Aniki pointed to a relief with rusted gold letters on the arch above the door. It looked like some message had been written there in English. The rust made it clear that the message had been there ever since the chapel's construction. I'm not that good with English. What is it? This door is opened only at probability of... sorry, my English sucks. I gave up after failing to finish even the first of the 2 lines. It looked like the others could read it properly. I think it went MBTQ, so, how many did that mean? I think, Anyway, this is incredible. Adding up all the fingers on both hands doesn't even get you close. It really would be impossible unless a miracle occurred. Certainly. It's quite reminiscent of the old Kinzo-san, who loved using gambling as a metaphor whenever he got the chance. Hey, come on, can everyone read it? Someone tell me what it means too.
You've gotta at least learn English. How did you get into high school without even being able to read this much? Ow, 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 ow!
Mind your own business. So, what's written there?
Simply put, it means something like this. Unless a miracle occurs, this door will never be opened. Unless a miracle occurs, you will never be blessed.
Grandfather's magic is based on astronomically low probabilities. In other words, a miracle for opening this door would probably require an incredibly vast amount of magical power. Nice job. You can shut up now. Rosa-san, did you have Maria take English classes? Looks like it's useless to try and learn English unless you start when you're young after all. The sealed chapel, huh? Setting aside whether she's a witch or not, it's rumored that Beatrice actually existed several decades ago and was grandfather's mistress. This is, just my imagination, but perhaps the master truly did love Beatrice-sama. However, he was already married, so they couldn't be united. That's true, I do have to learn English. I do be struggling to read.
But you know, I'm not a little baby dragon, so the information would not stick in my brain. It would take so long to learn English.
I see. If Beatrice was dead and could be revived with the magic of a magic circle, then now that grandmother's dead, he could marry her openly. And if they married in this chapel, you might end up with a pretty fairy tale-like story, right? I don't think that story is so preposterous. It's a well-known fact that father still loves Beatrice deeply. Also, even though I said I found it creepy, I seem to remember that the interior of the chapel was quite magnificent. The thought that father built this chapel in the hopes of having a wedding with his dead mistress might not be that unlikely. By the time he built this chapel, grandfather probably knew that he would never use it as a church as long as he lived. But he prayed for the witch to be revived by some miracle, and he thought that if that miracle occurred, they could be married here. I see. If you think of it that way, this would be a place of utmost significance to Beatrice-sama as well, even though he knew the chapel would never be opened. It's a story of tragic love. Even though Goda-san was even bigger than me, his words were touching. What does that have to do with it? Anyway, everyone was silent, but it seemed like they agreed with that view. Even though he knew that it was a chapel never to be opened, he still probably dreamed of the day that a miracle would occur. Kinzo-san was quite the romantic in his younger days. I think I understand how he felt.
I wonder.
Then again, everyone went in it 4 times a year to clean, right? So much for it being the sealed chapel. Didn't we just go in ourselves? That wasn't a miracle or anything. We brought the key, click, and we're in. That's all. This is ridiculous.
Huh?
What? Then, what does that mean? What are you talking about? As far as I could tell, I'd been joking around, finding myself a bit irritated by the sob story this was turning into. But then Aunt Rosa suddenly jumped on me with a really serious face. Aunt Rosa's face grew increasingly pale. She looked at the magic circle on the door and then at her hand, back and forth, back and forth. What is the matter, Rosa-sama? Hey, Goda-san, the key to this chapel. Didn't Genji say it? He said there was only one. Huh?
It took you, way too long to figure it out.
When a kid pulls a prank, it sometimes goes unnoticed by the adults, and the kid who did it gets all disappointed. If such a prank then gets sprung on someone much later, it can really make a kid's day. Maria's celebration just now looked a lot like that. Yes, that's right. There is only one of those keys. It's the key to the Master's treasured chapel, so there is only one, with no duplicates. It is normally kept safe in the key box in the servant room, but... That's right! And Genji-san said it had gone missing. So someone stole it, put it in an envelope, and handed it to Maria? And they did it yesterday! What the... So, in other words... Isn't that strange? That's absurd. This is getting bizarre. Oh, what do you mean? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Me neither. Would you explain it for us? Goda and Nanjo's failure to understand definitely wasn't because they were stupid. They didn't know. They didn't know how long the only key to the chapel had been in Maria's possession. There's no mistake. It was locked up. I unlocked it. There's no doubt. Aunt Rosa kept closing the door, locking it, pulling it on it to check the lock, and then opening it again. Oh, right. Okay, so it clicked in her mind of just like, wait, since Maria had the key since like yesterday, how did they get in?
It's a witch.
Her face was becoming pale again. Until I took the key out of Maria's envelope and opened this door, it was definitely locked. But this key was in the envelope placed in Maria's care, and that happened yesterday before noon. What did you say? But that doesn't make any sense. You're right. Maria received a one-of-a-kind key from a woman calling herself a witch midday yesterday. In other words, from midday yesterday until this morning, when Rosa-san unlocked the door, this chapel was a closed room.
Hello, Mal. How are you doing?
How did they get those 6 people in here? And then, how did they kill them? The deaths of 6 people had shaken us badly. When we learned about that weird magic circle and the history of the chapel, we felt as though we'd figured at least part of the puzzle out. But that was all absolutely trivial. From midday yesterday until this morning, this chapel was a closed room. But our parents were with us until last night. How did the culprit get into this building? And how do they lock it up again? Dun dun dun! What are you trying to pull? Again? A closed room again? Are you trying to say you unlocked it with the power of magic? Don't you take me for a fool! If you're demanding that I show you how to open locks with my power, I wouldn't mind. But that wouldn't be the same as me forcing you to surrender. Or maybe it would, I don't know. I didn't read that well. You're doing pretty good.
That's good. I'm guessing you're hanging out with Peach on VR chat right now?
Keep trying to explain it was all with humans. Only when I've cornered all your theories completely will I have my victory. Come now, how will you undermine my defenses? What trick could a human have used to defeat them? It's just like the closed rooms last time. Not enough information. It's impossible to reason like this. Any excuse could be made. Any trick could work. There's no way to reason it out. That again? There's not enough information, so you'll wait and see. Your information is uncertain, so it's impossible to use your reasoning. Ha! This is always the excuse you humans use to let yourself stop thinking. Who do you think you are, lowly human? Are you saying you can't even think unless you're like Laplance's demon, you incompetent fool? Besides, you make it seem like a lack of information works against you, but it's the other way around, you see? The more information you're given, the more it will make you suffer. It'll only increase the strength of the compressor that's squeezing you. Oh, in that case, let me say this. It's impossible to verify that this is a closed room in the first place. If you're already talking about demons, I can play that game too. It'd be possible to prove that this isn't a closed room. Just show how someone could have gone in and out, and you're done. But it's impossible to prove that it is a closed room. You could never deny the endless set of possible methods for getting in. In other words, this is one of those devil proofs. This concept of a closed room is actually something that can never be proved. So, first you stop thinking with the lack of information as an excuse, and now this? Very well. If this is your move, then I will accept it. Continue. First off, it looks like you're trying to claim that the chapel's a closed room. Just a short while ago, I spent some time looking around in there, and I couldn't find a way in or out except for the door. But this just means I couldn't find one. It doesn't prove that it was a closed room. If there's a hidden door or something that I wasn't able to find, your premise would be blown away completely. In other words, whether I managed to find a hidden door or not, you'll never be able to deny that there existed some method X that let you into the closed room. And this method X would be something that could be carried out without magic. After all, it's a hidden door. I'm sure that in this chapel there's some hidden door that's impossible to find. That's why there's no reason for me to reason it out, and magic is still impossible. So, you'll use that logic. How naive. An unexpected move. Let me make my move in response. These closed rooms used in detective novels made by mere humans always seem utterly ridiculous to me. Why? Because they're used in the wrong way. When a closed room appears in a detective novel, do you really think it's a closed room? You don't, do you? What trick did they use to make this look like a closed room? That's what you think. In other words, there hasn't been a completed closed room in any of the closed room murders that humans have built over the last century. Oh, better not say that unless you want to face the wrath of the mystery fans. Christie's probably grinding her teeth in her grave. But I am different. I have given birth to a true closed room, and I can demonstrate it. Why? Because I am a witch. For the devil's proof, you only had to bring a demon to prove that they exist, correct? Well, I conveniently happen to be a witch, meaning that demons are my good friends, and I can bring you as many of them as you like. Sounds great. Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel, or were carried in through it. How do you plan to beat that move? With this. Why are you giving birth? I hate that term so much, right? And like they keep using that term. With this, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the six definitely entered through the door. Huh? Dumbass, the door was locked, so how'd they do it? I opened it with magic and invited them inside. That can't be true. Since I can't accept magic, there's no way I'll accept that. You're lying. That door can be opened with some trick, or maybe there's a hidden door, but I won't accept any other way. Perpetual check. That's what we call an endless repetition of moves in chess. That's the same endless repetition as a discussion that won't advance because both sides deny the basis of each other's claims, like our game. In most games, this would be resolved as a draw, but that would put such a terrible damper on our fun. We will have no draws. You will either accept me and submit to me, or you will deny me. At least I agree with you there. We'll settle this without fail, just as you wish. I like that attitude. So, I had a thought. I think I'll add a new rule to this game between the two of us. A new rule? How about it's something that'll give you an advantage, right? Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. And if you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by rejecting the source. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. I'm offering to eliminate the convenient excuse of yours. You should thank me. He said they entered through the door, and I said that couldn't happen. Are you calling that an evasive answer? Exactly. So from now on, when I speak the truth, I will use red. What is this? Keep explaining. No matter what magical move I use, you can always keep running away by chanting lack of information and by rejecting the source. Even though I would still win in the end that way, it would be extremely boring. Because of that, I'd be happy to give you the information and sources you so desire. However, you'll probably doubt each word I say. That isn't bad in itself. I also will use every possible move to make you submit. I don't dislike your posture of searching out our best moves for our own goals, but that wouldn't make a game, so I set up this rule. Everything I speak in red is the truth. There's absolutely no need to doubt it. Are you telling me to believe that? This is a game between you and me. In a game, the rules are sacred. Those who use that or take that lightly are not qualified to play. Okay, I get you. I'll accept that rule. Even an elementary school kid can get into an endless argument and find fault with everything. Then let's start it up again, continuing where we left off. I'll say it one more time. Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel and were carried in through it. Then I shall repeat what I said. Regardless of whether they are alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door. Is there any proof? Stop! I will supplement the rule. When I speak the truth, I will use red, and when I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof. They will simply be facts and the truth. Oh no, I didn't mute my Tamagotchi. My reason is simple. I carried out all the crimes with my magic. So for any impossible crime, all I have to do is wave my magic staff and show you how it's done. But that wouldn't make it a game. It would be as barbaric as ignoring victory and defeat in a chess match and punching your opponent in the face. Well, that makes sense. Since you're a witch, there's no need for you to show evidence for what happened. Since you can do anything with magic. Damn it. Talk about an unfair game. So, shall we resume once more? The 6 definitely entered through the door. I unlocked it with magic. How will you get around this magic, this closed room? The key! Genji-san and the others said that there were only one key, but that's impossible to prove. The culprit secretly made a duplicate key. Only one key to the chapel exists. Then what about this? The culprit made something other than a legitimate key and opened it. I don't know what, but maybe a wire? A tool for picking locks. What is this naive move? It is impossible to unlock the lock to the chapel with anything but the chapel's key. Although it can be opened with the power of magic, right? Then what about this? There's something wrong with the door itself. There was some way to pass through it even when it was locked. As to what that is, I can think of a few ways. Maybe it's like those big doors on a castle that have a smaller door in them. It's also possible that they removed the hinges and then removed the whole door before entering. Is this the best of a century of human knowledge can manage, Battler? When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. Assuming you can't use magic, right? Is it about time for checkmate? Not even close. You said those 6 people entered through the door, but you didn't say it was the front door. They might have entered through another door, a secret one. You talk too much, you incompetent fool. Then let me expand on my earlier move. The 6 definitely entered through this front door. That's screwed up. The door was locked. It was impossible to unlock without using that single key, and yet 6 people entered through it. How? With magic, you say? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Here, are we already seeing the limits of what humanity can manage? Then shout as you resign. When one admits defeat, it's customary to shout it out and knock over their own king. So, do you resign? Then announce your surrender and knock your king over by kneeling. Then you may kiss my shoes. There could be no greater joy than forcing a man like you to lick my shoes. Your goofy Tamagotchi is hungry. Feed it.
No, it's Donald.
Let me see. No, he's happy. Maybe I'll feed him some Palpu fruit. No, he is not hungry. I offered him Palpu fruit and he's like One Piece laughs. Oh no. Damn it. It's useless, useless, useless. So I can't win against a witch? This isn't chess at all. It's just been made to take the losing side of a chess puzzle. Is quibbling about details and getting a draw the best I can manage? That's the one thing that'll never happen. Either I will surrender, or Or you will. There can be no other resolution. What happened to that bravery you displayed when you said that this would be torture for us both? Hey, what a disappointment, what a total letdown. What did you say, Ushinomiya Butler? I reject Donald and replace him with Goofy. Funnily enough, usually when I would play Kingdom Hearts, I would replace Goofy with the Special Worlds character. Even though Donald, like, wouldn't heal me, but, like, you know, just in case he decided to be nice and heal me. Damn it, what should I do? What should I do? I can see it. I can see the place where I'll face checkmate. It's useless. All my heart-fought moves have been nothing more than me desperately moving my king around and running away from check. No matter how many times I move, I can't escape from check. So even without waiting for the next several moves, I can see checkmate in my future. Damn it! Come on, Battler, you can do it. After a few more moves, I can see where I'll face checkmate? Don't give up, Ushinomiya Butler. If I can see myself getting closed in upon, then if I spin the chessboard around, I should be able to anticipate her next move, right? Remember what Kirei-san said. When you're thinking about something, then the closer you get to the very, very end, the easier it becomes to anticipate. Spin it around. Spin the chessboard around. What happened? You fell silent all of a sudden. Fear not, surrender is but a momentary shame. After that, all that remains is the joy of entrusting your fate entirely to the hands of your new master. Come on, cry out in resignation. I can't hear you. Speak up and say it clearly. Enough babbling. You're just refusing to listen. So I'll say it once more. I won't resign. Continue. Resume the game. Oh, very well. It is your turn after all. I made the mistake of thinking this rule you made was your own weapon. However, I've realized that it can also become a weapon for me. It all comes down to this. Please do give it a try. I've been focusing all this time on how they entered the closed room of the chapel. That approach was useless. It's useless. It's all useless. Spin the chessboard around. That's right. I was thinking about it backwards. This is how I should approach it. How was the chapel, which wasn't a closed room in the first place, made to look like a closed room? Here it comes. That thinking technique humans gave birth to over the course of a century. Give it a try. Say it in red for me. If you can't, then refuse. Here I go. Does this man intend to reverse his defensive posture? Impudence. I get that the only way to enter the chapel is through the door, and that there's only one key. But wait, the question is whether that key really was handed over to Maria yesterday before noon. My, but you're dragging this on. Do try and get to the point. It's something like this. We've been under the impression that the key's been unusable since midday yesterday. So we've assumed that this was a closed room from midday yesterday until this morning. I want to hear you say that this impression of ours is a solid fact. Interesting. So you turn your reasoning not to the door, but to the key. Yesterday, Maria received an envelope from you. She didn't open it, but she might have felt it and known there was a key inside. But it's not like she'd have been able to confirm absolutely that it was a key to the chapel. Here's what I'm getting at. The thing inside the envelope given to Maria was a fake. If you think about what you're saying, it's ridiculous. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag, and from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. Ooh, the way she said it. It was a different envelope, more than likely. Ooh. They keep using chess like it means something, yeah. They just really like chess. It wasn't a fake as you suggest. I know that much. I'll continue. In that case, when Maria first received the envelope, the thing inside it was definitely the same key to the chapel, right? Oh. See what I'm getting at? Midday yesterday, you gave Maria an envelope with a key inside, and you told her that she mustn't open it. Maria probably realized it had a key inside. Later on, Aunt Rosa used the thing inside the envelope to open the door to the chapel, and that's why we assumed it was the key to the chapel all along. This is the suspicious part. So this is what you're trying to say. That when you entrusted Maria with a key, that key was a fake? And then, by the time Rosa obtained it, it had been switched with the real thing? Yeah, that's it. What's wrong, Beatrice-sama? I accidentally switched to Battler's voice for Beatrice. Oops. You've been looking a bit pale for a while now, huh? Those close to me sometimes call me Beato. Beato. Okay. This is the first time it actually says the pronunciation. Beato will do. It's your turn, Beato. The turn of the Golden Witch. Let's see you dodge this. Very well. The key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope I gave Maria. I'll move forward. Can you repeat it in red? That envelope was completely under Maria's supervision until Aunt Rosa opened it. If you can't say it, then you say you refuse. Check. I refuse. I've spun it all around with just one move. Now it's your king on the run, Beato. I have a reason for refusing. In regards to the definition of the phrase under her supervision, in the purest meaning, Maria would need to have her eyes on it around the clock for that to be true. But Maria didn't go that far. It may have been completely under her supervision when she took it out of her handbag, but after she put it inside, it disappeared from her field of vision. In that sense, the phrase under her supervision would be inappropriate, so I couldn't use the red. Nothing more. I'll bet that move hurt. And your face tells me you've guessed the next one. Sorry. I'm kind to women. I don't hurt them. And I never betray a woman's expectations. It's time for you to repeat it in red if you think you can. No one was able to touch Maria's handbag until Aunt Rosa took out the envelope. I will also refuse this one. I won't explain the reason. Chess only implies two sides, but in this case, there's more like two sides, and all the pieces can make any move they want. True. But, like, I don't know. It's occasionally working in Battler's favor. Occasionally. Not all the time, but in this sense, right now, it's working for him. That's wrong. It's not that you won't explain it. It's that you can't explain it. That move gives us checkmate, doesn't it? If you can't do it, then I'll explain. The key to the chapel really was in the envelope you handed to Maria. Then Maria put it in her handbag, and the next morning, Aunt Rosa took it out and opened the lock. However, Maria didn't have the handbag under her complete supervision. There's no need for magic. It's a closed room trick that's possible for a human. The human culprit handed Maria the key, and by making Aunt Rosa use it the next morning, they created the illusion that there was a closed room during that time. You can't deny the possibility that during that time, the culprit took the key from Maria's handbag, used it, and returned it by morning. Can you say it in red? Repeat it. If you can say it, then say it. It's check again. And not yet. I removed the check. The envelope with the key, and it should have been sealed with wax. Rosa took it from an unopened envelope. Really? Then try saying it. Repeat it! The envelope I handed over midday yesterday and the one Aunt Rosa opened are the same thing! That I can repeat. The envelope I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing. It's useless. It's all useless. That doesn't even matter anymore. I expected more from you. I figured that if you were a bit better at reading between the lines, you'd resign right there. So I'm disappointed. You've betrayed my expectations. What? Who cares if the envelopes were the same? Envelopes can be sealed with wax over and over. The key inside is what's important. This time it's all over, Golden Witch. It's a real checkmate. I'll say it one more time. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope. How could I against a lowly human? I'll keep on saying it, Beatrice. Repeat it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope. Oh! If you're gonna yell, then say you resign. This settles it. This is the truth. Before Aunt Rosa obtained Maria's key this morning, at one point it passed to someone else's hands. Then they used it, resealed it, and returned it to Maria's handbag, making it look like it hadn't been used. This is a trick with a cheap loophole, and the assumption that the key wasn't used because the sealing wax wasn't opened. Checkmate. There's no magic, and nothing more than a trick that's possible for humans. In that case, who do you say stole the key? Try answering. This time, you try repeating it. That's right. I'm making you repeat things all the time. I probably have the answer every once in a while. But I refuse! My condition for victory is denying a witch's existence. I'll prove that this impossible crime done with your magic was actually possible by human hands. I've smashed your closed room with something possible even for humans. However, I won't specifically investigate who the culprit is. Because I believe in humans. Because I definitely won't accept that there's a person among us who would steal the key from Maria, use it, and do something so horrible. I give up. I resign. Just once for this skirmish, I'll give up. But you really are naive, Battler. Parting remarks are a loser's privilege. Say as many as you like. Since you continue to deny my existence, you will eventually be cornered. After all, since you deny me, you will have to suspect those relatives you can't stop loving. In the last moment when you have to suspect one who is beloved to you, then you will surely accept my existence. True, you have defeated me in this skirmish alone. However, that naive logic will definitely destroy you. You can't win against me after all. Ushinomiya Battler!
He did it. He used his chess logic.
Oh man, we're only going like a few minutes ahead. Okay, Battler, how do you explain the cause of death? That's... Just Battler voice. That's simple. They're morbid. The culprit was morbid as heck and had a lot of candy for no reason in particular. Who knows? Maybe the candy was already in there to begin with. If it was really magic, it would be candy in soda that didn't really exist in the human world. Rose and the rest returned from the chapel to the parlor in the mansion. That's simple. Violence, yeah. So many things had happened since yesterday in the morning. Of course they were high-strung. Battler and George, who had cried, raged, and let their emotions explode after seeing their parents' tragic bodies, returned to the parlor and sat in the sofas, dazed, as though everything up until then had been the lie. So since that... I'm trying to think. Because, like... I feel like they're looking into the fragments. Like, I don't know if Battler... I don't know if it was, like, immediately after the first ending, and they're just, like, looking at the fragments of, like, what could have happened. But, like, with it having those scenes with, like, Battler against, Beatrice, like, it really seems like they're all just kind of watching this happen. So, like... So it's just the scene with Cannon and Jessica dying, and he's just like, wow, I can't believe you did that. Battler and George, who cried and raged, let their emotions explode after seeing their parents' tragic bodies, returned to the parlor and sat in the sofas, dazed as though everything up until then had been a lie. Only Maria was completely unchanged and looked just like normal. When she wasn't playing pranks, she was basically a kid who played wordlessly by herself. So even if she was dazed, she would probably just look like she did. But as she turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, it looked as though nothing about her had changed from normal. Did Rosa think anything in particular about this attitude, which was clearly different from normal people? She stared at Maria's back as though looking at something that wasn't quite heartwarming. Eventually, Kumasawa came to say good morning. Her cheerful manner was clearly out of place, and she couldn't help but be bewildered by the strange atmosphere in the room. Then, when she heard the detail from Goda, she reacted loudly with shock.
Of course you've contacted the police, right? Oh, what should we do at a time like this? Oh, what should we do?
Please calm down and listen. It seems a machine somewhere was somehow done in by lightning last night. Because of that, we haven't been able to use the phones. Yes, I can accept that going into the chapel without magic, but you can cram a pop can down a human's throat without damaging the mouth or throat. I don't think this is a game that would miss a detail like that. True. Well, it's like, I don't know. The big thing of like getting into the chapel was a thing of just like, you know, Bieto was like so confident in that of just like, you can't explain this without magic, huh? But then Battler's just like, no, I can. Humans could have done this. He's not focused on like the actual deaths. He was just focused on how to get in there. But like, I don't know. I don't know if they'll ever explain like the actual deaths, because she didn't like specify whether or not they died within the chapel or not. We did have that one scene of her like in the chapel with the adults all talking, so it seems very likely that they did die like in the building. But like, I don't know, because that like 6 hours probably could have been enough time to set all that up, honestly. If you had like the table set up beforehand and just, yeah, I feel like 6 hours would have been enough time to like make it look like that. Blink, blink. Innocent blink, blink.
What? That until the typhoon passes, we can't even contact the police?
Maybe Kumasawa's exaggerated surprise was a little comical. Even in this kind of situation, Rosa giggled. Because of that, the fog of confusion that had covered her head cleared up a little. I've got to stay strong. It's not just Maria. I'm acting as a parent for George-kun and Butler-kun too, so I have to stay strong. Rosa had been the youngest sibling, with a large difference in age between her and the others. So she had always been treated like a child. Every time she learned something new, it was something obvious to her siblings, and she had built up a complex, becoming convinced of her own incompetence. So she had developed a passive personality, asking her siblings for advice every time something happened. Oh, so Battler is an idiot because this is a case where you have to disprove the deaths with magic as well to disprove magic as a whole. Yeah. Which, like, I don't know. Like I said, like, you know, he's focused on the wrong things. But like, actually with 6 adults, 6 hours, that would have been an hour per adult. Yeah. Oh, actually less than 6 hours, technically. Is it already that time again?
Yee! Hello, Creamy, how are you doing?
Because I'm trying to think, like, because yeah, we saw the scene of them talking at midnight, and then, like, the time passed into 6 a.m., so they would have had technically less than 6 hours to get all the bodies prepped. So in theory, they would have had to have the table, like, be prepped beforehand. But, like, let's say, like, maybe, let's give them, like, a comfortable hour, like, in between. I feel like they probably could have been able to do that in 5 hours. I feel like, logically, they would have been able to set up that kind of scene in 5 hours. I won't go into detail, but in my mind, it makes sense. But she no longer had any brothers or sisters. Now Rosa was the only one of the 4 Ushiromiya siblings left. Furthermore, if Kinzo continued to shut himself away, even in this extraordinary situation, Rosa would have had to surpass this crisis as the head's representative. I'm not a child anymore. Not a child. Rosa slapped her knees lightly and stood up. She must not wait for orders now. She had to start moving herself. She had picked up the receiver of the extension phone on the side table. Then she immediately remembered that the phones were down. Genji and Shannon, whom she had sent to see Kinzo, hadn't returned yet. She had a good guess as to what was going on. He was probably yelling something nonsensical again and becoming unmanageable. His precious chapel had been defiled with blood. That was easy to imagine. She had planned on using the extension phone to call the study, but unfortunately, the phones were down. Rosa decided to go to the study directly with her own 2 feet. Her old self would have been too frightened to go see Kinzo, and, in fact, if she had met him, she would probably be blamed somehow and insulted. But this was no time to be frightened. As his true daughter, she had to make him aware of the current situation. Kumasawa-san, I'm going to see Father. Take special care of George-kun and Butler-kun. I'm sure they're on edge right now.
Yes, that may be true. It is truly pitiable. I shall make them something warm to drink.
Thank you. Rosa went into the hallway and headed down towards Kinzo's study. The atmosphere in this mansion, which she'd spent her younger days in, and should have been full of memories, somehow seemed different. She began to climb the stairs in the entrance hall. Just then, in the faint darkness down the stairs behind Rosa's back, something glowed. Oh no! Rosa! It was a single fluttering gold butterfly. It fluttered around and sparkled. That butterfly danced about without a sound. It was only natural. No one can hear the sound of a butterfly's wings beating. And then, it came to a rest on Rosa's back as she slowly climbed the stairs. Rosa didn't notice it. Oh no! Rosa! No! Oh! Wait, she's going into Kinzo's study. I wonder if Beatrice is trying to break in. If someone not in the know saw it, they'd probably assume that it was just a single sheet of gold leaf in the shape of a butterfly that had been stuck there. Without noticing a thing, Rosa continued heading towards Kinzo's study. Because she did say that she wasn't going to go in there, or else she'd be trapped. I guess we'll figure it out. So, how will you entertain me with this next one? There are still many, many pieces left. The old man is dead again, right? I feel like that's just his fate. Ooh, I wonder if that's what happened in the first time. Like if one of the butterflies attached themselves to Natsuhi. In the parlor, which had fallen silent again, the only sound was that of the TV that Maria was watching alone. If there was anything audible besides that, it was the sound of the rain, which had continued on and on since the previous night. Every one of those who had witnessed that unearthly and horrible scene stayed silent, as though praying that the events of the morning had all been a dream. Because Kumasawa alone hadn't seen it, her reaction was slightly different. The silence itself seemed more unbearable to her, and she was anxious to encourage everyone somehow. However, she was aware that she must avoid saying anything careless, and she seemed to be pondering how she could be most helpful. Normally, it would be time for breakfast. However, possibly because something so outrageous had happened, Goda seemed to have forgotten to prepare a meal. Or maybe everyone who was so beaten up that they'd forgotten their hunger. Kumasawa wanted to bring up the subject of what they should do for breakfast, but it didn't seem like the right atmosphere, so she really couldn't. But she really was hungry, so she casually made a proposal.
It seems everyone is tired after all that has happened. In times like this, I think the best thing is to heat yourself up with some warm black tea.
Indeed. That is an excellent plan. I agree as well.
Ha ha ha! How about some delicious black tea with biscuits and jam? Ah, yes, I hear Halloween will be here soon, and we will have some delicious-looking pumpkin-shaped cookies on the shelf.
Kumasawa-san, that's... Oh no. Of course, she had said the wrong thing. She had reminded Battler and the rest about the horrible and tragic Halloween party in the chapel. Nanjo hurriedly whispered into Kumasawa's ear.
Battler-san, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Truly, I didn't.
No, don't worry about it. I'll definitely turn this boiling anger back on the culprit. I wonder if the culprit is still on the island. Probably. At least until the typhoon passes, no boat will come.
Yes, that is true. After all, the boats stop coming even if it's just a little windy. They certainly wouldn't come during a typhoon, yes.
Creeps me out. You think so, Anaki? Me too. And that's even putting aside whether the culprit's that mystery guest or not. Indeed. We've naturally suspected the mysterious guest who calls herself Beatrice, but we still cannot be sure she is the culprit. There is still the possibility she's a victim whose corpse still hasn't been found. Ooh. That's a theory. When I think of it that way, there's something I just can't understand. What do you mean by that? It's simple. It's just like Kumasawa Bachan said a short while ago. Right now, this island is right in the middle of a typhoon, and escape is impossible. The same thing goes for the culprit. In that case, having a crime come to light should have been the thing that culprit wanted to avoid the most. I see. So there was no need to draw that creepy magic circle on the entrance to the chapel and show off the fact that the corpses were there. Yeah, that's it. And if they were able to take the time and effort to do something so horrible to those 6 people, it should have been possible for them to hide the 6 corpses where they'd be impossible to find. I agree. That brutal Halloween party probably wasn't directed at those who died. It was directed at the people who would eventually discover it, us. It's possibly safe to say that the magic circle was there to help us find it. The culprit knows they won't be able to escape from this island for a while, and yet they acted as though they wanted to make us find the corpses in the middle of this typhoon. What does that mean? If I were the culprit, I definitely wouldn't play around and make us find the bodies. Beatrice-sama was not in her room, and the room did not seem particularly disturbed. No, Milady did disturb it quite a lot, though. Come to think of it, what happened to Jessica? Ken and Son is looking after her. They are probably in Milady's room. That isn't good. The culprit is definitely still on the island. In this situation, I don't believe it's a very good idea to isolate ourselves in small numbers.
What do you mean by that? You don't mean to say the culprit plans to kill all of us?
Let us remain calm. That is not yet certain. But unfortunately, we can't deny the possibility exists. The letter was in the chapel. Or this letter was in the chapel. According to this, the culprit is the witch. And if we don't solve the riddle of grandfather's epitaph and find the gold, they'll massacre the whole family. Or something like that. Is that true? Would you allow me to read it as well? As they read the witch's letter, Goda, Kumasawa-san, and Nanjo's faces grew even paler than they had been. Kumasawa could no longer hide her shaking. If you don't want to die, try finding grandfather's hidden gold. Is that it? Screwing around with us. I'll bet she can't solve the riddle, so she's trying to make us solve it. However, I wonder what the truth is. Madame always stated that the legend of the gold was nothing more than an illusion created by the master. It is doubtful whether it actually existed. True. Supposedly they thought it would be nicer if it did exist, but only half believed it. The relatives started believing in the legend of the gold only after Kinzo's health worsened and the inheritance problem came up. Until then, hardly anyone believed in it. I understand. Oh, so maybe that's why. Do you remember? On the table in the chapel, there were 3 gold ingots. Wait, there were 3 of them? I thought there was just 1. That alone would be worth quite a lot. Doesn't that prove that the legend of the gold was real?
Excuse me. Please wait. Just now, did you say there were 3 gold bars?
Yeah, there were definitely 3 of them piled up. So what?
I happened to hear Klaus-sama say something once. Yes, I happened to hear it, you see. It's not like I was trying to listen in on a secret discussion. No, indeed.
Don't worry about that now. So, then what? Is there something wrong with there being 3 of those gold bars?
Yes. According to Klaus-sama, there was only 1 bar ever found to support the legend of the gold.
That is correct. I believe Kinzo-san showed the president of Marusu the mountain of gold and let him take 1 bar back with him, or so the story goes.
That 1 bar came to be in Klaus-sama's possession, and he said that no other gold supporting the master's legend of the gold existed.
You're talking about Uncle Klaus here? So, what does that mean? No, wait, 3? Wait, where did they come from? That's too many, right? Perhaps there was another explanation. Maybe the other relatives also found 1 each, and they each brought 1 of them here. No, I cannot believe it. When all of the relatives came to the mansion, I was entrusted with their luggage. I did not feel a suspicious weight back then. I think those would weigh about 10 kilograms. If that much weight was in their bags, even I would notice. But it didn't seem that way. Same here. At the most, there were some changes of clothes, a first aid kit, Kide-san's makeup, stuff like that, I think. Aunt Rose's luggage also looked pretty light. In that case, those 3 piled up gold bars were being shown to them. Or maybe to us. The legend of the gold is definitely real. It isn't an illusion. They're telling us to try and find out the secret if we can. Could they be scheming to have us solve the epitaph, which points to where the gold is hidden, and then try to snatch it away? Yeah, that does make some sense. But there are a couple parts that don't fit. To start, our parents, who should have been the most likely to solve the epitaph, were killed first. That seems to create a contradiction right off the bat to me. And something else makes even less sense. If the legend of the gold is actually true, then how were they able to pile up all that gold? It's almost like the culprits already found the gold, and is telling us to try and find it too. Maybe the culprit found those 3 like Uncle Klaus did. Maybe they convinced them that the legend is true, and they're trying to make a search for the rest. I think that way fits the best. The pieces of the chessboard aren't lined up at all. We don't have a clue what the culprit is planning, what they want, or what they want to make us do. Is there any point? No matter what we think, is there anything we can figure out right now?
It was written down. What she wanted to make us do. Couldn't anyone read it?
Maria suddenly laughed in a creepy voice. I'd thought she'd been concentrating on the TV, but apparently she'd been listening in too. Without turning away from the TV, she very simply told us what we were forgetting.
Beatrice hadn't said once that she wants the gold. All she's asking is whether we're all capable of solving the epitaph's riddle or not. Though I'll bet she's pretty sure you could never do it.
So, are you saying you can solve it, Maria?
I don't care. After all, she'll take me to the Golden Land. So I won't get in Beatrice's way. Out!
In any case, it looks like we'll have to ask Maria if we want to learn anything more. Maria, tell us. Who is this Beatrice? What is she planning?
You know, Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her strange powers. The power of magic can do anything. It can even create gold or bread. And, of course, it can create sweets, too. You saw it, didn't you?
At that time, everyone jumped at the sound of a door being slammed shut. When we turned around, we saw that Rosa had suddenly returned, bringing Genji and Shannon. Well, I'm glad that they're okay. Then she rapidly approached Maria, her heels squeaking, and hit her on the cheek. Stop talking about that. Battlerkun and the rest will take it badly. Without waiting for a response, she hit Maria's cheek once more. Everyone could only stand there, stunned. I don't know what means. What about yes? Ma'am, you can tell that means yes. Or like, oh, but usually it's meaning yes. This is your daughter. You need to learn how she talks. It's very simple. She mercilessly hit Maria's cheek again. Maybe Maria didn't feel like resisting after being beat twice. She weakly said yes. Rosa-san, there's no reason to be so harsh. This is my daughter's education. Do not interrupt. I will interrupt you as much as I want. I'ma smack you. I'ma smack you right upside the face. The atmosphere around Rosa, with Genji and Shannon standing at attention behind her, was somehow cold and yet dignified, completely different from how she had seemed before she left. She was holding something that looked like a gun. I couldn't imagine that she'd be holding a toy in this situation. Aunt Rosa, what is... This is Father's. Because of the current situation, I borrowed it specially. Everyone should understand. The culprit is still nearby. We don't know what might happen. So, is Kinzo already dead, or is he missing? He's probably missing. Maybe. I agree. Rather than trying to figure out what the culprit is planning, it might be better to first think about our own safety. Father was fine, but he was considerably shaken by these sudden events. Fortunately, he said he won't leave his room, so he should be safe. Okay, so he's safe for now. However, considering the butterfly... For now, we should all try and stay together as much as possible. I agree. We don't even know where the culprit's hiding, and after all, there's no proof that there is only one of them. Even though I said it myself, I shivered. That's right. Could a single person kill 6 people and set up such a horrible scene all alone? I mean... It'd be easier with 2 people, sure. But, like, I don't know. I feel like 1 person probably could have done it. Isn't it natural to assume that this crime was carried out by multiple culprits? I agree with Rosa-san. It probably is good for us to stay together.
Yes, I think so too. Yes.
Maybe it's about time we called for Milady and Cannon-san. That's right. Well, let's have them come down. George Aniki tried to grab the extension phone, but Goda shook his head. That's right. The phones are down right now, aren't they? I'll go with a couple of people. If George Aniki and Goda-san come too, that should be enough. No. Let's all go together. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle. If we're in balance while gathered together like this, then maintaining the situation will be safest. A wolves and sheep puzzle?
I've got it. I'll show you.
Maria, turn off the television. Genji-san, please tell me where Jessica-chan's room is. Let us all go together. Yes, I will guide you. Come on, everyone. We'll move together. Follow my instructions. We stood up. Maria alone looked like she had some regrets about the TV, but she decided to go along with everyone for now and got up. Shannon, thank goodness. I was a bit worried when you took so long to get back.
I am sorry to have worried you. The master ordered me to transcribe something for him.
Transcribe? Shannon.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
A secret will. I guess that makes sense. Because if the vultures who want the inheritance learn about it, they'll probably just rush to kill him, is probably Kinzo's logic. That almost went down the wrong throat. Oh, I think it did. Give me a second. There we go, I'm good now. We headed for Jessica's room, with the armed aunt, Rosa, and Genji-san in the lead. Jessica and Cannon-kun were a boy and girl of about the same age. It'd sure be a shame if we barged in on them at a bad time. Or at least that's what we'd be joking about normally. However, Aunt Rosa was on edge, constantly exuding a sense of tension. So it definitely wasn't the sort of atmosphere for careless remarks like that. Hey, don't fall behind. Everyone move together. We don't know when or where the culprit might leap out at us, right? No, maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude was more appropriate. Since grandfather hadn't come down, Aunt Rosa was our leader. This wasn't a situation where she could smile like she always did. And Aunt Rosa was a mother too. She probably also thought that if she didn't get a hold of herself, some harm might befall her beloved daughter. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents alone, or at once. The method they used was unknown, but there was a good chance this opponent could take down a large number of people in a flash. Would that be with weapons or with numbers? Or with the magic of a witch? I mean, there's one way to relieve tension. I mean, I guess. But, like, it's just a matter of if it's the time to actually do that. In any case, I couldn't think of any reason that it'd be okay for us to let our guards down. The rest of us had better take much, much greater care, just like Aunt Rosa. Everyone, stop. Aunt Rosa spoke in a sharp voice. Wondering what this was all about, we peered forwards, and immediately realized the reason. Oh. Well, now they know where they are. What is this? Eep! Everyone, get back! Goda-san and Genji-san approached the door. Beyond this door was probably Jessica's room. This seems to be the same paint that was scribbled on the door to the chapel. It appears so. It seems not much time has passed since it was drawn. What the heck? Is that another magic circle?
It's the first circle of the moon. It has the power to open unopening doors.
Drawn on the door to Jessica's room was the same kind of creepy scribble that had been drawn on the door to the chapel. That strange pattern must have had some occult meaning, but it didn't matter what that meaning was. We were worried about whether those two were okay. That doesn't matter. Are Jessica-chan and Cannon-kun safe? This does not bode well. We should quickly bring those 2 downstairs. Milady! Milady! Are you there? Please, answer! Goda-san knocked violently and yelled, but there was no answer. He gripped the doorknob with a clatter, but the lock just resisted him. Rosa-sama, it seems to be locked. There's no helping it. Please open it up. Genji nodded, and Goda quickly unlocked the door with the master key. In the back of my mind, horrible images floated up and disappeared, one after another. A magic circle had been drawn on the door to a chapel. Behind that lay 6 corpses. So, if there's a magic circle drawn on the door to Jessica's room, then beyond it must be... Jessica-sama! What happened? Is she there? Jessica, what happened? It was truly heartless. The expression on Goda's face and his cry as he opened the door prepared us for the brutal fate that Jessica had met even before we saw her. Everyone rushed into Jessica's room at once. That scene told everyone that their worst fears were spot on. Jessica! How horrible. Dr. Nanjo. Dr. Nanjo's just like, I don't know what you want me to do. She's heckin' dead. She's been dead. I can't do much. There's 4 fears. There's 4 fears of fear: fight, flight, freeze, and I mean, I guess you do have a point there.
I freeze. Fun fact.
Inside the room, which seemed elegant for the bedroom of one so young, Jessica lay crumpled on the ground. There was a large pool of blood on the floor, and there was a knife or something sticking deep into her back. Was it a knife? There was a design on the handle that just had to symbolize something demonic. It had to be a weapon of some kind of occult meaning. This is horrible. She has passed away. This probably reached her lungs. Not much time has passed since she died. Jessica! Damn it! Damn it! The Battler-sama. I was naive. I knew it. Since the culprit couldn't escape the island, they were definitely close by. So why didn't I get cautious sooner? I was naive. I just assumed that a culprit would commit their crime and just sneak away and hide. We were stunned then. We thought Jessica-chan going into a rage and running off was just something that couldn't be helped. But we were naive. We should have stopped her. Koda-san, why did you leave those 2 alone? If only you had been with them, something like this... No, this is... I said it was dangerous, so we should return. It's just that Milady said that she wanted to be alone. Kennen-san told me to leave it to him, and... Speaking of which, where is Kennen-san? That's right. What in the world happened to Kennen-kun? Kennen-kun, where... Kennen-san should have been with Milady. Where in the world did he go? You don't think they got him? Quiet. Someone might be hiding in this room. Search under the bed and in the closet. The freeze responses from the brain unable to decide between fight or flight.
I see. I wonder why that is. Cause yeah, like if people yell at me, I'm just like.
Although less of the wide eyes and more just like the trying to avoid eye contact.
And my legs get shaky, and I kind of like.
Anyway, there was a chance that Kennen-kun's corpse had been pushed away somewhere. At Rosa-san's order, everyone searched throughout the room together, but there wasn't a single human hiding anywhere. He's nowhere. Could the culprit have taken him out of the room? Then we'll have to search for him quickly and save him. If we're slow, something awful might happen. Aunt Rosa, let's search all over the mansion. Let's search for the culprit. Let's save Kennen-kun. I think in my case, it's just like my brain can't choose between those two because it's usually a situation where it wouldn't be able to. I won't go into details. Why? What's happening? Why? Why is it going? Why is it going? Wait, no! Why? Why did it go so fast? Okay, I don't know what happened. I don't know if this is where it left off. I don't know who's gonna be talking. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it sped ahead. Okay. Then she found something on the side table by the bed and picked it up. If anyone knows, tell me. Which key is this? Aunt Rosa showed everyone a key with a cute mascot attached to it. Judging from its cute appearance, I didn't doubt that it was Jessica's key, but I had no way of knowing for sure. It was probably the key to this room, to Milady's room. After hearing that, Aunt Rosa made a point of going outside the door and checking. Without a doubt, it was the key to this room. Probably pressed auto or something. Probably, but it's just like, no! I wonder why it was set in a place like this. Wouldn't you normally keep such an important key in your pocket? Milady wasn't in the habit of locking her room. It seems she would only do it when she went to school, because she didn't want someone like Klaus-sama to look inside her room. I see. She wasn't at school, so it's natural that Jessica-chan would set the key down here. How many keys can open this door? Just the one Milady had. Couldn't it be opened with your master keys? They can open it. How many master keys are there? Are all the servants holding them? Are there extras? Yes, we all have one. As for extras, I wonder. There used to be several, but Madame scolded us harshly, saying it was careless, so they should have been dealt with. That is correct. There is only one held by each servant. There are no more. Okay, was that all that? I feel like we accidentally skipped past more, but like that's all that it's showing me. Because there were a lot of room transitions. But we... Oh, interesting. It's grayed out if we're not... The witch erased his corpse for fun. That alone caused an incredible uneasiness among the survivors. If that which exists resides in the human world, then that which does not exist is truly fantasy. Fantasy takes the form of what they fear. Interesting. Huh. But man, I'm sorry, I don't know why that happened. I don't know why there isn't like a failsafe of like, hey, if you haven't read this dialogue before, it won't do this. Okay. Yes, in some situations where you can't fire or fly, you'll freeze, but the inverse can happen too. If both are good options, you have a chance to freeze too. I see. Sounds like when a deer freezes from headlights in the middle of the road. Yeah, fear and delight all the way through the night. Oh no! I guess for that fourth fear reaction. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't do that again. I greatly apologize for that happening. I really wish it didn't. Wait a sec. I think we talked about extra master keys in the last game, right? Indeed. Well, regarding that, I have noticed that having several master keys whose locations are unknown is quite disadvantageous for me. That's probably right. Since you want to make me believe in magic using closed doors, it'd really hurt you if it were more master keys than we thought. After all, every time a trick involving locks shows up, I plan to resist by arguing with the culprit had a master key that someone lost in the past or a duplicate. Yes, that's correct. So I've decided to make a move to defeat that. I'll update our setting. The only master keys are the ones held by the servants, one key each. So that means there's multiple. Yeah. Messing with me. More importantly, what kind of move is this? What's Aunt Rosa talking about? Who knows? You should try listening in. Thank you. I have the situation sorted out. And I've been able to pinpoint the culprit who assaulted Jessica-chan, or at least one of their accomplices. What did you say? Who is it? Aunt Rosa, you don't mean Canon-kun, do you? Huh? What? Why Canon-kun? This room is locked, and the only keys that can unlock it are the master keys held by each servant and the key Jessica had. But Jessica-chan's key was closed up in here, which means it's only possible that one of the master keys locked this room up. It is as you say. In that case, someone killed Jessica, then locked the door. That person had a master key, and there are only 5 people with master keys.
Oh my! It wasn't me, not me! No, I could never do such a thing.
Kumasawa-san got up late. after we returned from the chapel to the parlor, we did meet you there, but it's impossible to prove where you were and what you were doing up until that time. You watched us from the shadows chase after Jessica-chan and Kanekun when they were isolated, and stealthily attacked them.
Are you saying I visited Milady's room and did something so horrible? I did no such thing. Yes, no such thing.
What about you, Goda-san? You said you left Jessica-chan in Kanekun's care and returned. But I wonder if that's true. Maybe you actually killed the two of them and hid Kanekun's corpse, and then came back with an innocent look on your face. Nothing of the sort happened. I go to swear that I did not do anything like that. It wasn't us. We were following the master's orders and... Yes, you and Genji-san alone are clean. That's backed up by what I heard from Father. The two of you were in Father's room the whole time transcribing and witnessing for him. Father and I can guarantee that. The perfect closed room mystery is if the door was walled off and the building supplies were on the same side as the corpse. That would be... Yeah. But then you'd... Because if it was... Because in that case... Like, if it was closed off from the side of the corpses, then that would just have to be ruled out as like a murder-suicide kind of thing. Unless, you know, magic. Right? The music is really good in Umineko. Thank you very much. In that case, the argument becomes who is more suspicious, Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? I thought that myself right after entering this room. But still, I found it strange. Look at the state of Jessica-chan's body. Doesn't everyone think it's strange? Strange, you say? Jessica-chan was struck in the back. Come on, they say this all the time, right? That in crimes where the victim is struck in the back, there is a high likelihood that the culprit was someone whose face was known to the victim. She definitely wouldn't invite a person she didn't trust into her room and defensively expose her back. Rosa-sama, you don't mean to say that it was Kanekun, do you? I do. We're all fully aware of the state Jessica-chan was in right before she was killed. After seeing her parents' tragic bodies, Jessica-chan was very panicked. It's easy to imagine that, after she regained her composure, she'd be in a horrible slump. Man, I'm so worried that we missed some dialogue from that, like, auto-advance thing, but, like, I have no way of, like, returning to that spot without, like, reloading from the save and then just having to fast forward, like, basically an hour and a half worth of dialogue. Unless the cause of death was impossible to inflict to oneself or signs the person died elsewhere. Yeah. It would be very understandable if Jessica's frame of mind led her to shut herself up alone in her room. And those particulars match with Goda-san's story. Jessica-chan said to leave her room. Then, Kanekun, who is of a similar age and may have some adolescent relationship with her, said to leave this matter in his hands. That feeling is also very understandable. So for that reason, I think Jessica-chan welcomed Kanekun into her room. But what if it had been Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Would she have let them into her room? I believe that I have gained Milady's trust, but even so... Oh, then I guess you're still a suspect after all, Goda-san. I assumed Jessica-chan probably didn't like you very much, so I didn't think she would have let you into her room. I was convinced that you couldn't possibly be the culprit, but maybe I was mistaken. No, I'm sad to say that I may have been accepted by Milady, or may not have been accepted by Milady. What about you, Kumasawa-san? Whoever is the murderer is a better murderer than Keiichi. Absolutely.
We are far too separated by age to understand the feelings of a young person like Milady very well, and for the same reason, perhaps Milady never opened up her heart to us. Right, Goda-san?
Yes, that's right. It would have been quite difficult for her to open her heart to the likes of us. And it would have been inconceivable for Milady to let us into her room when she was grieving. Goda-san and Kumasawa-ba-chan each rubbed Goda-san and Kumasawa-ba-chan each rubbed their hands together, affirming each other with forced smiles on their faces. It was a truly unpleasant rondo. so it was a person who might be allowed to enter Jessica-chan's room while she was grieving. A person who might have been given access to her defenseless back, and who had a master key. That only points to one suspect. It was impossible for anyone except Canon-kun. But please wait, Canon-kun definitely wouldn't do something like, oh, then is there someone else? Is Goda-san or Kumasawa-san suspicious after all? What do you think is more suspicious, Shannon-chan? Come on. I could never.
It wasn't me, Shannon-san. Yes, it was not me.
Of course it wasn't me either. The one who had close relationships with Milady were Canon-san, and after him, you, right? Yeah, isn't that right? Jessica-chan might also let Shannon-chan into her room. You were supposedly with father, but in reality, could you be the culprit? Shannon-chan couldn't be the culprit. Didn't you just say that she was doing some important work with grandfather? Yes, I know. Neither Shannon-chan nor Genji-san is the culprit. Father confirmed that they were together the whole time. Well then, what do you think, everyone? After being told that, no one could respond. Even if someone did manage to argue back, they'd then have to offer the name of a different suspect. And no matter who that suspect was, it could have been someone here. Or it would have been someone here. No one could do something like that. Aunt Rosa glanced at everyone in turn, fingering the gun like it was a toy. She seemed so different from the kind Aunt Rosa I knew. The kind Aunt Rosa? The Aunt Rosa that mercilessly beats her child for going, ugh. No, it's probably because I was not fully aware of the danger we're in. Maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude would seem natural if I could truly sense the peril surrounding us. It looks like no one has an opinion. Then I'll give you mine. Of course, I can't deny the possibility that Canon-kun's a victim without a corpse. But until we find that corpse, I certainly can't rule Canon-kun out as a suspect. There's a chance he'll suddenly appear again, claiming to have been attacked by the culprit and confined somewhere. But take care. Most likely, no, there's no doubt about it. Canon-kun killed Jessica-chan. No way. I can't believe it. Canon-kun did that to Milady? That's too much. I feel the same as Shannon. I'm opposed to labeling Canon-kun as a culprit. Then, is the culprit Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Tell me who is more suspicious. It wasn't us! If it wasn't Canon-kun, then who could have locked this door? How about it, Shannon-chan? George-kun? Huh? Aunt Rosa closed in on Shannon-chan and George Aniki, laughing unpleasantly. Of course, they couldn't say anything back. They wanted to believe in Canon-kun, but if they did, they would have to suspect the other servants. The simplest culprit was the mystery guest, Beatrice, but she was nothing more than a guest and didn't have a master key. So if Beatrice was the culprit, despite lacking a master key, then do we have to accept the argument that she really is a witch who locked the door with the power of magic?
Hello, Bailey. How are you doing? Missed you yesterday.
The same Aunt Rosa that beats her daughter for making noises, yeah. So kind. Such a kind Aunt Rosa. This is a dirty argument. Dirty. So dirty. What are you worried about? Make it my fault. You can just make it my fault if of the 19th person, the mystery guest, right? If you do, you won't have to watch this ugly battle of humans blaming each other, right? I was sleeping like always. Oh, well, at least you got some good rest. Got bad news about Canon, right? So then what? The culprit is the 19th person, the guest Beatrice. She's a witch, so she could lock the door without a key using magic. Are you telling me to accept that? Damn it. Damn it. In the last game, I learned all of your weak points. So, what will you do? What will you do? You said you definitely wouldn't accept me, right? Then you could use Canon as the perfect sacrifice he is. Canon killed Jessica. If you support Rosa's theory, everything is settled there, right? Canon is already dead. There should be no need to show concern for the dead. And you won't have to suspect anyone in this room. Damn it. I won't accept you. But Canon-kun being the culprit is impossible. I don't want to suspect anyone. However, at times, there's no smoke without fire turns out to be true. Anyway, you can never be too cautious.
Dr. Nanjo, what do you mean by that?
Please, do not misunderstand. I do not wish to label Canon-san as the culprit. However, until we understand the situation, there is a possibility that he's the culprit, and I believe thinking that way is safer.
Yeah, that's right. You cannot be too cautious.
The general consensus certainly didn't seem to find fault with Nanjo for what he had said. True, no one actually thought Canon was the culprit, but unless they suspected him, they'd have to suspect one of the servants here. We didn't want to do that. We didn't want to suspect. We didn't want to be suspected. That's correct. We cannot be too vigilant. No! I wanted it to stay on my head. Cannot be too vigilant. I take it no one objects to that, right? Understand? There's a very high likelihood that these murders are connected to Father's legend of the gold. That means the crime must have been plotted by someone who wants to keep the vast amount of gold, worth several 10 billion yen, all for themselves. With that kind of money, you could play around for the rest of your life in any country. And, with a motivation like that, they might even intend to kill us all. Because she didn't have a master key, the 19th person, the guest Beatrice, is removed from suspicion for the murder of Jessica Chan alone. But she could have snuck into the room, unalived them both, yoinked the key, and then locked it. But we cannot conclude that she's unrelated to the crime. After all, it's a vast amount of gold we're talking about. We cannot deny the possibility that there are multiple culprits. Right now, one of the people here among us might have been bought by the culprit. As Aunt Rosa yelled, she looked all around, her gun still raised. Don't believe anyone, suspect the person next to you. That's what she was saying. But no one wanted to suspect. They didn't want to suspect anyone here. The weakness in the hearts demanded an answer for those not present. There are only two ways you can be sure someone isn't a suspect. If it's yourself, or they're already no more than a corpse. The same goes for Kanan-kun. Until we catch sight of his corpse, he is the most likely suspect in Jessica Chan's murder. So take care. Even if he's still alive, even if he smooths things over with some explanation, you definitely mustn't trust him. Got it? You just find him as a corpse, and Aunt Rose is just like on the edge and just pointed at Cannon's corpse. Next line.
How was your day? Psych.
No one gave an answer to their own initiative. However, those who met Rose's eyes... Ah! Oh no! Oh no, I'm being pushed away! No! Oh! I didn't go that far, actually. You couldn't get rid of me that easily, Psych. But yeah, how is your day going? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Round 2. It was a warning shot. Okay. Now I am in the visual novel. Let me see. Oh. Let me stretch. Ah! Okay, there we go. Wait a second. Let me try this really fast. Let me do this really fast. Heck. I think. No, wait, I moved to the wrong thing. There we go. I am in the visual novel now. It's me. Do you guys hear that? Follower emotes are available everywhere now instead. Really? That's a good thing. Okay, let me move myself back. And then go back into the regular area. But that I still need more ideas for more emotes. I've been sitting on a bunch of empty emote slots, and with the fact that I can use follower emotes anywhere, if that is true, then Okay. No one gave an answer to their own initiative. However, those who met Aunt Rose's eyes had to nod their heads. We need a bonk for sure.
Wait, there is a bonk.
Someone, please. The timing was fantastic there. Humans are beings who live by molding themselves to fit society. In other words, from the time they're born, trusting each other is genetically imprinted on them. It's unpleasant to go against that. They never want to suspect someone, but if they're forced to suspect someone, they find it safest to choose someone who isn't present at the moment. For that purpose of safety and nothing more, they half-heartedly chose Cannon to be the sacrifice. Make a raid emote?
That's a good idea.
It would make raiding a little bit more simpler. And that could be a good idea for a follower emote if you can actually use them in other areas.
I feel like that would be good.
With a torch and pitchfork? Maybe. I might have to just go with one or the other, though. Because I'm thinking, like, if too many things are in the emote, it might get too messy, but I'm not sure. I also need to make animated ones. I've been needing to make a wiggle for so long. You can use follower emotes in other channels for channels you are subscribed to. Oh. Huh. Okay. I'll have to play around with that stuff then. That's ridiculous. I definitely don't want to believe that Cannon-kun is the culprit. I'd heard it from George Aniki just now, but not only were those two close in age, but they also had that kind of adolescent relationship Aunt Rosa had mentioned. It may be a little late now, but yes, they really did have that kind of air about them. After seeing her parents' tragic corpses, Jessica, bearing deep wounds in her heart, would only have trusted Cannon-kun. It was very easy to imagine, and that's why I don't like it. Cannon-kun was the only one she trusted, so she wouldn't have let anyone but Cannon-kun in. So Cannon-kun was the only one who could have killed Jessica? I just can't accept this kind of argument. Kind of,
like the second one that you shared. The little, I brought him out yesterday. But the little,
waiting for the thing to load.
this guy.
Did I break me? There we go.
This little guy. I want to make an emote of this little guy. I think that would be cute.
That would be a good idea. Just kind of like little peepers, just like a zoomed in, like, what? Like that kind of thing. I feel like that would be a good idea. That or like, Okay, I need to write this down so that I don't forget. Lame ones this way.
I don't know. I like the wiggles. I like these wiggles.
Okay, I need to write this down real quick. So that would be fun. A little just ominously grabbing hand. Ponder emote. Well, I think thong is kind of similar to that. To a ponder. Understand? Even if Cannon-kun appears, don't let your guard down. As long as we cannot prove Cannon-kun's existence, we will prove that Cannon-kun is the culprit who killed Jessica-chan. It was Aunt Rosa's claim. By using the vague word assume, she managed to convince everyone in the end. Everyone nodded weakly, and with that excuse that they were just assuming for the time being, they concluded that Cannon was the culprit who had killed Jessica. I wonder what the dead Jessica and Cannon would think if they could hear this exchange. I feel like Jessica would be yelling. Oh, Jessica was crying. She was crying in the chest of the person who had put his life on the line to fight for her, Cannon. It was frustrating. So frustrating that it felt like her chest would explode. She grieved and resented how far the dignity of the dead had been trampled. How can those guys treat Cannon-kun like the culprit? Because there's no corpse. How can they treat you like the culprit just because there's no corpse? You risked your life to fight for me, right? Then that would erase the corpse for fun. For them to call you the culprit after that, it's horrible. It's too horrible. It's okay. I wasn't able to protect you in the end, but I was able to be of use for you in our final minutes. Why doesn't everyone understand that? Stop it, Aunt Rosa. Don't call Kaneko the culprit with just that messed up logic. She isn't saying I'm the culprit. She's just saying I'm suspicious. No. She's saying to be careful. She is saying it. These people are saying you're the culprit so they can't stop thinking. So they can stop thinking. They aren't thinking about who the culprit is who killed me anymore. They aren't thinking of the possibility that you aren't the culprit. And after this, every time something happens, they'll use the excuse that Kaneko did it, since we don't know where he is. I can't stand that. It's okay. At least you know the truth. If only I know the truth. It's pointless. I know it after dying. The truth belongs to you living humans. If the truth doesn't remain, the dead won't be rewarded. They won't know what Kaneko risked his life for. Truly a splendid sight. You hardly ever find a sweeter honey than the laments of the dead. Lament, lament. No matter how much you lament, the voices of the dead never reach the living. Damn it, damn it. It doesn't matter who. Hear my voice. Kaneko isn't the culprit. Kanekun's corpse was just erased. Why don't you understand that? Milady, I can't stand this. It's too sad. I hate it. It's like Jessica couldn't, or it's like Kaneko died for nothing, right? The honor of the dead means nothing unless it's acknowledged by the living. It doesn't matter who. Notice it, please. Kaneko isn't the culprit. Don't go, everyone. Please, don't let it end like this. Don't go. Rosa announced that this room would be sealed until the police came. The rest didn't want to suspect each other, so they happily accepted that. For now, they accepted that Canon was the culprit. Without even imagining how much disgrace that gave to the dead, they accepted it. Milady, you've done enough. Thank you. Don't go, everyone. I'm begging you, come back. Don't leave us behind like this. Don't keep treating Kaneko as the culprit. Ah! It won't reach. The laments of the dead never reach. You make me laugh. Yes, that face of yours makes me laugh. Did you think your voice would reach them? It won't reach, will it, Jessica? It's all useless. Huh? Batlakun, did you say something? Yeah, it's all useless. It's all useless! Just as everyone was about to leave the room, Battler stood alone with his back to them, still looking down at Jessica's corpse. What do you mean it's all useless? Do you have some objection? I agree that you've got to stay on our guards. But, sorry, I'm not buying all that about Kaneko being the culprit. Ooh. Was the NB Pride possibly? Maybe. NB Pride would be super cute. Maybe.
It could just be a close-up of my horn. Me. Something like that. Some stuff to brainstorm. Because I've got a crying one in the works, or like it sketched down a while back. Battler'd be like, I hear your cries, Jessica. I got you. Oh, so you're speaking up at a time like this. Canada wasn't the culprit and it wasn't my doing. How do you explain this close room that Jessica's room has become? To be honest, I don't even have a clue on that point. Seriously, why'd I have to go and say it's all useless? Guess I'd better take responsibility for my own words. I'm empty-handed with zero weapons to argue with. I don't know, one of those. But I'm not gonna sit around on the sidelines anymore, Beatrice.
Battler-sama! Is there some proof that Canon-kun isn't the culprit? The expression that rose to those two faces was definitely one of anticipation. Okay, so these aren't things that have happened. These are kind of vaguely in control of Battler. Interesting. Wait, great idea. Yeah? Seriously, dude, start focusing on the dead and the bench. That'd be so sus. That would be incredibly sus. It would be, you know that trend with on TikTok where they're using the AI filter, but they're like putting the bowls to their chest? It would be like that. Or like the little oranges. The expression that rose to those two faces was definitely one of anticipation. They didn't want to believe that Canon was the culprit. They really believed in Canon, so they were expectant because they wanted me to strengthen their belief in him even more. Then, Battler-kun, which of the other servants do you suspect? Goda-san? Or is it Kumasawa-san? But it's very clearly balloon stuffed in there, right? Quit it, Aunt Rosa. I know the person called Kumasawa-ba-chan well. She'll sometimes slack off while on the job, but she always makes things fun for people. Even if her eyes were dazzled by money, she isn't the kind of person who'd kill for it. Battler-sama, that wasn't Ba-chan's voice. It was his. But I just met Goda-san recently. Honestly, I still don't really understand him. But there is something I do understand. I've never seen anyone who cooks as happily as he does. He's the same as Kumasawa-ba-chan. Goda-san likes to make people happy. As if a person like that could kill those who praised him. His food is delicious. Even if money was piled up in front of him. I want to try the AI filter on my Gunpla collection just to see what happens. It would probably turn it into an anime girl. For some reason my TikTok doesn't have that filter, so I can't even try it. But like, I am curious as to like what it would do with my figures. But like, at the same time, it's like, It's like, whose art is this AI stealing? Then who do you think killed Jessica-chan, Butler? Who do you think shut Jessica up in a room that would only be locked by a master key? Wait, before I argue about that, there's something I want to make clear. I don't want to talk about if so-and-so is not the culprit, then so-and-so must be the culprit. I just want to talk about how it's completely impossible for Canon-kun to be guilty. You say you can prove that Canon isn't the culprit? How? It's actually simple, and it's something that I almost overlooked. Bieto. Repeat it! If you can say it, then try saying it. Canon-kun had a master key on him. Oh. It's likely the same as the voice filters, which is Apple exclusive. Is it Apple exclusive? Is that why I still don't have the filter? That's rude. Am I gonna have to like... So I would have to download TikTok on my iPad to test it out. That's rude. I did some AR before, and there was very clear watermark in the corner from the art it used. Oh no. Yeah, I think like when AIs were like mainly doing images, like I messed around with it. But like once it started doing art, it's just like, Especially like every now and again, like novel AI would show up, and it's just like, okay, which artist is this being stolen from? Did they just like sample like the front page of Pixiv and just call it good? I have TikTok on my iPad. I might have to, because I don't want to do that for my iPad, but I don't know. Canon-kun doesn't have a master key on him? How could you possibly know that? A short while ago, I heard from Goda-san about what happened, about how Jessica went to raid the VIP room, right before she and Canon-kun went off on their own. Goda-san, you did a good job remembering it. You protected Canon's honor. I did? I heard him say the same thing, but I didn't really understand. Could you explain it, Butler-kun? I have TikTok in my trash bin. Oh no. I mean, oh no, it has some fun stuff. I like the AIs that make weird prompts, but novel AI and all that stuff annoys me, yeah. It's like, I like, what was it? What was it that had the, like, prompts? Now I'm trying to remember. I feel like... Was it like... It wasn't like... I feel like it had like an artist's name on it, but like everything was like very clearly like photos that were taken. I don't know. I made a little hand motion of a camera, but you can't see it. That's right. When Jessica unlocked the VIP room, she borrowed the key from Canon-kun but didn't give it back. So Canon-kun doesn't have a master key on him. I forgot about that.
Is that really so?
True, Goda-san has no recollection of the master key being returned to Canon. However, she might have returned it to Goda when Goda wasn't looking. How does that prove that it definitely didn't happen? If you could just search the pocket of Canon's corpse, you'd be able to say for sure. But you can't. It's impossible to prove. It's all useless. It's actually pretty simple, isn't it? No way. So, you're saying that's why Canon-kun doesn't have a key on him? Yes. And to prove it, all you have to do is search Jessica. Canon-kun's master key should be in Jessica's pocket. Dr. Nanjo, would you check for us? Indeed. Nanjo dashed up to Jessica and searched in her jacket pocket. Everyone was expectant. Please, be there. Okay, I woke up and immediately started choosing. Sorry, just get some food and stuff.
Yeah, get some food. Get some food in your tummy.
Here it is. Is this it? Yes. That is the master key, without a doubt. At Genji's statement, there was a small O of joyful voices. That's Canon-kun's master key. I'll say it again. Canon-kun doesn't have a master key on him, so there's no way he could have locked the door. It certainly does appear that way, but Canon-kun was the last person to meet Jessica-chan. The fact that he's suspicious hasn't changed. Let's give that stuff a rest. Huh? Fundamentally, humans are supposed to be creatures that trust each other, but because we live in a tough world, we learn how to be deeply suspicious, so we suspect everything. We're sad creatures. I won't deny that's our nature. But the one thing I won't let you do is reach conclusions without proof. If everyone looks suspicious, that doesn't make them guilty, it makes them innocent. Of course the world is filled with wolves. I'm not saying you should carelessly believe everyone. But if you're gonna conclude that someone's guilty, you better have some perfect evidence. Unless you do, don't go around accusing them based on speculation. I was the one who brought up there's no smoke without fire. That one was careless of me. I apologize.
Battler-sama.
Wonderful reasoning, Battler-kun. Thank you too, Goda-san. Because of what you remembered, Canon-kun's been cleared of suspicion. No, I... It was the crisp sound of the witch applauding. Well done, well done. Not a bad job. Crap. Did I fall for that bait piece just like you wanted? You magnificently proved that Canon at least couldn't lock the door to this room. The servants should have all had master keys. With that as proof, Canon was treated as the culprit, but you've at least managed to clear away that suspicion. In that case, how did the culprit who killed Jessica lock the door? So that's the problem we have now. Or that's a problem we have now. I got drawn into exactly the flow you wanted. I got you, didn't I? Furthermore, you said something outrageous about not doubting any of the other servants. Well then, I can't wait to see how you try to smooth that over. Shut up. Let's start right away. You'll probably just deny it anyway, but first let's check the definition of this room as a closed room. Very well. First, there are absolutely no types of hidden doors. This door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with Jessica's single key, or the master keys, only one of which is held by each servant. It is on the second floor, but it is probably possible to enter or leave through the window. However, the window is locked from the inside. I can spin the chessboard around already. If I start by arguing about the door and the lock, I'll probably be stuck dancing on the palm of your hand. Do as you like. Well then, what shall I repeat? Repeat it. Canon-kun was killed in this room. Very well. Canon was killed in this room. But I erased his corpse with magic, right? Again, repeat it. Canon-kun's corpse is in this room. refuse. I can't repeat it, because I erased the corpse with magic. Yeah, figures you wouldn't say that. There's got to be a secret hidden in there somewhere. Damn, where's the mysterious point I gotta find? Did they lock it without the master key? Or did they somehow kill those two while they were inside the room and it was locked? Or did they kill those two and then somehow escape? I hate to say it, but I'll have to cover up the moat first. Repeat it. The last time it was locked was due to a master key. I also refuse that. This refusing thing is really vague. I don't know if you refuse because it's impossible to repeat or whether you can repeat it and you're refusing on purpose. Back when discussing the lock of the chapel, you completely turned the tables on me. When I have an advantage, there's no need to go out of my way to use red when it might be risky. That's all it is. I guess that makes sense. Originally, the point of the red was to counter my strange theories. Naturally, I'll use it in a way that works to my advantage. Now that I know I've got to worry about you twisting it around, I won't use it pointlessly. Well then, what move will you use next? I imagine a move placing suspicion on Goda or Kumasawa will be easiest, yes? Damn, feels like you're leading me on by the nose and it pisses me off. Stay quiet a bit, I'm thinking. Of course, this door is the same as the chapel. When locked, it does not permit any form of entry. I'll say more. No trick could be used to effect the locking the door from the outside without using a key. Canon, let's play a game. 17 people are gonna die under mysterious means. Your goal is to become the only surviving, while only pointing out the means of entry and never point out how the victims die. Well, Canon's already dead. He can't really do much. Damn you for always using red when I don't ask for it. Time to step back to square one. For now, I've just gotta think. I'll lay out everything I know. First, there are two victims. Jessica and Canon-kun. Okay, I got Reese's Puffs. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Canon-kun's corpse isn't here, but Beatrice admitted in red that Canon-kun was killed. So even without a corpse, he's included as a victim. There are a few questionable points, and depending on which I focus on, my line of thought changes a lot. First, after the culprit committed murder in this room, how did they lock it? If we assume the culprit's someone with a master key, it's extremely simple, but I'd like to avoid that if I can, because I'd have to suspect Goda-san or Kumasawa-san, or maybe even Shannon-chan, Genji-san. Here, I noticed something. I was contradicting myself. I was strangling my own neck. I wonder if this is similar to how Ace Attorney games play out. Kind of probably in a sense of like just not being able to make a choice. So it's like if you didn't like actually get to be able to figure it out on your own. I kind of do want to play one of the Ace Attorney games after this though, because I do have the one that has Herlock Sholmes in it. I looked it up and that takes so long though. It takes like, I think like 60 or 80 hours. It was a ridiculous amount of time. But like maybe at one point. I want to deny Beatrice no matter what. I want to erase the existence of that brutal, fickle, ridiculous witch. So I have to explain everything with humans, not magic. But that also means suspecting some human. I'll trade you for the Reese's Puff for my bowl of potatoes. Why do you have a bowl of potatoes? Are they mashed potatoes? Or do you just have like raw potatoes in a bowl? I would hope they're mashed potatoes. Or maybe like fries. There's a lot of forms that potatoes can take, but hopefully it's not just a bowl of raw potatoes. There's an Ace Attorney reference in Hype Swap Act 2 and it's everybody's least favorite part. It's the least favorite part? That's sad. I don't want to suspect anyone. Of course, if there's some clear proof, I'll have to believe that the person in question is the culprit. But until that happens, I don't want to suspect people. Am I just naive? Or potato salad? That's true. I could go for a whole bowl of potato salad. Am I just a kid who doesn't want to have my feelings betrayed when their feelings tell me that this person at least could never commit murder? Nope, just potato wedges covered in cheese. Okay, that's valid. That sounds good, actually. Man, you guys are gonna make me hungry again. I want to deny that a witch did it, and I also want to deny that a human did it. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. In the first place, the only victory condition in our game was whether or not you could deny my existence. Even though that alone put you at a disadvantage, you've increased the number of victory conditions all by yourself, making your own victory harder. It's just as she says. If I just argue that someone with a master key did it, this closed room could easily be broken. However, the number of keys that can open this door is limited, and since it's clearly known who has them, having that argument means I'd be suspecting someone I know well. In fact, have I just been averting my eyes from the truth? Even while attacking that closed room trick in the chapel, which was exhilarating to destroy, I proposed that someone stole the key from Maria's handbag and returned it. If this theory is right, then the question becomes who could have stolen the key from her handbag. Maria's handbag was probably most unguarded while she slept. In that case, in the addition to me, George, Aniki, and Jessica are also suspects. So George, Aniki, or Jessica is the culprit, or maybe an accomplice? All of our parents have been killed, right? And yet one of us consented to that and assisted with the crime? We all lamented, mourned, shed tears together in the chapel. And yet, one among us was lying? I'm confused. Why aren't they all just blaming Beatrice? Because, okay, so with her being here, she's technically in another area with Battler. They haven't explained it quite yet. We're only theorizing that, like, what's playing out is technically their chess game. But the reason why they're not blaming Beatrice is because, like, they're not like not theorizing her, but they're like, well, she would have no motive for this, even though she did have a motive to like come and like take all the heckin' allowance is, or not allowance, but like the inheritance money. They have that as a theory, but for some reason that's not enough motive to be like, oh no, she's missing. We can't find her. She's nowhere to be found. Her room was not disheveled at all, so she's not kidnapped. She's just missing, but she's not suspicious enough to have done this. I think it's because it's like Jessica would have only like allowed someone that she trusted a lot into her room, and they have no reason to suspect that they would have let Beatrice in. Seem more confused than me. I'm just bad at explaining. No, never mind, some of the wedges are raw. Oh no! Well, still, you have cheese. That theory of yours about taking the key out of the handbag and putting it back cast a pronounced suspicion on the cousins, did it not? And despite that, you acted like you didn't even notice, announcing a theory like that so happily. Damn it. That doesn't guarantee that one of the family or servants is the culprit. If you snuck up on us while hiding in a cardboard box, for example, there's a good chance you'd have slunk into our room when we were fast asleep and stolen the key, right? Perhaps that will do for the situation. By suspecting the guest, the 19th person, you won't have to suspect the others. In that case, how was Jessica's room locked? It's no trouble at all for me to open the lock with magic, but of course, you don't have a master key. If you deny my magic, you also have to deny that I'm a suspect, right? So in other words, that means suspecting one of the 18. Oh yeah, thanks for the help. I've managed to sort things out a bit. My goal is to figure out how the 19th person, the human guest Beatrice, committed the crimes. If I do that, I won't have to suspect anyone. If you can do that? Foolish man. This wasn't a closed room from the beginning. After all, there are a total of 6 keys that can open it, and several people possessed such keys. You can suspect any of them. Suspect as much as you like. But you went to all the trouble of denying all of them, making it a closed room yourself. Understand? This is a closed room born from your mental contradiction. You and no one else sealed that door. Let's see. But they know Beatrice is magic, so surely they can walk through locked doors. Well, so Battler is like actively trying to disprove that she is magic. So he's trying to prove that all this stuff is happening is like the work of humans. So like, I think they also were thinking like the person that's walking around might not actually be Beatrice. It might be the illegitimate child between Kinzo and Beatrice. So it might not actually be her. I think these were the potatoes I cooked. Let's see. Well, she has the butterflies, so she could have butterfly her way in. True. Oh, look, that thing I said is happening now. Did she not admit to deleting Cannon's corpse with magic? She's just talking to Battler. She's not in the room. But like, you know, Battler doesn't want to admit that magic is a real thing. So in his mind, he's just like, okay, the corpse is just missing. It's just not in this room. But like, yeah, he's a dummy, but like he's doing his best. So you're trying to say that I've got two options: accept that a witch opened it with magic, or accept that someone I know is the culprit. Damn, are you trying to fork the rook? I'm assuming that's a chess term. I don't know what kind of move that is, though. I just wanted to show you that moves such as this can exist as well. So, what will you do, Shinomiya Battler? Is it actually simple? Don't you have to make sacrifices of that overly self-confident cook and that hag who wouldn't be a loss if she died? Forking is when you attack two pieces at once, forcing your opponent to lose a piece no matter what. Ah, I see. Damn it. If I suspect Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, everything will be fine? That's useless! I can't think of Goda-san as the culprit. I can't think of Kumasawa-san as the culprit, but I won't accept you, no matter what. In that case, we'll have to enter the room without using magic or a master key, kill Jessica and Cannon, and even erase Cannon's corpse without using magic. How could it be done? How could it be done so that you can deny me while still not suspecting anyone else? So hypothetically, if Battler just attacked Beatrice right now, would that solve anything? No, because she's a witch, and anytime someone has tried to attack her, it doesn't end well. In the first route, Natsuhi tried shooting her, but she was basically made to shoot herself. And then when Ken was fighting her, he wasn't fighting like the real her. It was described as basically like throwing a rock into a pond with the reflection of the moon on it. You're not really attacking the moon. Yeah. So you have to, it's basically a thing of you have to beat her at her own game. You can't just beat her up. I resign. Huh? Battler-kun, what did you say? I give up. I was able to prove that Cannon-kun couldn't have locked this door, but that doesn't mean I've managed to figure out who killed Jessica. No, that's more than enough. For Cannon-kun's sake, thank you very much. No need to thank me. After all, this means you're under suspicion too, Shannon-chan. And sorry, Aunt Rosa. It's not like I wanted to resist you. I don't want to die, and I want to find Dad and the rest's true enemy. Sorry for saying something that wasn't cooperative. No, it's okay. I was also a little rash. Let's make up. As an aunt and nephew, we have to stay on good terms, right? What if everyone just unlives and Beatrice has nobody to play with? She would bring them all back to play again. Because, you know, this is a game to her. Aunt Rosa shifted the gun to one hand and held out her other. I reached out, and for the time being, we shook hands. Aunt Rosa's gaze was sharp. In order to deny the witch, she would sacrifice anyone. That's what her eyes told me. And me? I denied the witch. But I wasn't prepared to lose anything. I was probably the one who seemed to be fighting the most, and yet the one who was the most separated from reality. Ooh. Ooh. That's a lot of hours with no deaths. My goodness. At least they stay safe pretty far. With Jessica's death, it became certain that the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby, and that they'd give us our lives if they had a chance. According to Genji-san, when tomorrow morning comes, the boat should arrive. The boat has a radio. We'd probably be able to contact the police directly with that. All of us gathered in the parlor and decided to wait quietly until tomorrow. I proposed that we should search throughout the mansion for clues about the culprit, but Aunt Rosa rejected that, saying that if we managed to corner the culprit, or maybe provoke them, it might lead to a third murder. Well, I'm just surprised that, what, that was, almost 6 hours of a time difference? Maybe 5. I don't remember where it started, but I remember it, went for quite some time. It's oh my gosh. That was probably the right thing to do. If a bunch of amateurs like us investigated, there's no way we'd find anything. It would be wisest to focus on protecting ourselves without doing anything unnecessarily and leave it to the police starting tomorrow. We'd been tense at the beginning, but other than Aunt Rosa, most of us spent all morning watching TV and getting bored, so our sense of danger had faded considerably. When we thought about it, yes, 6 adults certainly had been killed together in the first murder, but that made it seem like some backhanded method, like poison, had been used. How the heck they'd have TV signal? Oh. maybe it's just Beatrice is okay, let's have Maria have some entertainment. She doesn't want to get bored, much like I don't want to be bored. And for the second murder, we figured those two became sacrifices because they'd been unfortunately isolated from the rest of us. From this, it was possible to imagine that the culprit wasn't a large number of adults, and that they wouldn't be capable of killing this large group gathered in the parlor all at once. Right now, in this parlor, there's George Aniki and me, Rosa, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, Shannon-san, Kumasawa-san, and then Dr. Nanjo, for a total of 9 people. Furthermore, Aunt Rosa was even armed with a gun. Surely, with this many people staying in this room, they wouldn't be able to touch us easily. That feeling of security, along with the passage of time, allowed us to recover from the shock of mourning bit by bit. By the way, lunchtime had just ended for us. However, it had been canned food lunch, a far cry from the dinner last night that Goda-san had skillfully made for us. Aunt Rosa also suspected that poison may have been used in the first murder. So we probably couldn't deny the possibility that the culprit had snuck into the kitchen during all that confusion in the morning and mixed poison in with the ingredients there. Aunt Rosa gave orders to all of us saying that, until the police came, we mustn't put anything into our mouths except safe things like canned food. Let's see, does anyone know why Battler doesn't give Maria an honorific? I don't know Japanese. Closeness, I think, is usually a sense of that. I think it's also probably, oh gosh, I'm trying to remember. I think it might be trying to, seeing each other as equals. Someone look that up and confirm that for me. I know that's something that you can find an answer for, but I'm just I'm not 100% sure. Cause what would I search? Japanese honorifics or lack thereof. Cause I think if I'm correct, having it not have a chan or san at the end kind of views each other as equals, but I could be wrong about that. As a cook, Goda-san must have felt very let down. Apparently eager to display his skills anyway, he said he at least wanted to grab some plates and arrange the canned food on them. At first, Aunt Rosa had been reluctant, examining each one of the plates that were brought, but she hadn't been able to find anything to complain about, and Goda's chef-picked canned food lunch combo was born. Goda-san said something about taste being savored, not just with the tongue, but with the eyes as well. I see. It's the same canned food we ate for breakfast, but it feels like something completely different.
Ugh, Battler, look. This is the wolves and sheep puzzle. Ugh.
As I was sitting lazily on the sofa with no desire to watch TV, Maria came over and pulled a picture book out of her handbag and held it out to me. What's that book? Wolves and sheep puzzle? Let's see. Wolves and sheep puzzle. It was the phrase that Aunt Rosa had said this morning when he had gone to check on Jessica. At that time, I hadn't known what it meant, and right after that was that uproar when Jessica's corpse was found, so I had forgotten about it completely. The book that Maria held out to me looked like a foreign picture book or something that had been translated. When I opened it, I realized that it was a book stuffed with riddles.
So you have a few wolves and a few sheep, okay? The picture is how you take them to the other side using one boat.
I've heard of games with rules like that. So this is a version of wolves and sheep? There are 4 times you should not use honorifics. When speaking of yourself, when talking to family, when talking to a very close friend, and when someone tells you not to. Okay, so it's probably, like, in the sense of close friend. Because, like, it wouldn't be in the sense of family because everybody's, like, referring to each other with san or, like, chan. But, like, mostly san in this, like, whole family group. So it's probably just, like, very close friend immediately. It was a very simple puzzle, passed on from long ago. Let's try posing a question. On the right bank, there are 2 wolves and 2 sheep. There's a boat that has as many as 2 animals can ride on, and using it, you have to move all 4 of them to the opposite left bank. That's the puzzle. There are 2 rules. The first is regarding the boat. Even a single wolf or a single sheep can paddle it, but it can only hold 2 animals. The second rule is regarding the wolves. When they are greater in number than the sheep in any location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. For example, at the start of the game, let's say 2 sheep get in the boat and go to the other side. Then 1 sheep gets off and the other goes back on the first bank. When it does, there are 2 wolves on the first bank and a single sheep returns there. When that happens, the number of wolves is greater, so the sheep is attacked and it's game over. On either bank, or even the boat, there must never be more wolves than sheep, and you've got to shuttle them across under those conditions. By the way, the right answer is to move both wolves to the opposite bank in the first turn, then 1 wolf comes back. On the second turn, you move 2 sheep to the opposite bank, then 1 wolf comes back. Then on the third turn, you put the last wolf that was on the right bank on the boat and across the opposite bank, and congratulations, transport successful. Part way, there may be the same number of wolves and sheep on the boat, or on either side, but that isn't a problem. You only lose when the number of wolves is greater. This book uses wolves and sheep as an example, but lots of people probably know of this game using different characters. It looked like Maria wanted to test whether I too could solve the puzzle she knew how to solve. And she kept showing me different pages saying solve this one, and this one's hard. So what was happening when Aunt Rosa first mentioned this puzzle? Right, okay, just give us the answer, yeah. Well, I mean, like, I wonder... I thought there was only one way for that puzzle to be, like, held out. Maybe there was multiple different kinds of puzzles in that book. That's right. When we decided to go and get Jessica, we talked about how many men should go, and Aunt Rosa mentioned the wolves and sheep puzzle, saying we should all go together. Wait a sec. That could only mean one thing. Aunt Rosa was saying that there was a wolf among us. She was thinking that we'd be safe if the number of wolf and sheep was in balance, but that the wolves would bare their fangs if the situation changed? At the time we found our parents' corpses, Aunt Rosa already suspected that the servants might be wolves. She had sniffed out the possibility that, while she didn't know whether it was all of them or some of them, there were wolves hiding among them. That's no surprise. The murder scene was very elaborate. It's easy to imagine that there were multiple culprits. And because she'd reached out the conclusion, when we went to Jessica's room and learned that Jessica had been killed after being alone with a servant, Cannon, it isn't hard to imagine why Aunt Rosa suspected the servant so persistently. A pumpkin counter, right? It just activates at least once when you show up as well. Just pumpkin spotted. You servants. Goda-san is going to the kitchen to clean the dishes. Just in case, would you please all go with him? My apologies, everyone. Let us go as a group. Shannon, Kumasawa, we are going.
Yes, coming. Oh ho ho ho.
Well then, George-san, excuse me for now. Yes. Take care. Ah, Aunt Rosa, could I go as well? I'm sorry, but could you remain here, George-kun? It's something I want to talk to you about. Is that so? Sorry, Shannon. Anyway, take care. Don't be alone.
Yes.
They're gonna be in danger. Plot twist, it's all the servants. Maybe. No, we just witnessed that all the servants are dead now. I'm sorry, Dr. Nanjo. I wanted to consult you about something. Yes. What could that be? The servants put the dishes and empty cans on the serving cart and started to head out into the corridor. Behind them, Aunt Rosa was talking to Dr. Nanjo about something in a small voice. Understood. I will go. Right, Shannon's nice. Hopefully she gets a break in this one, but who knows. Yes, I'm counting on you. Dr. Nanjo closed the book that he had been reading, rose from the sofa, and followed after the servants. Aunt Rosa stuck her head into the hallway, and after seeing that they were completely out of sight, she closed the door and spoke. Listen up, everyone. With that, everyone here is an Ushidamiya. Yes, that's true. So you're saying that you've chased out all of the wolves, Aunt Rosa? With that one sentence, Aunt Rosa's gaze grew sharp. Apparently, she'd picked up on the sarcasm. She laughed lightly.
Oh, thank you for the reason.
10 funky time.
10 funky time. Eee! How are you doing, Lisa?
Your mind sure works fast, Battler-kun. I like clever kids. It means there's less to explain.
Balor's smart? Can you solve this? Page 64 is hard.
Maria, go watch TV for a bit. Mama wants to talk with Battler-kun and George-kun. Aunt Rosa, I heard about the puzzle from Battler-kun. I don't think it's wrong to be on our guards, but I also think that there's such a thing as being too suspicious. Whether the real culprit is Beatrice or not, there is a reason for us to suspect the servants are in on it.
Oh, as an update, Lisa, since you weren't here yesterday.
Oh, it's not showing the tips. A lot of people are dead. Most of the parents are dead. Other than Aunt Rosa. Cannon and Jessica are also dead. I think that's for the most part the corpses that we have so far. I feel like we're gonna have more here in a moment, but we gotta theorize first and then be like, they haven't come back for a while. Probably. I'm doing good, just hopping in to say hello for a little bit. Family dinner soon and I'm stressed. Oh no. I hope it goes well. I know family dinners can always be stressful, but hopefully it goes nice and smooth and chill for ya. Well, that's the recap of the ending of the first chapter. Whether the small culprit is Beatrice or the small culprit? Hello? Whether the real culprit is Beatrice or not, there is reason for us to suspect that the servants are in on it. In the first murder, where Nissan and the others were killed, they were treated very brutally, right? Did that look like something that could have been done alone? Maybe the mystery guest Beatrice-sama worked all night and did it all. And what about the master key and the door to Jessica's room? Isn't that proof that one of the servants was involved? Only the master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room, so we can only suppose that one of the servants did it. No. Wait. Also, this chapter, you just don't know it. Yeah, true. There could be jaws everywhere in this one too. That, or it could be a different kind of bone. What if it would be like ribs? Spin the chessboard around. That's strange, Aunt Rosa. After killing Jessica, why would the culprit go to all the trouble of locking the door? The fact that it was locked made it inevitable that the owners of the master keys would be suspected. There was no reason for them to go to all the trouble of locking the door. That's right. It's just as Battler-kun says. There was no need for them to go to all the trouble of making themselves look suspicious. Yes, that's an interesting thought. Of course I also thought that. If that's the case, then the person who locked it wanted to cast suspicion on the servants and locked it without a master key. But that's impossible, right? That's right. If there existed some trick that could lock that door without a master key, that would make this a great disguise for casting doubt on the servants. If the culprit's goal was for us to isolate ourselves from the group so they could attack us one by one, this trick could also be effective at giving rise to paranoia. But there was no way to lock that door without using a master key. How could you be so sure there's no way to lock that door without a master key? Isn't that a devil's proof like Rudolph Nissan was talking about earlier? Maybe it was locked by some method that we can't think of. Even if we can't think of a way, we can't deny the possibility of some unknown trick being used. That's true too, I guess. So, is that it? No smoke without fire again? I don't know the practical details of the trick, but I have a general idea. My apologies, but if we make the assumption that Cannon-kun was the culprit, it can be explained extremely easily. Even as to why there was no corpse. Huh? But Cannon-kun didn't have a master key, right? Putting aside the other servants, at least Cannon-kun shouldn't have been able to lock the door. I see. So that's why you told us to search the closet and everywhere else right after we entered Jessica's room. Aunt Rosa, your mind works faster than I would have guessed from how you normally act. The brain speed of a little sister is always the big sister's -1. Right now, there's no one I need to worry about offending, which is certainly a relief. I started Bluey for my nephew, and this show is actually funny. I've heard good things about Bluey, actually. Boy really said you're smarter than you look, right? You really did. You were just like, wow, I never expected you to be smart. George Aniki realized she was referring to Aunt Ava, and seemed a little uncertain about how he should take that sarcasm. I'm sorry. Could you explain it so even I could understand? Canon-kun's master key was in Jessica Chan's pocket, closed up inside a closed room. After the door was locked, it should have been impossible to put in her pocket from outside the room, no matter what trick he used. That's not it, Aniki. If it was done the way Aunt Rosa was thinking of, this trick could only be used by Canon-kun. Plus, the door could be locked without using a key, while the master key was still in Jessica's pocket. And it would also result in his corpse disappearing. How? How could he lock a door without a key? It's simple. George-kun, when you return home, you lock the door, right? You twist the knob, click, and you're done, right? Huh? Could it be... No, but Canon-kun was nowhere to be found. It looks like you've got it, Aniki. That's what Aunt Rosa was searching the room for. She was searching for Canon-kun, who had locked the door from inside and stuck the key in Jessica's pocket, before hiding somewhere, waiting for us to walk right past him. That's the simplest kind of closed room trick. It meant him hiding inside the closed room after the murder was committed. Then all he had to do was get out after those discovered the body left, and the closed room murder would work perfectly. But wait, are we blaming Canon again? Bluey was made by Homestuck, so of course it's good. What? Really? Huh. I didn't know that. You can pick a lock to open it. You can also lock it too. When we searched that room, we didn't find anything, but for all we know, that room might have had a secret passage that only the servants know about. We don't know where such a thing might have been hidden, but if we assume that there was such a passage, we can conclude that it was impossible for everyone but him. Well, about that line of reasoning, I thought about that too at the very beginning. It's the kind of reasoning I hate the most, so I wanted to destroy it right at the start. Canon was killed in this room, right? You apparently suspected that Canon was the culprit, so you made me repeat this to destroy the possibility right off the bat. Yes, I understand. So this is what I thought next. I made a theory where there was actually 3 people in that room. Jessica and Canon-kun were victims, and the culprit, the guest Beatrice, was also there with them. He wanted to make it the human me who committed the crime without using magic. I see, a bizarre theory that suits you perfectly. The artists for Bluey are on Twitter and are avid Homestucks. There's lots of references in the show. Ooh, I did not know. Now I know. Let's see, I guess that you killed those 2, then locked the door from the inside, and that you carried Canon-kun's corpse away using some secret method that normal people wouldn't notice. In other words, you used a secret door to escape. But you told me it in red. You said no kind of hidden door existed in that room. Indeed. There can exist no secret passage that you are not aware of. Was it Knox who said it, or was it Devine? Or Devine? I don't know. It seems that in mystery novels, there must never be hidden passages. I simply followed that etiquette. So even without having to thoroughly search the room, a famous detective could conclude that no secret passages exist. Humans playing detective have it so easy. Damn you talking so big. Thanks. Thanks to the mighty witch being so diplomatic, I get to conclude that the room has no hidden doors without searching the whole thing. Indeed, there are no hidden doors in this room. There is no way to get in or out other than the door and the windows. Which means that the theory Aunt Rose is so confident in is wrong. Also, annoyingly, it's impossible to disprove her theory. If you, the witch, say there are no hidden doors in red, then it's settled. However, no matter how much a human like me tries to argue against her, Aunt Rosa probably won't accept it. Humans can't prove there's no hidden door. It's a devil's proof. Damn. It sure is convenient being a witch. The only thing that she said about the window is that, like, there's no way in or out other than the doors and the windows. That's the only thing that she's mentioned about the window. Are they breaking the fourth wall by calling out the color of text? Probably. Because they're not in this scene specifically, and they're like in front of the thing that used to be the scene divider. So yeah, that makes sense. She's a witch. She can do what she wants. Shit, I'm gonna get my new nephew into Homestuck. I was waiting until he was old enough to watch Gundam or Power Rangers. Oh my gosh. I have a fun time with that. How old are they? Because I think there would probably be... There'd probably be like a age range to where you should do that. No way. To call Canoncon the culprit because of a hidden door we don't even know exists, I can't accept that. If you can't accept it, then find me a different theory that's more convincing. There is none. I've been thinking this whole time. There's no other option. George-kun, and you and Shannon-chan are close, right? I imagine that's why you find it so hard to accept that all the servants are culprits. Even I don't want to believe that Shannon-chan is in the league of a culprit. But whether they are all in it together or not, there's definitely a culprit, or maybe an accomplice in that group. That point alone is something you absolutely need to understand. If you guessed there were wolves besides Canoncon, does that mean the uproar you caused by accusing Canoncon in Jessica's room was to gauge the reactions of the other servants? Yes, that's right. And as a result, I began to suspect them even more. There certainly is a wolf among the servants. Certainly. And, just like in the wolves and sheep puzzle, they may be docile most of the time. They'll surely attack if they get the chance. Just to confirm, we, the player, know the only bad guy is Beatrice, right? Yeah. Yeah. I think... I'm not sure... I think technically... Battler only has the discussions with Beatrice in scenes that he is in. So I think those are scenes that we as the player are witnessing. So I don't believe he witnessed like the actual death of Jessica and Canon because he himself wasn't there. So that's something that we just witnessed. So, yeah, I think that's what's going on. Jessica-chan was a lone sheep on the boat. In Maria's version on the puzzle, they may not attack when there's an equal number of wolves and sheep, but our puzzle is different. Depending on the situation and the number of people, they'll attack even if there is a balance. Just like when Jessica-chan was killed. Then there's something that makes me mad. If that's true, then when you made Shannon go to the kitchen, you put her in a dangerous situation, didn't you? We should go to the kitchen right now, too. No matter who or who may or may not be a wolf. If staying together means we remain in balance, I think we should keep it that way. Shannon-chan went to see father along with Genji-san. At that time, she was supposedly isolated, but she wasn't killed. Was it because Genji-san wasn't a wolf either? Wrong. It's because they were both wolves. Shannon isn't the kind of person who would take part in a crime. I can't let a comment like that slide, not even from you, Aunt Rosa. I demand that you take back what you just said. I hate saying this in front of Anarchy, but the way you're arguing feels just like something Aunt Ava might say. It's like you automatically assume that you're right, unless you can counter your argument. Looks like you can't fight against your own blood after all, Aunt Rosa. Even I can't think of myself as very praiseworthy right now. But guess what? I'm a mother. I'd become even a demon to protect Maria's safety. I really wish I could shut myself away somewhere alone with her. But I also plan to act as a mother for you too. For you two. Right now, you're practically my children. Even if you aren't my own, I won't forsake you. No matter what. Well, thanks for that. I just wanted to warn you not to be careless as your mother. Stay where I can see you at all times. I will protect you. And at the same time, you'll be observing us to make sure we aren't wolves. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Can you, Aunt Rosa, prove that you aren't a wolf yourself? Yes, I can. That's a quick answer. How? With this. This is my proof. Aunt Rosa lifted her gun and pointed the barrel at me. But it was only for an instant. She immediately lowered the gun, laughing impishly. But to me, the time I spent staring down the barrel of the gun felt like an eternity. Shut up, worst mom in anime. Right? I feel like... she's really high up there, but I feel like there's probably a worse one that I can't think of right now. Usually it's the dads that are bad parents in anime. How does that gun prove that you aren't the culprit, Aunt Rosa? Think about it. What if I were the culprit? Would I really give up the once-in-a-lifetime chance I got when the servants left? I could just shoot you. Bang. And think of a fitting excuse later. Something like Beatrice appeared outside the window and started shooting at us. I just need to leave 2 empty cartridges on the ground and say I fired back at her twice. Well, that's a crazily violent way to argue it, but it does make sense. There's something Kraus Nissan used to say all the time long ago. Might is right. Maybe that really is true. That's really bad. That's a really bad way of thinking, man. I'm sorry, you two. I've somewhat lost my composure after all the crimes since this morning. You know how I normally am, so I must seem desperate and a bit short-tempered right now. But please, understand. I want to protect you from a malicious culprit. I will become a demon to do that. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry for saying something that's angered you. Battler-kun, George-kun, let's make up. An unsatisfied expression rose to George Anaki's face. He probably couldn't forgive the damage done to Shannon's honor. What about me? Several bits of circumstantial evidence hinted at the servants' participation. I didn't want to believe that one of them was the culprit, or probably colluding with the culprit. But in our current situation, there was a little more than wishful thinking. Whom should I believe? In the first place, who is the culprit? Are there accomplices? And if so, how many? It seems I've only been suspecting the people we know. I quickly forgot the 19th person, the guest, Beatrice, who arrived yesterday and boldly claimed to be the Golden Witch. In fact, I still haven't seen her face. I heard she greatly resembled the witch in the portrait, but since I haven't seen her directly, no matter how hard I try, it doesn't really feel to me like a 19th person is on this island. So I've been subconsciously hallucinating that the culprit's one of the 18. Damn it. Come out, Beatrice. If you're the bad guy, then act like the bad guy and show yourself laughing in a high-pitched voice and mocking us. Just like a bad guy in one of those dramas who, even when they're exposed as the culprit, aggressively says, "Where's your proof?" Where's your proof? Shut up, no more talking. That's so fun. That's silly. Just mocking him. I wonder where she is. Because it could have been a thing that she just, like, made herself visible to kind of, like, have that little bit of unease. But we haven't really, like, seen her in that form for, like, quite some time. Beyond the fourth wall, obviously, yeah. There were 5 humans in the kitchen, but it was very quiet, filled only with the sound of the rain. It was only accented by the sound of Shannon and Kumasawa washing dishes. Goda was using the leftovers from breakfast and lunch as ingredients for a soup. Rosa had suspected that poison might have been added to the food, so they decided to eat canned goods, but it hadn't been too satisfying. But Goda thought she was being too cautious, so he was spontaneously creating a soup to be served only to those who wanted some. Shannon and Kumasawa were washing the dishes that the food had been arranged on. On the inside, they thought maybe Goda should wash them, since he'd been the one who wanted the food arranged on plates in the first place. But they left their complaints unsaid for the time being. Genji and Nanjo were facing each other across a crude chess set that had many years of experience. The game had still only just begun, and because the opening game of those experienced players had been honed to perfection, it looked like a ceremony where they just moved specific pieces in a specified order.
That's a nice aroma. You wouldn't get this from canned food.
It was made only from sealed ingredients, so there won't be any poison mixed in. I am making enough for everybody, so please eat. Of course, I will also taste for poison. Please feel secure and eat. That really is a nice aroma. Goda-san, the food you cook really is delicious. Being able to create delicious food when you buy delicious ingredients is hardly special. Moving specific pieces in a specific order is called playing by the book. My master taught me that the true cook needs to perfect their ability to make delicious food from whatever is on hand. That just was a good master. Thanks to him, it looks like we'll enjoy some truly delicious soup. Good soup. Chess tips from Chess Grandmaster Psych, right? With me, Chess Ignorant Zeph. Though it is a shame that it was made from ingredients intended for all the family members to eat. I'm sure Rosa-san is tired after everything that happened this morning. It is only natural.
Well, thanks to that, we get to drink some soup. Well, made from
from delicious ingredients. Rosa had fervently warned everyone that they didn't understand the danger they were in, and that they must assume that poison was mixed in with the food.
soup. You want me to say soup? Good soup.
The mood at the time has led me to agree, or had led them to agree. But hunger wasn't something that could be swayed by a momentary emotion like that. Ironically, we've ended up with a soup that we normally wouldn't be able to savor. If possible, I would like to serve it to everyone in the parlor, but seeing that it would violate Rosa-sama's instructions, we had best give up on that idea. It's enough that only those who want to eat it do so.
Skillfully taking a breather when no one's looking is also an important skill for a servant, isn't it?
When Kumasawa cackled, Shannon and Goda laughed too. It seemed that in this space, where only their fellow servants were gathered, they could relax quite a bit. Shannon didn't like Goda's occasional dishonesty, but she knew that there was no falsehood in his childish smile when he cooked, nor in his desire for people to enjoy his food. So even though it was a little aggravating to be made to wash the dishes, she couldn't really hate him. However, they couldn't have dreamed that Rosa was calling them wolves in the parlor at exactly the same moment that they were spending their time peacefully like this. At that time, several of the servants heard a sound like something being dragged, then a thump. It seemed like the sound made by the servants outside the back door when they were carrying a mountain of trash bags on a rainy day, or maybe when a servant was returning from work wearing a raincoat. So at first, that sound didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary to any of them. But they soon realized, right now, everyone was either in the kitchen or in the parlor. So who could possibly be at the back door? As the servants all looked at each other, they checked to make sure that each one of them knew each one of them knew what that sound meant.
What could it be?
The servants knew that the mansion's layout well, so they understood how incomprehensible it would be for someone in the parlor to actually go outside in this typhoon, go all the way around and come up to this back door. Oh, no! It was perfectly on my head for a moment there. Then, was it Kinzo? They couldn't imagine that Kinzo, who never left his study, would dash out into the middle of this typhoon and come to the back of the house, where only low-class people ever entered or exited. That wasn't our imagination, was it? Shannon and Kumasawa drew closer together, fearfully looking at the back door. Who is it? As Goda fearfully approached the back door, he called out, and his eyes flashed towards the butcher knife that sat in the nearby sink. He didn't pick it up yet, because there was still a possibility that this was a member of the family. However, that possibility was impossible. There was no response from across the door to Goda's initial question. Maybe his voice had been so quiet that it hadn't reached through all the wind and the rain outside. Genji-san. Yes? Yes, stay back, Dr. Nanjo and the women. The women? Why would you? You could have just said everyone. Why did you specifically call out Dr. Nanjo? I found the reanimated clip of Land of the Illustrious.
Oh, yeah?
Who in the world could it be? Genji took the knife with the classic old design from a stationary box placed near the chess set. It was something to be used instead of a paper knife to open envelopes for statements or deliveries and bills. But it was still a knife, so the blade on it could injure someone. Genji hid it in his sleeve with a well-practiced motion. Then he approached the back door himself, giving Goda a silent nod. I need a season 2. Of Land of the Illustrious. I still need to watch it. Goda cautiously approached the back door and slowly started to open it. It's gonna be Beatrice, isn't it? It's gonna be Beto. Ah! The shadow of a person suddenly shuffled into sight, landed on its knees, and fell over. Goda fell backwards onto his backside and couldn't get up. That human shadow was soaked in with rain, smeared with mud, and drenched with blood.
Canon-kun? Canon-kun!
Canon, are you all right? Dr. Nanjo! It was Canon. His breath was feeble, and the puddles of mud he left were quickly drenched. He's breathing. He's quickly drenched with bright red. When Nanjo held him and turned him face up, there was a deep, gruesome wound right in the center of his chest, as though he'd been stabbed there by a spear or something. Even now, deep red blood poured out from there.
That's just horrible. What should we do? Get a first aid kit? A first aid kit?
Canon-kun, place your hand against the wound. Please, push firmly. Let's carry him to the bed in the servant room. Everyone, please lend a hand.
Because we saw his ghost earlier.
Come on, Canon-san. Please, hang in there a little longer. Hang in there. It'll be okay. So don't take your hand from the wound. At any rate, let us carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, inform Rosa-sama that we have found Canon. But if they tell him that Canon's found, she's gonna definitely suspect him.
Wait. Not Rosa-sama.
Please, wait. Canon said not Rosa-sama.
What do you mean, Canon-kun?
This is not the time for that. Please, let us quickly carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, do not tell Rosa-sama yet. We will do it after we hear the situation from Canon.
Yes.
He had told them not to tell Rosa right after appearing in this state. This could only mean something very disquieting. An eerie anxiety rose to their faces. Come now, everyone. Let us hurry and carry him. Quickly, quickly. It's good, but in some weird way I love it because it doesn't answer every question. I leave one question in the back of my mind, almost like the parasite, to ensure I'm always thinking of it one way or another. Oh, for the land illustrious? Or...
Yeah, because I do want to watch it. I don't know, maybe...
Because I'll give it a try, because that was definitely when, like, I was like, I don't know how I feel about 3D animated animes, but who knows. If I give it a try and don't like it, I'll at least read the manga, because the manga art is fabulous. Canon's wound was unbelievably deep, and judging from Nanjo's pale face, it was a miracle that he was still conscious. This is horrible. He appears to have been stabbed by something like a spear. If it hasn't reached his lungs, I might be able to do something. At any rate, we must stop the bleeding. No matter how much Nanjo tried to wipe off that gushing deep red blood, he couldn't do it if he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it if he couldn't do it. He couldn't wipe it all. What? No matter how much Nanjo tried to wipe off that gushing deep red blood, he couldn't do it, he couldn't do it, he couldn't wipe it all away. Okay, I feel like there were supposed to be commas there. The CGI is actually pretty good, better than any CGI anime I've ever seen in a while. Okay, so yeah, I'll give it a try. And each time, the wound was aggravated, causing Canon to cry in anguish. It's a beautiful anime, but they use the same trick B-stars use when more intense expressions are done in 2D. Oh, okay. I do appreciate that, so yeah. Once I get a moment to, I will give it a second try. Canon-kun! 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 Hang in there! Hang in there! Dr. Nanjo, here's a new towel. How horrible. First time it wasn't Zeph's fault for reading something weirdly.
I feel like there were a few other times.
What's his condition? In all honesty, this is so severe that I cannot believe he is alive. Maybe the location of the wound was fortunate, but the blood loss is too horrible. A blood transfusion is necessary, but that will be impossible until tomorrow. You see that like you didn't notice the CGI in Kill la Kill. That's true, there was a little bit in there. Rosa. To us. Don't talk, Canon-kun. Your wound will open. Rosa-sama came to my lady and me. What did you say?
Rosa-sama did... could that mean...
Are you certain? Yes, I'm certain. It was Rosa-sama. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely not it. Come now, don't speak anymore. Kumasawa-san, please grab another first aid kit. Genji-san, is it possible Rosa-sama did such a thing? I do not know. Disregarding Nanjo and Kumasawa, who were struggling hard and stained with blood as they tried to stop the bleeding, Genji and Goda faced each other. Because if what Kennen had said was the truth, Rosa was the culprit who killed Jessica. Curse you, Rosa. How could you do that to milady? Kill you. I will kill you! Kennen screamed even more hatefully. His hate-filled voice made it seem like he was seeing Jessica being harmed right before his eyes. If this is Beatrice disguised, how the heck is she gonna escape? I don't know, by dying. Maybe. Certainly, Rosa-sama may have had a reason to kill milady. If everyone in the Ushinomiya family were destroyed, the inheritance would go all to Rosa-sama. If so, Butler-sama and George-sama are in danger. Not only is Rosa-sama holding a gun, but right now, they're the only ones in the lounge. Genji-san, isn't this situation quite perilous? Shannon suddenly ran into the corridor. Her expression was complex and tragic, as though she didn't know what to believe. Shannon ran. To where? The inside of the mansion had been scrupulously cleaned, so it probably wouldn't be easy to find. She might find it if she searched the Rose Garden, but they'd probably all been lost in this wind and rain. That's right. The boiler room wasn't cleaned very often. If she went there, she might be able to find it. Shannon ran downstairs to find that in the underground boiler room. Is there a second gun? Did some medicine take effect at the brink of death, or was Cannon finally beyond feeling pain? For the time being, at least, Cannon's painful gasping had subsided. Nanjo apparently didn't view this as a very good sign, and he didn't let his eyes off of Cannon for a second. Kumasawa firmly gripped Cannon's hand and kept encouraging him so that the willpower keeping him alive didn't fade away. Genji and Goda seemed uncertain as to how to respond to the truth Cannon had risked his life to deliver. Rosa-sama's gun surely has 4 or 5 shots loaded. It is no small number, but loading cartridges into a Winchester should require quite a lot of practice. She might be able to get one shot off, but if everyone attacks her at once, we should be able to take the gun from her before she shoots again. We may have a doctor on this island, but we have no access to medicine and no hospital. If the location of the shot is bad, that person will die. I understand that. But more importantly, if we don't move quickly, there's a chance another crime will occur. It seems to me that Rosa-sama managed to clearly chase us out. Maybe George-sama and Butler-sama are being killed right now. Shannon, what do you have? A gun! Let's see. The scene where the students are running down the stairs is done in CG. I wasn't that bad, though, so I didn't see anything wrong with CG, yeah. Like, ones where it's used sparsely, like, it's okay. Especially with, like, also, like, vehicles and stuff. Like, that's just to be expected. Cars are hard to draw and animate, so it's just easier to have it be in a 3D model. If our foe is so dangerous, wouldn't it be better if we didn't provoke them too much? But tomorrow is still a long way off. We can't even imagine what strategies she might use. Genji-san, we should take actions first. If we can at least steal the gun under some pretext, it might work out. There are 4 or 5 cartridges, are there not? That means there aren't enough to kill all of us. As long as we don't carelessly provoke her, surely even Rosa-sama wouldn't be that rash. No, she said it. She said she'll massacre all of us. Cannon, who they thought was sleeping quietly, suddenly started talking brightly. Almost as though he'd been awake this whole time and had suddenly opened his mouth. Cannon looked firm and steady, which relieved Nanjo a bit, but considering the depth of that wound, he couldn't wipe away a certain creepy feeling. He knew because he was a doctor. After losing so much blood, Cannon might easily have lost consciousness, and yet somehow he was still intensely aware of his surroundings. Was it youth? Or was it tenacity? Sometimes the power of human life surpassed common knowledge. Somebody asked Cannon a question only Cannon would know, right? Like, honestly, somebody else should have went to grab the gun. Shannon should still be there. I feel like Shannon would be the most likely to be like, yeah, that's not him. While stopping the bleeding, Nanjo had groped around a bit inside the bleeding hole with tweezers, making sure there were no foreign objects inside the affected area, and the great depth of the wound had shocked him. It had certainly reached so far as his lungs, and yet, no, but the fact that he was still alive is wonderful. Ask Cannon if he's ever played the hit game Among Us. That's true. That's a good method. But Cannon had spoken clearly. He'd hatefully stated that the one named Rosa made this wound, cursing and raging over and over and over. Yeah, your eyes aren't usually red. CGI is one of those weird anime things where it all depends on the talent of the crew and the production budget and the show. Those eccentric shows like X-Arms, where there was practically none of those things, but shows like Kimono Friends and Land Illustrious, where CG works, shows aesthetic. Yeah. Like there's definitely a time and place for it. And like definitely a kind of skill for it as well. She wants to kill everyone by any means necessary before the typhoon passes so that she can have the master's wealth all to herself. She told me that clearly. She said that very clearly. She said, and I quote, I, Rosa-sama, the holder of this gun, am going to unalive literally everybody here and then dance on their corpses. Yep, that's me, Rosa. Aren't I a little scamp? Damn, what a person. Genji-san, what should we do? What a person. Are there any weapons we can... I find it hard to believe. To think that Rosa-sama would say something like that. And then she said she'd nay-nay on our graves. She said that she was gonna default dance on my grave specifically. And then she decided she did the tune, and then she shot me with a blade. Panzer Girl got a 3rd season on High Dive. I haven't watched that one, I don't think. So I'm not sure exactly which one that is. Genji-sama, it isn't a question of whether you believe or not. She told me. I heard it. Why won't you believe me? Is it because my eyes are red? My eyes are bloodstained and that's why you don't believe me? Don't get up. You'll harm your wound. Cannon sat up on the bed, speaking to Genji, who didn't seem to be willing to believe Cannon's story. She'll definitely kill all of us. She must have killed everyone in the parlor by now. If you don't kill her first, we'll definitely be killed first. Just like how I was killed first. Everyone else will also be killed first. I am dead, by the way. If that wasn't clear. I'm dead, but also talking to you. That's really fun and quirky, isn't it? Killer be killed. Killer be killed, or killer be killed. Cannon, does that really not hurt? Oh, this is nothing. What do you mean it's nothing? It really isn't a big deal. It doesn't even hurt anymore. It really is. It's really nothing. Don't worry about it. Tis just but a flesh wound. I've had worse. I'm canonically a lich. What? What do you mean? What do you mean I'm a lich? As Cannon said that, he began to untie the bandages that had been painstakingly wrapped. The gruesome hole in his chest was immediately exposed. Cannon-san, you mustn't do that! Lie down, quickly! I said it's fine. Hey, see? This is nothing, right? Cannon showed up off his gaping wound, which was still slowly spitting out foamy blood. Everyone averted their eyes reflexively. Look, I told you, it wasn't a serious wound at all. stop. You mustn't play with the wound. Come on, see? It isn't a deep wound at all. Look. Look. Why are you being so weird? Cannon held up 2 fingers, showed them to everyone, and slowly started to stick them into the gruesome wound right in the center of his chest. Cannon, this is not the time. I know you're not actually Cannon, but like this is rude. This is not the time. Plungy, slimy, squishy, wet. The fingers went. We are talking about a hole in a chest with blood and guts. We are not talking about anything else. The fingers went in deep, all the way to their bases. Squish, bloop, gloop.
Cannon, stop it! Stop it!
Those fingers were sticking all the way into his chest, up to their bases, and then he slowly pulled them out in exactly the same way. The fingers he pulled out were stained a sticky, solid, deep red color, and there was even a thread hanging. The fingers were covered up to their bases in deep red. What in the world? See? It is not a serious wound at all. See? At that moment, the door was slammed open and Shannon appeared. Even after she saw Cannon stained with fresh blood, her impregnable expression didn't falter. Hey, Nessa, where'd you go? I'm on the verge of death here, so where'd you go? That's right. I went to the boiler room. There was something I had to find. More importantly, there's something I need to ask you. Are you really Cannon-kun? Huh? What? It was only natural. Everyone believed he was Cannon. So, they couldn't... Sorry, I thought something was on my screen, but it's just the reflection of the sun. I know that sounds really weird, but whatever. So they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed that Shannon was holding a handkerchief in her hand. It was filthy and looked like it had been used to wipe up some trash or dust. And while holding that, she approached Cannon, drawing closer to his feet. What is that? Ink, it's a handkerchief with a spider's web wiped onto it. Why would you bring something like that? If you're Cannon-kun, you should be fine. But if spiders are your natural enemy, I thought you might not like it. Are you kidding? Why would I hate spiders? Sorry, I'll try it. Shannon-san. When Shannon brought the handkerchief close to Cannon's thigh, something happened in an instant. It happened all at once. The human eye couldn't have followed it. Cannon jumped like a wild goat, fleeing from the thing Shannon was holding. Then, from his arm, some kind of afterglow flashed purple and drew a curve through space. That arc, which drew 3 beautiful purple curves, traced across the throats of Nanjo and Kumasawa, who had been tending to him. And in an instant, Nanjo and Kumasawa's throats opened like gaping mouths, and then the blood really started spewing out. The 3rd purple curve should have traced across Shannon's throat, but Shannon wasn't there, because Genji, who had been behind her, had wrapped his own arm around Shannon's neck and pulled her back. This all happened in an instant. In the instant it took Goda to think fast in an attempt to understand the scene, the frozen moment in time shattered. Blood was gushing from Nanjo and Kumasawa's torn open necks. Cannon jumped and kicked off the picture frame that would have been hanging from the wall behind him, springing forward like a cat and aiming for Shannon's throat again. But Cannon's target once again disappeared from in front of him, because Genji had pulled Shannon again, and the 2 of them had fallen to the ground in a defensive crouch. Just think of it saying you're an ice dragon and would explain your cold to the touch and young enough lich don't have to worry about decay yet. Really, after everything this man just did, you still think he's canon, right? This guy just came up, like, pulled off his bandages, put his fingers into his gaping chest hole. And it's just like, man, Cannon, you're acting really weird today. So this is the servant Leviathan the Envious. Oh. I guess that was the goat, wasn't it? Nice reflexes, you senile old furniture. Goda. Oh. Even Goda was no fool. Even if he couldn't truly understand what was going on, he at least realized that that if this cannon wasn't seized, his own life would also be in peril. He sprung at Cannon with his huge body, pushing him against the wall with all of his weight and physical strength. Gosh golly, Cannon, your mom lets you have 2 kidney crystals. Oh no. Oh, whoa. Fat. Another purple curve was drawn in front of the tips of the fingers on Cannon's right hand. And when he raised that hand like a sword, aiming for Gota's back, there was a loud thunk. Because Cannon's raised hand had been pinned to the wall, he couldn't tear his palm away from the wall. Sticking out from it was the knife Genji had thrown. Under normal circumstances, it would have been surprising to see someone as old as Genji handle a knife so skillfully, but in this abnormal space, no one paid it much mind. Genji-sama, take this! Indeed. Genji took the handkerchief from the spider web stuck to it from Shannon. If he approached Cannon, who was pinned to the wall by Gota's massive body and the knife. Stop it! Keep that away from me! Stop it! Stop! Yeah! But how would she know that it would be that the spiders would be like a natural enemy? That's the confusing part. I want to learn how to throw knives right. I feel like that would be cool. When Genji pushed the handkerchief up against Cannon's face, there was a sound just like setting meat on a red-hot iron plate. Of course, the smell was the same too. As he was horribly burned, festering in filthy red and black and crying out in his death throes, Cannon's body burst open, scattered. It was almost as though a balloon filled with gold leaf had popped. The entire servant room was completely buried under a storm of gold leaf. No, a cloud of gold butterflies. Those butterflies began to softly fade, as though into the water, or rather, into the empty air itself. And afterwards, all that was left was the 3 survivors sitting on their butts, stained with blood. However, not everyone was merely stained with blood. Some of them were lying on the ground, spurting out blood themselves. Kumasawa! Dr. Nanjo! Slits so sharp they looked like they had cut your finger if you touched them opened wide, and large amounts of blood kept pouring out. What was that just now? Simple spiders eat other presents. I suppose, but like, I don't know. I guess they always knew about golden butterflies flying around, but yeah, I guess that checks out. So they know that this cannon said was false. So what does this even do? I don't know. It was probably to strike fear. I don't know, like, I feel like getting up and like doing his stuff with his chest hole probably was a weird move, but oh well. Gota, have you been injured? I'm fine, but what did we just see? What happened? I know I pushed that thing against this wall with my own hand, but even I cannot understand what happened. Gota looked at his own hand. The bright red blood left from his scuffle with Cannon definitely remained, and yet Cannon was nowhere to be seen because he had disappeared. He had transformed into gold butterflies and scattered. Gota kept screaming alone, without a clue about what was going on. Shannon sobbed in front of Nanjo and Kumasawa's remains, as Genji watched over her, silent as always. To distract and off more people is a simple tactic. That's true. That's true. He was probably planning on unaliving all of them. But they only got 2. So plans partially foiled. Okay. But Shannon dodged the attack, so it's entirely possible all of them could have dodged. True. But she didn't dodge of her own volition. It was basically she was helped. There we go. Okay.
So it is 3. So it is a good time for us to take a little break.
There's something big going on in the other half of the manor, right?
Okay, let me get the BRB screen ready. And then
I haven't decided if we'll do a meme watch. I don't know. It depends on what I grabbed for food on the in-between. If it's something simple, I don't know. It depends. It depends.
So everybody, this is a good time to get up and get a snack, use a bathroom, get up and stretch, get some water, anything that you need to do. And we'll be back in like 10 minutes, okay? Okay. Okay. Wow. Dr. Roboto, we have a new brain for you. It's a really
Two stretchies. Oh my gosh. Oh, so big. Oh, big stretchy. Wow. Oh, there's. What? I've been correct more than once, haven't I? But this is also what makes me so hot for you. No? As an adult, I have lots of responsibilities. I can't just sit home and draw all day. There is no doubt that that would be what the world was like if you never showed up. You were the obstacle, the mistake, the heresy in the world. But if I would correct that mistake now, I would erase you and make it so that last week never happened. Tonight was the Watanagashi festival, the holy night where taking just one life was permitted in the name of Oyashido-sama's curse. It looked like the Higurashi stopped crying at some point. When the Higurashi cried, everything would end. And the Higurashi silenced. Lowly one, the hour of atonement is at an end. The Higurashi have stopped their crying. Thus, it is the end. The end. The end. The end. End! You don't have to run away anymore. Die with those dirty brains of yours smashed everywhere. Grah! Kidding, right? This is reality. Wake up!
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
But I need a plunger. I need a plunger to get past the sermon. That was so abrupt. It'll be. Let's see, I have a sad one up here somewhere, right? I think. There we go. We'll do a little sad image because I am broken and story is happening. Please, Twitch. Please, Twitch, please. Please, Twitch V2 Studio is closed.
my nose. Okay.
Something, or should I call someone?
Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing it.
It'll
It's
be
tempting, but I shall be a
fine.
good girl. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I
It'll
shouldn't
be
have done
fine.
that.
It'll be fine. Take my streamer word for it. You will be fine. Joseph! Joseph, are you in the bathroom?
He said, call me. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I guess he's in the bathroom.
Somebody clip that. Oh, somebody clip that.
Please.
That was such a good scare. Oh my gosh.
Kit-chan, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in your own in my own tears?
Something was just like, I'm excited. Ah.
I came to the realization. If Sonic exists in Yakuza because it's a Sega property, would that mean that Hatsune Miku exists? because Project Diva is Sega. So would that technically mean that Kiryu or Majima would know of the existence of Hatsune Miku? Probably not of their own volition, probably of somebody else, because those, let's be honest, those two men don't know anything. You play Yakuza 0, and you have Majima help this couple with the crossword puzzle, and he's like, what is gravy? Huh? In all my rage, I am just a dragon in a cage.
I wanted to ask you something.
What are you gonna ask me, Clover?
Hmm?
Are you gonna ask me for a cookie?
Bah. Nah. Nah. Got the path of potassium. Oh no, I missed one! Bah. Nah. Nah. Looking like Banana Man over here. Oh jeez, where am I?
I have learned new information. More thorough autopsy results of Renju's body have revealed something. An object in his intestines.
An object?
A clump of organic matter. Because it was partially digested, it took significant time to analyze.
What was it?
Shoko Nadami's eyeball.
What? We're trying to get answers, please. We're trying to get answers. I don't want more questions. If this isn't gonna make me dance, I'm gonna be sorely disappointed. Oh, there he goes. Look at him go. What? Oh no, he yoinked me. Okay, let's, no, I'm trying to get away. No. I'm running away from this bear. It's like I know when I'm a bad side of town. Hydrate. Satoko-chan might not want that, unless the person being abused wants shelter anyway. It doesn't go that far. Satoko doesn't want it? Why? Coach didn't answer me. I didn't know why he didn't. It was clear as day that Satoko's uncle was being violent and treating her like a slave, so then why? I clamped down on my frenzied emotions and waited in. Take it no one objects to that, right? Understand? There's a very high likelihood that this is a problem. Oh no. Oh no, why didn't you guys tell me to save?
Can't get into it because they would.
Why did nobody tell me to save? No! There's so much story that was happening. No! I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog is a mother. He pissed on my wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog Quilly and he pissed on my wife and he said his this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small is the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that. It looks like 2 balls and a bong. He my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the
And we're back.
I just recently got back with my food, so I figured we might be able to have like one meme compilation. Let's see. What a wonderful clip to come back to. True. Okay. But yeah, we have enough time for, I think, like one meme video. So I'll turn up the volume just a little bit. And hopefully remember where it was. Okay. And so, here we go.
Oye, como que sí estás jalando, ¿no?
Sí, güey.
Wait, I need to change the category. I need to change the category. Okay. Also the food break. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Oh.
Молоко. Вы вдруг берете и размешиваете на полное это. Блядь.
That's fun though. That is not though. Oh. Nice. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. They're going wild. Oh.
Earth, like planet?
Earth like planet? Oh. Oh no. No. He needs a bigger box.
Först måste man kunna snurra så här.
Oh.
My body is a wonderland.
Is Wonderland?
Mm-hmm.
Well, your body is Candyland, bitch. You have diabetes.
Ooh, that's...
Dang. Aw, this one's censored. No!
Watch this Riz, Aga.
Like, if you're gonna censor the meme, why even have it in there?
Little known food hack. If you carve out the inside of your burger, you actually save yourself about 300 calories.
Oh.
Okay, and don't.
Oh. That would be my luck. Oh, hello?
75% des étudiants.
So much happened. Oh, I was hoping it would actually turn on. Oh. Dang. I don't know why for that dog clip I wanted to be just like, psych, you got some explaining to do. College TikTok is just a script put together by multiple people hired, yeah.
Man's drunk as fuck.
Oh.
Yeah, давай.
Oh.
Heard these Slim Jims have some snap. We're about to find out.
I did it because you were teasing me yesterday, so I get to tease you a little bit. But do 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 do. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Why? Oh. Baby.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Não vá sujar o tapete aí, pô. Toma no teu cu. Vou tomar o tapete.
Oh no! Oh no!
There's no way.
I don't know what they were doing.
My house.
Oh. Instead of running away from home, the home is running away from you.
What the fuck?
Why?
Look, we got the visor.
They chose violence.
And then we got the... What the fuck?
Huh.
What the fuck?
Boy, calm down. Oh. You slapped the heck out of him. Wow. Real NPC behavior for that last one.
어?
Oh.
저기 아저씨? 아저씨 여기서 주무시면 안 되는데?
What are you doing?
That's me though. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh, so many cats. Oh, because they were driving on the other side of the road. Okay. I was just like, man, that dog driving. And it's like, no, they weren't. Bear in the big blue van.
Alright, whoever this lands on has to take their schizophrenia medicine. You're fucked.
No. I heard NPC behavior is defined by not having an inner monologue and not thinking for yourself. I don't have an inner monologue, but I think for myself. Does that mean I'm a raid boss? Maybe. That could be the case. Okay. So let's go over here while I get Umineko back open. Let me see. Oh, I have a little notification on my loot cave sale. I don't know what that is. Okay, let me get Umineko back open. Oh. Hello, Sensation. How are you doing? See, we're just switching back over to Umineko. We did our little... We did a short food intermission. Me. Doing good? That's good. I'm doing good too. But yeah, you're back just in time. Let me make sure that it's actually gonna detect. There we go. And I'm back over here. A lot of death happened. a corpse essentially showed up and then made everybody freak out. But now I have buttered toast in my tummy. And Raga, that's a lot of words, too bad. I'm not gonna read them.
I read them out, so it's okay.
I'm a raid boss because I wish to be responsible for a high entity throwing Xbox controller through a drywall of reality. Oh no. Alright, corpse was here. Corpse was Yeah, corpse was here. No, I can't do that voice. I can only do that when I'm sick. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were? What? What on earth are you talking about? Clipped to sent a corpse. Immediately is blocked by him. Shannon, thank goodness you're safe. If something had happened to you, George-sama, George, could be quiet for a second. You can get all cozy with your future wife at later time, but we are focusing on a corpse. Sent to getting on Cooksy channel. The music is kind of loud. Oh, right. Thank you for reminding me. There we go. I think I had it there. Thank you for reminding me. Josh Queen, be quiet for a second. A murder occurred before our very eyes, right? Did you see the culprit or not? That is... how should I explain? Genji-san. Even we cannot adequately explain what happened in front of us. It certainly, happened right before our eyes. It was right in front of my eyes. However, it was, what was it? Even I don't understand. Corpse husband, some loser psych truck up from the grave. No! I believe we're talking about corpse husband, not a random body. Psych, don't make me put you back in jail. What are you saying? You couldn't have met anyone except the witch Beatrice, whose location has been unknown since yesterday, or Canon-kun, who's gone missing. Was it a man or a woman? You should be able to tell at least that much, right? Wow. Okay, Psych. Okay, there's that in position again. And then let me see, where are you? Ah! Too late, this won't keep you from jail, buddy! Let me see. We'll put this one. Ah, I stopped it. Ah! Let me see. There, and then do I have what? Oh gosh, where am I gonna end up? Where am I gonna go? Where am I gonna be? I'm all the way over here. You can just see my tail. Let me see, what is a good thing to put in there with you this time? Let's put this random man's in here. Let's put this man's. You can't scan me, I'm all the way over here. Oh gosh, why am I making myself bigger and smaller? Da 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 da! Let me see, I want to put something else in there for you. You know what? Let's put Oishi-san in there. He's the policeman, but he's also in jail. Okay. We have now prepped the psych jail. Let me see. Sorry, I'm scrolling, so I'm getting large. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Yep, psych in jail again. Put Tsuko, the best scammers so far. This is a random character from Kamen Rider, but I saved him as a GIF. Okay, Rosa, calm down a bit. Anyone would be confused if two people were taken out right in front of them. Goda-san, Genji-san, there's no need to rush. Tell us what happened. One thing at a time. One of these days you're gonna throw me in there too and it'll be funny. Maybe. As to that, how should I say it? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san had been killed. We understood that much, and it seemed that it had occurred in front of these people's eyes. But even so, they spoke awkwardly. They admitted that they'd definitely seen the crime with their own eyes, but when I asked to explain what they had seen, their mouths were suddenly shut. I could understand why Aunt Rosa was irritated and flaring up. The sun is shining in my eyes. See, you grew half the size you were, evasiveness increased, right? I was so small you couldn't throw stuff at me. Shannon, did you see it? When Dr. Nanjo was attacked? Yes. Tell me. Just what you understand. What in the world happened? Someone came to the back door. That's right. Someone came to the back door. Then, wondering who it was, I opened the door. Someone at the back door? Who was it? Let them finish. And after that? That person was stained with blood and had a large wound. We carried that person to the servant room and Dr. Nanjo immediately began first aid. It was a very deep wound. And like I said, who are you talking about? I don't know. Certainly in the beginning I thought that was the case. No, I still think that. But what in the world was that? I don't know. I don't know. In a manner that didn't match his large body, Goda held his head and scratched at it. I didn't have a clue if he was confused because he couldn't remember, or because he'd seen something terrifying and couldn't accept it. And Shannon looked the same way. If she let her guard down, what she'd seen just a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream, and she wouldn't be able to remember anything. That's what she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual, so the questions were naturally directed at him. However, even Genji took quite some time before he spoke, and had to gather his thoughts. Genji-san, you saw it, right? Who came in through the back door? At first, we believed that person was Canon. You see? He was alive after all! My theory was correct! By at first, you mean that your impression changed later, right? Yes. I cannot explain with words what happened after that. He killed Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, then disappeared. At that time, he was definitely not canon. Yes, that's right. It's just as Genji-san says. You really couldn't explain it with words. Do you have the same opinion? Yes. I can only say the same thing. If we give our claims to the benefit of the doubt, it means that Aunt Rosa's first conclusion was correct. This is not the time to start your tomfoolery, audio. How dare you? Okay, let me see. I'm gonna have to close that, hopefully. I'm gonna have to save, because I'm gonna have to close and reopen for the sound to come back. Give me a second. I really hope this is gonna work and that it's not gonna break again, because we're only like halfway through the stream. Okay, close, reopen. Okay. Can help you out, mate. Can you? Can you? Okay. Okay. I will move it. So psych. What can you do to help? I knew it. I knew it. You couldn't get rid of me that easily. Kenan had appeared near the back door to the kitchen with a serious injury. Then he had taken to the servant room and was cared for. And after that, something terrifying had happened. So, were these people so convinced that Kenan-kun couldn't possibly have done such a thing, that they'd started to suspect whether it had even been Kenan-kun at all? In other words, that means Kenan-kun did disappear. No matter how confused they are, no matter how they muddle their words, that's what it means in the end. Your time shall come, no. Your time shall come to stay in the jail. Oh. Oh gosh.
Ba-da-da-da-da-ba-da-da-da-da, do the Mario.
Was that good enough? I don't know what voice you wanted, so I just went with whatever. I just went with in general. In other words, that means Kenan-kun did disappear. No matter how confused they are, no matter how they muddle their words. That's what it means in the end. So, what does that mean that after all, Kenan-kun used some trick to escape that room even though it was locked? No, that doesn't matter anymore. The real problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed. Aunt Rosa had claimed that Kenan-kun was behind this from the very beginning. No matter how confused these people are, no matter how much they try to deny it, they're halfway confirming that she was right. But even so, for some reason, I felt like their awkwardness couldn't be explained by confusion alone. What did they see? Like they said, did they really see something that couldn't be explained with words?
Huh? Sorry, I have a little snack left over, but
Aunt Rosa, who declared that decided that further talk wouldn't get us anywhere, concluded her questioning and said she wanted to check the two bodies. That was something I had been wanting to do too. The witness had been unable to figure anything out, but they'd been shaken. If those of us who hadn't been at the scene calmly looked at the corpses, we might find something. Snack sounds nice. I haven't eaten since I came to this jail. Oh no!
Here, I'll get you a little snack. Just a little wee snack.
Let's see. You said you didn't like Bobo, right? Let me see. I will give you a singular taco. Just a singular taco. Oh, and some pineapple pizzas. They're not in the jail. They're just right outside of the jail teasing you. Just a singular taco. But it was a little surprising to learn that Aunt Rosa was also concerned about the bodies. Even at this point, I still wanted to use any clues I could find to expose the culprit and the truth myself. But it should have been different in Aunt Rosa's case. Hasn't Aunt Rosa prioritized staying safe over finding the culprit? I couldn't really see why she would go to all the trouble of leaving our barricade in the parlor just because she wanted to check the bodies. We will all go to the servant room together. If we all move together, it'll be safe. Maria, stop playing with the stop playing with scribbles.
Not scribbles. I'm solving Beatrice's puzzle.
Beatrice's puzzle? What's that? Show me too. Aunt Rosa, are you, bringing Maria-chan too?
Hello, Peach! Hello! Hello! How are you? How are you? As you can see, Psyche is in jail.
Don't worry about it. Need to end stream early for me.
No!
Maybe if my sound drivers break again. Who knows? Let's see. Aunt Rosa, are you, bringing Maria-chan too? It seemed that George Aniki was against the idea of bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene.
For context, Peach, a lot of people have died. This is the second timeline fragment. I don't know.
It keeps heckin' breaking the fourth wall for Beatrice and Battler to talk, but
it's been very fun.
A secret that Zeph doesn't want me to share. If you want me out, I promise to tell you. I don't know. The last time I let you out, you threw stuff at me. I
I want to hang out with you too. I have my VR stuff charging. Like during the break, I'm charging my waist tracker, so I am just gonna be ready to hop right on to VR chat as soon as the stream is done. Because I miss you too. Yesterday was not that much time to hang out.
It attached to Higurashi, yeah. Which, funnily enough, Higurashi is like a canon form of media in here. Whoops, I moved something. But yeah, like in the very first chapter, it's just like, hey, yeah, this novel that I really like called Higurashi no Nakokoro ni, and it's just like, but also, Toho is a thing here too. They heckin' played Surepetan, which was wild, considering that specific game series did not come out in the time frame that Umineko was out. But yeah, Freaking Stella, I needed to show you to show up again, right? Hopefully soon. I don't know if she'll show up quite yet, or if she's just gonna be like in the tea times and stuff. But yeah, now we need to get the whole gang to join today. Yeah. But considering that Maria would be all alone if I left here, it'd surely be safer to take Maria with us. In the end, it was just Anaki's response. Irresponsible humanism. We decided that all of us, including Maria, would go to the servant room. We just all go into the room and Maria just sees the corpse and is like, Pug! The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. No, not just the bed. The whole room was covered with a gruesome paint from countless bloodstains. That dreadful scene alone was enough to give us an idea of the repulsive sight that he'd been trying to describe.
I want to look too!
Maria-chan, wait here with me. George Aniki was standing by the entrance, covering Maria's eyes with his back to the room. He probably didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's retinas with the repulsive blood in this room. There was blood in the chapel. She's already seen corpses. Just because these corpses just don't have candy on them or in them or spilling out of them, like, it's fine. Silly. He probably didn't want to dirty an innocent. Yeah, okay. That was surely the correct decision. I was acting tough right now, so I didn't mind. But for the rest of my life, whenever I see red paint scattered around, I'll probably remember this room and start to vomit. My retinas have already had this room burned into them. In other words, it's already too late for me. Huh. Where did they... Right after they entered the servant room, Goda and Shannon-chan trembled. Sadly, I cannot second scar.
It's okay. He is out, but...
He has Oishi-san keeping a watchful eye on him. And also a barber man. I would... Get back in there. I guess I don't need to keep blocking it, but... We shook, wondering what horrible new situation had arisen to make them tremble again. What happened? What is it? Aunt Rosa also shuddered, raising her gun high in search for whatever it was that made them shudder. But she couldn't find it. It was only natural. They were trembling because they couldn't find it. Hey, what in the world's going on? The two bodies aren't here. What does this mean?
That can't be. Those two were definitely here.
Wait. What the hell? Are you saying the corpses just walked off somewhere? That couldn't happen, right? I mean, wasn't the servant room locked? Didn't you unlock the door when you came in just now, Goda-san? So, what does that mean? Isn't this the same as Jessica's room? Someone's disappeared from inside a closed room, right? That's ridiculous. I don't have a clue what happened either. When we left this room, we definitely locked it. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. There was a timid, pitiful smile on Goda-san's face that he definitely wouldn't have let him show normally. Shannon was the same. Two corpses disappeared! Oh no! it's me. I'm the corpse. Right, don't worry about where the corpses are. Let's see. 2 corpses disappeared, and furthermore, they disappeared while the door was locked. Even if Kanekun was the culprit, he shouldn't have a master key anymore. That's wrong. Kanekun isn't the culprit. Shannon. I believe Shannon. Kanekun is not the culprit. This must be the doing of someone who looks a lot like him. No. Kanekun could have gotten a master key. After all, his master key was found in the pocket of Jessica Chan's corpse. And who took that key? That's right. It was Dr. Nanjo. That's right. Back then, it definitely was Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key. So if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Aunt Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. By now, I also understood what that meant. If you assume that there are 2 culprits, this could easily be explained. The first person was Kanekun, or maybe an imposter who looked like him. He finished off Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. The person hid under the bed in the servant room beforehand, and while Dr. Nanjo's body was enshrined here, they waited for Genji-san and the rest to leave. Then later, they crawled out, took the master key back from Dr. Nanjo's pocket, and carried the 2 corpses away for some reason. If they then locked the door with the master key, you'd end up with this closed room. You constructed that one pretty fast, basing it off of your reasoning from Jessica's room. With that method, you could create a closed room even without magic. Should I give you passing marks? However, interestingly enough, there's one thing you mustn't forget. If the culprit took back the master key as you suggest, they must have known that Nanjo took the master key from Jessica's body. You don't have to tell me that. You're probably trying to say that it's information only people in that place at that time could know. This third closed room was crushed so fast that you're stuck trying to make hurtful remarks like that. There's no art in repeating the same content over and over. I may have managed to bluff, but that move on the witches hurt bad. That move of the witches hurt bad. I can tell that I'm cracking under the thing I want to deny the most. This person's trying to close in on me from 2 directions. On one hand, there's the frontal attack, where she tries to force me to believe there's a witch using closed room tricks that only a witch could do. On the other hand, there's a rear attack, where she tries to lure me into wanting a witch to exist, by strengthening my suspicions of those close to me.
I won't forget about you, psych.
Maybe you'll be left out on good behavior, but for now, who knows? In the first closed room, the chapel, she used the frontal attack, but it didn't work on me. So by the second closed room, and now the third closed room, she's definitely changing the direction of her attack. However, the fact that she is changing the direction of her attack proves that my resistance is having some effect. And she must have given up on the frontal attack, because she clearly can't win with it. I tried to settle my unease by thinking these things, but apparently the witch had seen through me long ago. I will not abandon my frontal attack. A rear attack only has meaning because it advances at the same time as the front. If I were to degenerate into only using the rear attack, it would merely result in a foolish plan where my means have become my goal. Really? Well then, won't you repeat someone was hiding in the servant room using that red you're so fond of? There is no need. The premise of your theory is about to be destroyed. Oh, really? You refuse? So someone really is hiding? Rosa will destroy your premise right now. Come, let's listen in. Please, believe us, Rosa-sama. The 2 corpses were definitely lying here. The bright red blood on the floor is theirs. Aunt Rosa began to search through various objects around the room, her back to Goda-san as he cried out in supplication. Eventually, she found something and for a while stopped moving. Rosa-sama, we definitely aren't lying. The 2 corpses were definitely here. Be quiet. The person who had the corpses has confessed that they took them to another place. With this. Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder. What on earth is that? Could it be a letter in a sealed envelope just like that in the chapel? Yes, that's right. It was set here, out in the open. I'll read it. Members of the Ushinomiya family and its household, have you now reached the climax of the riddle of the gold's epitaph? There is only one way you can all stop me, by solving the epitaph's riddle. There are no other options left to you that will result in the suspension of my ceremony. I humbly ask that you take care not to misunderstand your current situation.
I miss you too, bitch! I miss you too!
Searching for me will prove useless. Attempting to escape will prove useless. Trying to deny me will prove useless. I have today and tomorrow off. Nice!
I might be able to hang out before work tomorrow, but I'll definitely be able to hang out after stream.
Let's see. Trying to deny me will prove useless. Beatrice the Golden. P.S. I borrowed those 2 corpses for my ceremony. They will be returned to you in due time, so I crave your indulgence. Also, these keys belong to you, so I will return them to you now. As Rosa read that aloud, the contents of the envelope lay exposed on the palm of her hand. They were 2 master keys. The master key that Nanjo had found in Jessica's pocket, which was originally Kanon's, and Kumasawa's master key. Huh. I'm gonna throw up how cute you 3 are. Me!
That's why you're in jail.
Is Mal also not part of the group, or did I misunderstand?
No, Mal is. Mal, I will also be joining Mal after stream.
What the hell? So, what does that mean? Damn you again? You're saying I can only suspect the servants with keys again?
I won't say it in red, okay?
I won't deny the possibility that after they locked the door and left, someone was hiding in this room, okay? If they hid under the bed, it still would have been possible for them to carry the corpses somewhere. But they wouldn't have been able to lock the door. The master key they went to all the trouble to get was left right here. That's right, I've forgotten. What about the keys specifically for this room, the servant room keys? Let's see. Well, love you, I'll see you at my time.
Yeah! Okay, I'll see you.
Mal, how dare you betray me like this? No! Wait, does Peach not have enough point? Oh, there we go. Oh, I have to be at a very specific angle, but...
Wait, why did you want things thrown at me, Peach? How dare you? No! But yes, I will join you after stream. I'm excited.
Indeed, those are kept in the key box in the center of the servant room. There are several servant room keys, but all of those are inside the key box. Which means the situation is exactly the same as Jessica's room. It's not like the servants would walk around with an unnecessary key when they have those convenient master keys. I can accept that they're all kept in the key box. And the other conditions remain unchanged as well. Entry and exit are impossible except for the single door and the single window. Therefore, hidden doors and irregular methods of entry cannot exist. Rejoice, great detectives! And those were both locked. The door and the window do not permit any kind of entry or exit when they are locked. So it wouldn't work to remove the door and make a crack to slide in through or anything like that while the lock is still set. And obviously it is impossible to unlock the door without a servant room key or master key. It's a pain having to read all those out loud every time. Sooner or later I should think of a word to put this all together and abbreviate it. But you can't repeat that someone was hiding in this room. However, that alone won't break open the door of a closed room. And this time, let's not get separated. And I hope so. I think that's not really in our control, but we will try this time. Ah, damn it, damn it. It's useless, it's useless, it's all useless. What happened to that spinning the chessboard around thing that you're so proud of? Please announce your boastful, strange theory. Spin the chessboard around? What would I do if I were the culprit? I carry the corpses off somewhere. I leave a letter. I lock the door from the inside. Then I just have to escape this room by some means. Damn it, is that even possible? I was told and read that you can't get outside except through the door or a window. Oh! At that moment, I got it. That's right. The culprit carried away the corpses, left the letter, and since they didn't use a hidden door, they weren't able to escape. That's it! This isn't a question, it's an answer. Bieto. Before I ask you to repeat anything, I want to check the definition of hidden doors that you're using.
What have you thought of? Very well, I'll explain. A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized by such of those who don't know of it beforehand, of course. Even children know that.
So in other words, you can't get outside of the room with it, if it isn't a hidden door.
Oh, so that's your game.
I kept thinking there needed to be some way for the culprit to escape from a closed room. That's wrong. The culprit couldn't escape, so they decided to hide until we all left. During the second closed room, I tried applying this theory to Canon-kun, but after hearing Canon-kun was killed and read, I gave it up. After that, I proposed that a third person might have been in the room before escaping through a hidden door, and then, for the first time, I was faced with the red claim that no hidden doors exist. Now, move from there to what I've just learned. That term, hidden door, refers to things that make it possible to enter or leave a room. In other words, that category doesn't cover things that don't actually lead in or out of the room, even if those things could never be recognized by people who didn't know about them beforehand. So, if we had something like a hidden shelf or a secret closet, for example, that wouldn't count as a hidden door. That means the third person from Jessica's room is hiding here, waiting for us to leave. How pathetic. It was all just a bit of wordplay. Looks like the technique should be enough to handle this third closed room. If there's a hidden shelf under the bed or anything like that, that'd be enough. The culprit's hiding somewhere, waiting for us to leave. The culprit is also trapped in this closed room, even now, which means, at this very moment, the culprit is still hiding in the servant room, holding their breath. And that means... What the hell? Even though we've been tortured by closed rooms 3 times, at this very moment we've actually gotten the culprit in checkmate. I'm finally starting to see it. Eat this, Bieto. Repeat it. There is no one in this room other than us. By us, I mean me, George Anaki, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan. Got it? What do you think? You can't say it, right?
Huh? Oh.
I'll bet that hit you where it hurts. If you refuse, then say it, damn it. Here comes the next one. Repeat it. I don't know how they're hiding in this room, but if they are, then this solves the second closed room. Jessica's room. At the same time, I've caught her by the tail. With this, I can explain everything. Witches don't exist, and I don't have to suspect anyone. Alright, starting now, I'll spin it all around. Now I'll have her repeat that. No one exists in this room except your group. Your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon. I feel like she's probably doing it at a technicality because, you know, witches, quote mark, exist. What? Let's go back to Jessica's room. When Jessica's corpse was discovered, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were in Jessica's room. Whoops, the corpse of Jessica is also included. Therefore, both in the case including Jessica's room and the one involving the servant room, no humans exist that you are not aware of. No one is hiding. And I'll say more. No method exists by which the door can be locked from the outside without using a key. Regarding the window, no method exists by which it could somehow be locked from the outside. And let me also say this. You are incompetent. Why is her laugh true? Dumbass! So, it's really a closed room, isn't it? And just when I finally managed to think of a way out. If you were hiding, it would fit everything. Just when I thought I'd broken through your trick. Damn it! Yeah! It's useless, it's useless, it's useless, it's all useless! For a second, I thought I had it. It was all useless. Damn it. I was so sure I'd finally seen through her, that I'd seen how she distracted me with her clever red wordplay and fooled me. Just when I thought I'd found a light in the darkness, it disappeared. Just disappeared, swallowed up by a blood-red sea. Oh no, I feel like you're okay. Because she said human. Damn it, I was so sure that I'd finally seen through her, that I'd seen how she distracted me with her clever red wordplay and fooled me just when I thought I'd found the light in the dark. Okay, I already said that. Red! No one is hiding, and there's no hidden door and no way to get past the door or the window while they're locked. Have you just proven that it's all impossible? Has the double proof been fulfilled with a frontal attack? Impossible. That's impossible!
What's wrong, Ushidamiya Butler? Aren't you so confident in your ability to deny witches? Why are you groveling and wringing out bitter tears in a place like that?
Yeah.
Yes, what a truly splendid tactic. Truly splendid how you're trying to make me fall over and drown in a sea of tears from my own laughter. That is what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to make me laugh and laugh and laugh myself to death, right? Ushidamiya Butler!
Doing like a Mandark laugh? What are you calling magic? I'll definitely prove that witches don't exist. I definitely won't believe in you. You used that power of magic and bullied and killed everyone for fun. I definitely won't accept that!
Hey, Battler. Sorry for bullying you so much. I'll spin the chessboard around from my side. I'll stand in your place and show you the best possible move you could make. Want to hear?
Don't screw with me. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
Consider Jessica's room. You were off to a good start, you know that? All that about hiding and waiting for someone else to leave. That truly was well spotted. But why did you only think of Canon and me, the 19th person? I see. So the hide part of hiding and waiting got in the way, which prevented you from getting any further. Come on. You see what I'm getting at, don't you? It's Jessica. Jessica!
If Jessica were the culprit, a farce like this could be easily constructed. She killed Canon-kun and carried him off somewhere. Then she played dead and let us walk by. But that's ridiculous. Dr. Nanjo definitely confirmed that she was dead. So was Dr. Nanjo an accomplice too? That's wrong. I also confirmed that Jessica was dead. Of course, I've never examined a corpse before, but she was definitely dead. I think she was dead. No, that's probably surely definitely what I thought, but certainly, wait. She was dead. She was dead. Jessica was in on it, and Nancho, who examined her corpse, was in on it too.
And that makes the third closed room a farce, doesn't it?
Yeah, then it's simple. Dr. Nanjo was in on it. So in other words, he's on the culprit's side, which means he was never dead in the first place? We thought his body disappeared after he was killed, but what if he was never in the servant room to begin with? So if Kumasawa Bachan disappeared with him, does that mean she's in on it too? That's not all. That's not all! The servants who agreed to keep up that story, Genji-san and Goto-san, and even Shannon-chan were also in on it. Then the one who stole the key from Maria's handbag was Jessica. No, it could even have been George Aniki. After all, if Shannon-chan is on the culprit's side, that automatically makes George Aniki on the culprit's side. Wait a second. Just wait a second. They're all wolves. They're all wolves! Not only am I drowning in an ocean of bright red blood, there are packs of wolves clamoring on the banks whose blazing eyes tell me that they'll eat me if I crawl out. Which way should I die? Should I deny everything and drown in a bright red sea, or should I learn the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by the wolves? It's either one or hell or the other. I can't choose. Gah!
He's so confused. That's why I'm here. Come, Ushidamiya Butler, and kneel. Swear your eternal loyalty and lick my shoes. If you accept me, all of the riddles will be resolved. With my power, all kinds of closed rooms can be created and destroyed. Battler, don't you want to abandon yourself to the joy of surrendering to one with power? I'll make you my favorite furniture. I'll love you so much and make you my toy until you turn to ashes. There's 3 of her.
I would have done an echo to kind of have it be a sense of there would be multiples, but I feel like that would have been just a not a good noise with the laugh. Now it's clear. There's no longer any reason to doubt. Huh? What are you saying? You kept saying those two were dead, but they aren't here. And now we have this letter from Beatrice where she's been kind enough to confess that she carried the corpses off. It's as simple as that. I've had enough of this farce. Aunt Rosa yelled this. She looked at all of us with a fierce expression. What do you mean by farce? I said it in Jessica Chan's room. You can't trust anyone but yourself and those whose corpses have been found. And since we can't find the corpses of those two people, we must not accept that they've been killed. Please, wait, Aunt Rosa. What do you mean by that? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san aren't dead. They're alive. We're supposed to believe that they've been killed, but they're definitely hiding somewhere in this mansion so that they can attack us. How could you know that? Are you saying that Goda-san and the rest are lying? Rosa-sama, all the Yoshinomiya family servants, we all swear that nothing of the sort happened. You all say that those two were killed, but since there are no corpses, we mustn't believe you. There's a chance that you worked out a story beforehand that you're lying. There's a good way to prove your innocence, isn't there? Find Dr. Nanjo's and Kumasawa's bodies. If you can find them, then maybe I'll start listening to your story. But until you do, you cannot deny that you are all wolves. You! And you! I'll bet you all are all bought by that witch, and their eyes are blinded by gold. Do you really want the money that much? That's right, isn't it? You want to live the easy life as long as you live? What value can a life like that possibly have? Rosa-sama, we couldn't have. Be silent. And Shannon, don't get any closer. To think you'd repay a 10-year-long debt of gratitude with betrayal. I'll pull the trigger without mercy. How could you? It's too cruel. And Rosa, that's horrible. A murder occurred in this room, and the culprit carried the corpse away. All they're doing is honestly reporting that what they saw. Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Ushinomiya family. She had sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life. She'd believed that she'd built up a friendly relationship with Rosa, and this was what she got in return. You can kill a person without using a knife. I didn't have to be George Anaki to realize that Shannon-chan had been stabbed deep in the heart, that she was shedding tears like blood. Shannon-chan, stay back! Rosa-sama, it is true that I, Goda, have not served for many years, and I understand that I have not earned your trust. However, could you not believe in Shannon-san at least? She has sacrificed a full 10 years in service to the Ushinomiya family. I'm not telling you to believe in me. At the very least, can you believe in Shannon-san? But even I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. We can't search for an answer without suspecting them. Yeah. Bit by bit, I'm starting to understand. It's because we've been searching an answer. That's why everything keeps going wrong. We don't need an answer. These are all strange murders committed with bizarre magic by the 19th person, the witch Beatrice, in accordance with some creepy ceremony. Isn't that enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. Shannon-chan and Goda-san were protesting their innocence, half crying. Genji-san quietly put a stop to that. Enough. What Rosa-sama says is quite sensible. Until we find the corpses, we cannot prove Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's innocence. That's right. By Rosa-san's argument, if their corpses can be found, then the innocence of those people alone can be proven. Let me clean up here a little bit. There we go. But that only counted for the corpses. Even if the survivors searched the mansion and found the corpses, in the end, their own innocence would never be proven. They kidnapped Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san, killed them in another place, and locked the closed room with their own master keys. Unless the closed room can be broken by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. But that couldn't be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. That can only happen if they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and are then reunited with Aunt Rosa. Isn't that strange? They're innocent if they die, but guilty as long as they're alive, just like a witch trial. Oh, right, the enemy's a witch. So everything's cool, is that it? Da-da, da-da. Rosa-sama, We are furniture in service to the Ushinomiya family. Whether you trust us or not is no business of ours. No matter what assessment you give us, we will merely continue to serve until our final hour. You really are a model servant. I deeply understand why Father trusts you. It really is heartrending that I must suspect even you. We don't know if Kinzo's still alive. Like we know that Genji, Shannon, and Rosa have all seen Kinzo last. But we don't know if he's still alive in there. I didn't even think of that. So much has happened since they came back. Genji-san stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key. Then he set it on the nearby table. I believe I was given this as a sign of the trust placed in me. If that trust has been lost, I think it is only natural that I return it. That's a good decision. Those master keys are the main reason you've been suspected several times today. It may seem elementary that letting go of those might clear away that suspicion, but I don't think this is a bad thing. You too. Genji looked at Goda-san and Shannon-chan. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys on the table. Aunt Rosa laid the two master keys that had come out of the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all the servants' service until today had been negated. With even the final honor they should have been permitted stripped from them. Maria, give me that handbag.
Give it back!
Aunt Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed the master keys in there, and held it up once for all of them to see. She was showing us that she now had all the master keys. Are you satisfied now, Aunt Rosa? Now you have all the master keys. Doesn't that satisfy you? Yes, I am satisfied. Even if I can't trust anyone else, I can at least trust myself. I've been able to get the gun and all the master keys for myself. Now I don't have to suspect anyone. You all are happy too, I take it. Now you don't have to be suspected anymore. Oh. At that time, Maria, who alone seemed to be watching this as though it were a show, sneered at her mother. Aunt Rosa reacted nervously to that laugh and turned around.
Keys don't have anything to do with this. Beatrice can open doors with magic. She doesn't need keys. It doesn't matter who has or doesn't have something like that.
Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? Okay, maybe it was just conveniently like that. I don't know. I thought that laugh was a sign that, like, this is Beatrice, but apparently not. Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? What is it, Battler-kun? I just had to cut in between the two of them. No, that's not it. I was on my knees, hugging Maria's head. I was crying. Just stop it already, Aunt Rosa. Maria was right. Well, what are you talking about? Maria, I'm sorry for doubting. Sorry for not believing.
Battler?
It was all the witch's doing. The witch's doing. All that stuff about tricks and closed rooms didn't matter. It's just that the witch Beatrice actually exists. And she's really a witch. And because I didn't believe, it's been so painful and so sad.
You believe in Beatrice?
Yes, I believe. Beatrice exists. And she's a witch who uses strange magic.
Battler?
Maria let go of my hand. And then she was the one holding my head.
That's enough, Battler. Beatrice existed. You had so much trouble believing, so you couldn't see her. Witches exist. They exist. And will come soon. You believed in Beatle, so you'll surely be invited to Golden Land. Very soon now. It will happen very soon. So there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. There's no need to be afraid, okay? Stay with me. Hands joined, okay? Let's think about the riddle of the epitaph together. Let's think about Beato's puzzle. Beato has been saying it from the beginning. She hasn't said anything other than let's play and solve this puzzle.
Right. She did. Searching for the culprit was just a waste of time. If only we had just believed in the witch. After gently brushing my cheeks as my tears kept dripping down, Maria kissed my forehead as softly as a feather. For just that instant, Maria's smile, which had once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel. We have returned the master keys, but our loyalty to the Ushiryomiya family will not change. From now on, we will not enter the parlor without permission. Rosa-sama, please lock the parlor from the inside. You truly are an admirable person. When the typhoon passes, if the cries of the seagulls return to this island again, I wonder if we'll be able to trust each other once more. If you were to grant us your trust once again, there could be no greater pleasure. I see. We'll definitely be able to understand each other when the seagulls cry. Uminako no nakokoro ni. It would probably be best if we left this room as it is until the police come. Rosa-sama, if you would please lock it. We will return to the kitchen. If you need anything, please command us at any time. Thank you. If you are a wolf, how shamelessly you speak. And if you are a sheep, then I'm sorry for throwing you into a cage of wolves. Furniture entrusts its fate to the family. If I could regain your trust by giving up this life of mine, I would consider it a great honor. I hope you all manage to remain safe until the typhoon passes, if such a thing is possible. This is all the rhapsody of blowing winds and pouring rain performed by the typhoon. When the performance ends and the curtain closes, we will surely be able to grasp hands together again. When the seagulls cry. Aunt Rosa nodded in response. Genji turned on his heels. He left the servant room. Goda-san's face was still streaked with tears, but maybe he'd managed to sort out his feelings as he listened to Genji's words. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of Goda-san we knew well. I will also be waiting in the kitchen. If you need anything, please command me at any time. If you'd wish for some warm foom? Some warm foom. I, Goda, will have the very best prepared for you. Thank you. I can't wait for your breakfast tomorrow. And the boat will probably come by to midday tomorrow. Thanks for everything up until now. Your cooking was my only pleasure on Rokenjima. That's some terrible fuminji. I thought you liked the taco. Certainly. I, Goda, will prepare a supreme breakfast. Please look forward to tomorrow morning. I will be dead. Thank you. And Shannon-chan, tomorrow morning, let's make up and have some delicious coffee. Huh? George-kun? I'm going with them. It's all right, George-sama. Please return to the parlor. There are more master keys, so if you're with Rosa-sama in the parlor, you won't be threatened by anyone. You're right. That's how things have sorted themselves out, isn't it? Objectively speaking, I'd say you'll be the safest staying with me in the parlor. But I won't force you to stay with us. George-kun, you may stay in any place you feel is safe. You're already an adult. It's up to you where and with whom you spend time with until tomorrow morning. Yes. A supreme gordita. Yee. Yes. I will decide with whom I'll spend this night. Aniki. Butler-kun, stay with Aunt Rosa in the parlor. I'm sure you'll be safest there. Everywhere outside the parlor is dangerous in comparison, so I can't leave her in a place like that alone. It's not like I suspect Shannon-chan and the other servants, or anyone at all. I don't want to suspect anyone. The inheritance? The gold? That's all nothing. There's no way people are killing each other over things like that. Yes, I know better than anyone how pure your heart is, Butler-kun. No one will blame you. No one. Aniki!
It's all right. I'll protect you, Battler. If you're with me, even Beatrice won't be able to lay a hand on you. I may be small, but I'm still a witch.
Yes. Maria-chan, I'm leaving Battler in your care. All right, Shannon. Let's go. Yes. Rosa-sama, if you would excuse me. If you have an order, please call me at any time. I'm sorry for saying something so cruel just now. I don't expect you to forgive me until tomorrow morning. But when tomorrow morning comes, let me apologize again. Yes. Thank you very much. George, Anaki, and Shannon-chan left the servant room together. Now only Maria, Aunt Rosa, and I were left in this disgusting blood-stained room. Until Genji-san disappeared, until Goda-san disappeared, until George, Anaki, and Shannon-chan disappeared, we stood there, shocked. After their presence and their footsteps had completely disappeared, Aunt Rosa giggled, as though she'd just remembered something pleasant. You can't trust them for a moment. That damned furniture. That one sentence made me choke. Why are you saying something like that? There are 5 master keys in all? Who would believe that? It's obvious some duplicate keys exist. As if we could trust them just because they pulled keys out of their pockets. You don't mean that, right? By setting down those keys, they were just letting go of them. You've made all their hard work count for nothing, disgraced it, trampled it. And in the end, you made them give up their keys. What's with that parting line? They've shown that they're willing to go this far, and you still can't trust them? Too much. It's just too much. It's a devil's proof. There are 5 master keys in all? It's impossible to prove something like that. You can show that there are 5 master keys by placing them here, but you can't prove that no more than 5 exist. Only a demon or a witch could prove something like that, right? Stop it already! Stop it already! Please, Beatrice, show yourself right now and tell Aunt Rosa and Red that there are only 5 master keys. Please, I'm begging you. This can only be proved by devils, by a witch like you. Please, Beato, show yourself here and tell Rosa that there are all the master keys and that there's no need to suspect anyone anymore. There are only 5 master keys. There are only 5 master keys. How's that? No matter how often I say it, it won't reach Rosa's ears. After all, it seems like there's still someone who denies I exist, right? Ushinomiya Butler? But I mean, he said it earlier. I accept it. I accept it. You exist. You exist. You definitely exist. So I'm begging you, stop this already. Stop it already. Stop it already. Words alone are not enough. Show it with your actions. Swear from your heart that you will become my furniture. Can you do it? Why is this chapter sus? Take off your clothes, be naked, and then put your hands on the ground and crawl. Clothing is proof of one's humanity. From now on, you will become furniture, so it's only natural that you will lose that right. Then kneel, make your tongue crawl on my shoes. Can you do it? You can do it, right? When you do, I'll appear and say it in red. I'll tell Rosa that there are only 5 master keys. Oh, but of course you'll never abandon that lordly pride of yours. But you've done well. You've done more than enough, and you're starting to get that tingly feeling, aren't you? Just for an instant, you thought maybe licking my shoes wouldn't be so bad, didn't you? You immediately denied that and felt ashamed, right? Just looking at your expression feels just heavenly. I need to take a drink of my energy drink. What? Beato, please. Beato, please. That face of yours is so pathetic, so go look in a mirror. You'll see how low you are, naked and licking my shoes, right? Can you see it, Ushinomiya Butler? Oh my gosh. Wow, they're safe for quite some time, actually. Okay, so quite a few hours have passed and there's no death, so that's a plus. There was like, what, 4 hours there? At least. If not like 5. Can't believe it. Are you saying that's the truth? Yes. We've told you everything as we saw it. George folded his arms and started mumbling again, and the kitchen was once again wrapped in a long silence. George-sama, I'm fully aware how hard it must be for you to believe all that so suddenly. After all, even though I saw it with my own eyes, I grow less and less sure what it was I actually saw. I'm sure I saw it. And I'm sure I got into a fight too, and yet I almost feel like it was all an illusion. Every time the game shows exactly how much time has passed. Well, because I forget where the starting point was. I don't know, because I don't remember if it started at 1 or if it started at 2. But I just know it ended at 6. I see. So that's why you couldn't go into the detail in front of Aunt Rosa. If you actually told her what you just told me, you'd probably be in even more trouble. Yeah, Genji-san really did that one composedly, didn't he? If only I had the power to explain it myself. George had not actually seen it, and even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural, because when the people who had actually seen it had given up asking themselves what it was. Let's rewind the story a bit. Shannon, you said that when you thought Cannon-kun was an imposter, you picked up some spiderwebs and came back, right? Why did you do that? That's right, I was thinking that as well. Why spiderwebs?
I happened to hear it from Kumasawa-san once. A long time ago, evil spirits lived on Rokanjima, and they,
feared spiderwebs. And they say there's a legend that people treasured spiderwebs as amulets. And, right at that moment, I think I was also a bit confused. When it comes to these old stories, Kumasawa was very knowledgeable. Well, spiders are very useful bugs, after all. Yes, it wouldn't be all that strange for a belief system like that to come into being. I'm sure that the Tori Shrine was suppressing the power of those evil spirits. And because the spirit mirror was broken, the power came back. And that power must be what allowed Beatrice-sama to revive. If I, weak-hearted as I am, hadn't done such an outrageous thing. Ah! Shannon, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't blame you for it. Oh, did she tell him? Since long ago, Shannon had often suggested that there was some kind of cult case for her meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think that she was being a typical girl, associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. He did think that smashing that spirit mirror offered at the Tori Shrine was taking it a bit far, but he'd laughed it off and forgiven her, thinking of it as just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Oh, okay. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't have changed the fate of our meeting. And it would never cause any curse. He tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust. Ever since I started working on this island, I've heard the story of a spirit called Beatrice-sama from several co-workers. In the beginning, I thought it was ridiculous, but since it would appear indiscreet to say something out loud, outwardly I conducted myself as though I also believed it. But could it really? She existed. Beatrice-sama was in this mansion all along. But she'd lost her powers and wasn't able to appear before us. She didn't exist all this time. It's just that we couldn't see her, or she did exist, we just couldn't see her. I'd like to hear Genji-san's opinion. I have no opinion. All I want to say is that, at that time, there were five of us in this room. 5. And I thought that Cannon had returned throughout the back door. After all, we carried him to the servant room. Something happened, and now Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa will never come back to us. And that is all. We have already explained everything we saw. I understand how unreasonable it would be to try and force beliefs from one who didn't witness those events, such as yourself. How could he believe it? I was sure it was Cannon-san. But it got up from the bed, and that's right. When it started to grope about its wound in its chest in that manner, I felt sure it wasn't Cannon-san, but something else. I doubt you'll be able to understand, George-sama. The terror of that moment, when the person I thought I knew well exposed that it was in fact someone else entirely. I can't explain. I can't explain it at all. I understand. I can tell that whatever happened, it was terrifying enough to give you such a shock. Thank you very much, George-sama. And they all fell silent again. Shannon kept crying no matter how many times she was consoled, thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been a mistake that ruined everything. The witch who whispered those things to you loses her power if that mirror exists, right? I think she explained it to me a little, but I don't really remember. I think she said something about how she couldn't release her power as long as that mirror existed. What happened to this mirror that you broke? I don't remember. I left it behind when I broke it, so it's probably just how I left it. So when, as they say, the reef was struck by lightning and disappeared, it must have sank to the bottom of the ocean. Well, I doubt picking it up and taping it together would make it start working again. What have I done? Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. He didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really had started all of this off. Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe that her actions had been the root cause. But even now, George wasn't able to go that far. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he was trying to be open-minded. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little of the pain in her heart. Come to think of it, though it's surely different from the one in the Tori, I have heard that Madame keeps a spirit mirror as a charm. Really? Aunt Natsuhi? Yes. I believe she received it as a memento from her grandfather or something, and that it functioned as a powerful ward against magic. A spirit mirror of high pedigree, I think. Well, it wasn't powerful enough to keep her from dying, so it wasn't as powerful as a scorpion necklace. I have also heard the same story. Something about the mirror having the power to reflect that which is not good and send it back. If we had that spirit mirror, could we resist Beatrice since she's a witch? Huh? When George proposed this, the servants looked up. The shrine and the Tori were where it was kept are gone now, but the important thing is that there's still another spirit mirror. I've heard that Aunt Natsuhi's family is descended from Shinto priests. Maybe it wasn't a simple mirror. I'm sure that I heard Madame says she keeps it in a treasure box. That was a thing that she was gonna give to Jessica in the first one, but she never got around to it. It might not be very large. I don't think its size is a problem. Even the mirror I broke was just a small, insignificant-looking thing. If our opponent is a cult, then we'll have to use the occult to fight back. Sitting around here won't solve anything. It's worth trying, if only for some peace of mind. Of course, this didn't mean George had accepted the witch. However, he thought it'd be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. So this story about Natsuhi's spirit mirror was really convenient. Let's go! I won't say anything crazy like, let's go get it and finish off the witch. However, I think it'll be useful to have some sort of charm to protect us from her. Oh, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. But yeah, because she only mentioned it in the first chapter, but we never actually got around to seeing what it was. So, yeah. Now we know. Oh, and now we know why it didn't protect her, because she didn't have it with her. It was probably just in her room. And since they were invited into the cathedral or shrine or whatever it was, she didn't even think to bring it with her. So that's why she got. Maria-chan told me about it earlier, but the door to grandfather's room was supposed to be able to repel magic, right? That's our grandfather for you. It means he was pretty good on defense when it comes to the occult. Let's go. To Aunt Natsuhi's room. But I think Madame's room is locked. We returned the master key to Rosa-sama, and even the key box in the servant room is now locked away. In that case, Aunt Natsuhi should have had a key on her person. Aunt Natsuhi's corpse should still be in the chapel. We probably shouldn't be disturbing it before the police come, but we can give a full explanation later. However, the entrance to the chapel is also locked. Koda-san, can't you break a single glass window without your physical strength? Or with your physical strength? You could smash it with a nearby rock. Would it, really be okay to break the window of such an important chapel? When grandfather gets mad at us, we'll take the responsibility. From the beginning, I've been ready to fight the whole Ushinomiya family today. Oh my gosh. From the very beginning, I've been wanting to throw hands with my family. with my eat the rich family. The family being rich. I will consume them after beating them to a pulp. From the beginning, I've been ready. Oh yeah. I've got to get them to accept my engagement to you. So, I've been prepared from the start. Let's break the glass. Then let's borrow the key from Aunt Natsuhi's corpse. George's announcement that he'd take responsibility seemed to have given the servants a great deal of courage. Shannon and Goda looked at each other, then looked at George's face again. Grandfather knows everything about the occult. I'm sure he'll understand if the power of Aunt Natsuhi's spirit mirror we're talking about. Don't worry, he won't get mad at you. I wonder if Madame's mirror will really be able to seal Beatrice-sama once again. I don't know, but I think it's worth trying. So let's go. It's getting darker and darker outside. Quickly. Shannon, get a flashlight. Go to Sun. Find something that looks like it can break glass. Sorry, Genji, but can you be on umbrella duty? Yes, sir! The servants who had been rejected by Rosa gained a new master and started to move. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Shannon checked the emergency flashlight. Just in case, she changed the batteries. Goda was testing several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally, a high-praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purpose. But now, he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one he accepted as master. After some worrying, he took a large, thick-feeling frying pan. Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the kitchen door. He took 3 of them. Genji-san, I cannot go with you. It would be embarrassing for me, as the head servant of the Ushinomiya family, if we were all gone when the order is given. But Genji-san, even you must understand how dangerous it is to be alone in this mansion now. I cannot go. I must remain here, so that the master can call for me at any time. Genji-sama. Go, and obey George-sama. Be careful not to make any blunders. Goda, I'm counting on you to set an example. Yes, leave it to me. I will surely fulfill my duty. You're sure about this, right, Genji-san? Yes. I am already at this age. All the days of my life until now have been spent repaying the debt I owe to the master. The roulette will decide the fate of a senile old man like myself. I will sit here and see what the result will be with my own eyes. As Genji said that, he sat down. As though saying he didn't intend to discuss this anymore, his gaze fell to the chessboard that he'd played Nanjo on. When George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there. Let's go, everyone. It looks like the wind has died down a bit for now. When George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway, Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. Doo-doo-doo. I don't think that the mirror is gonna work, considering there's more chapters after this. After they flew out of the room, Genji quickly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. As he did, something flashed gold. Huh? From inside an ice pail set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared, softly and silently. It was almost as though it had seen George and the rest off, and was trying to secretly chase after them. It happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly flapping its wings, and was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji threw, just like a butterfly in a bug collection. After the gold butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, became fine gold powder and smoke, and disappeared as though it had melted into water. Genji still gazed at the chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think of a brilliant move very soon. But no matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time, during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what result the roulette would bring about, but that decision would be made very soon. No one can interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Aunt Rosa seemed to suspect that any suspicious person approaching would break in through the window. Sitting on the one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold on to her gun. I didn't know what was what anymore, and even though my body and mind were worn out, I played with Maria as she wanted. Maria had said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold, and she had to try and figure out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested and tried to solve it, but I didn't even have a clue where to start in this weird text. So did Battler do it, or... I don't think so. George is going to... They're going to the cathedral to get the key to Aunt Natsuhi's room so they can go into her room and then get the tiny mirror and hopefully have that. Battler's just doing his best. I don't think he got naked and smooched a foot though, so... In chess, a brilliant move is defined as being in a position where there is only one good move and you use that move. Huh. I didn't doubt that there was some riddle hidden there, but I seriously doubted that I'd be able to suddenly leap to an answer. In the middle part of the epitaph, we see lines going from the 1st to the 10th twilight, telling us to journey to the Golden Land. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders that had already occurred in the chapel and Jessica and Canon Kun's murders. If this was being followed, we still had to be prepared for 5 more people to be killed. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 12th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa Bachan's corpses still haven't been found. However, if this follows the pattern and they're the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th twilights, they'll surely be found in a pitiful state, with their head and chest gouged. So can we expect that 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, leg, and killed? Who will it be? I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but how should I put it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't feel frightened. As I leaned against the sofa with the top part of my body, gazing up at the ceiling, Maria noticed. Apparently she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. She got mad at me for not taking this seriously enough. Hey, Maria?
Huh?
What was it again that Beatrice said that she'd do if we solved this? I'm sure the witch wrote in her letter that she'd give up on collecting interest or something abstract like that. I optimistically took that to mean that she'd give up on killing the whole family. But was it really written with that meaning? For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like maybe, even if we do solve it, we'll just be doing what the culprit wants, and it'll all be a wasted effort. No, that's not true. If you solve the epitaph, Beato's ceremony will end, so after that, no more people will die. Really? Isn't that rule just something she made up? Whoever solves this riddle will probably learn the location of Grandfather's hidden gold. Then she'll definitely go after it, and...
She won't go after it.
How can you be so sure?
The gold has been Beatrice's from the beginning. She wouldn't go after something that's hers.
Then why is Beatrice giving us all these big hints? And not just that, why did she even set up this game-like thing?
Risk is essential for magic.
Risk? I don't really know what you mean.
For example, in a marathon, do you think a medal anyone can get by running the whole thing is worth the same as the medal given only to the person who gets first?
No, I don't. So what does this mean? In the end, she's just playing with us? Purposely giving us a chance?
Wrong. That's how magic works. No matter how great a work of magic is, it'll always have risks and weak points. No, it must have them.
I don't get the stuff you call magic, but if I think about it as a gamble, I can understand a little. If you aren't prepared to lose big, then you can't win big. And the slimmer the chances of winning, the bigger the payoff.
That's right. And Beato really did explain the risk of the ceremony to everyone. So if this riddle is solved, the ceremony will be suspended. After all, if she breaks her promise, there won't be any risk.
If we solve this, will she really keep her promise? You can tell by Zeph's voice that Maria's the main.
Well, I don't know. It's fun doing like a little voice. It's also fun doing this voice, but now Kumasawa-san is dead, so I can't really do this one.
I don't know.
Why are flowers beautiful, even though they wither? Why is it an artificial flower isn't beautiful, no matter how elaborate it is, even when you can't tell the difference just by looking? Humans can bring about miracles by gambling on their deaths. If an undying human existed, they'd have no way of bringing about a miracle. That goes for us. Life, the witch, and the ceremony too. If you don't bear a risk, you can't succeed in anything.
What do we do if we solve the riddle? Should we raise a hand and cry, I got it, tell the witch our answer, and see what she says?
I don't know about that. But if we solve it, the ceremony will surely end automatically.
You sure know a lot, Maria. Did you learn all that from Beatrice? So, if you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained. Is that it? That definitely is the way of the world, but it's sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. At least when making moves in chess, players grope for the best move, always trying to avoid risk and hoping for an advantageous turn of events. They don't trust in chance like in gambling. That's right, there's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. And yet this person called Beatrice has created such an outrageous crime, or maybe a ceremony, while purposely imposing conditions of her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move, so by putting yourself in the opponent's position, you can predict their next move. However, you can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best moves possible. Though, I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles. But according to Maria, that alone was impossible. She said that it was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proof that this was a formal ceremony for magic. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. If she's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, why did she go out of all the trouble of exposing the conditions for her defeat? No matter how I spin the chessboard around and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she'd give up if this riddle is solved. It's almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses. Of course, chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her carry out this crime? If she just wanted to massacre us all, she could have done it so quietly, without this whole crazy setup. There was no need for this kind-hearted advance notice, all this self-aware closed room stuff, or any of the rest. It's all overacting. I've got no clue what it means. Will I be unable to understand everything as long as I keep thinking of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit? If I don't accept her as a witch, will my chessboard thinking be stuck before I've even lined up all the pieces? If she really is a witch and everything Maria said is true, then there's only one thing for us to do. The theory building and discord and searching for the culprit has all been pointless. We should have all gathered in the dining hall, combining our knowledge to solve the riddle. By combining the knowledge of that many people, we might have been able to grasp at least a thread of the answer. The greedy humans, each desiring to gain something over their opponents, were getting offered up as sacrifices one by one without gathering their knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? They thought that they were using their brains, but they were actually thinking only of their greedy selves. In the end, chessboard theory is a thinking technique where you project yourself on your opponent, so greedy people see their greedy selves inside their opponents. I looked lazily at Aunt Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She couldn't sleep, but she kept staring vaguely at some point off in space. Aunt Rosa had announced that she couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. Aunt Rosa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside her opponent. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I think I heard a bit about it from my dad. Aunt Rosa was originally a very obedient child, but her age was far too separated from her other siblings, and they often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she'd undergone a lot of psychological harsh experiences in her youth. Often, when she copied one of her siblings, another sibling would give her a hard time. True, Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive, but that means those words were once showered upon her, which was why she they were engraved in her vocabulary. The many abusive words that she'd spoken were also words that she'd been showered with in the past. I mean, that makes sense. Now that I think about it, I've picked up traces of Uncle Klaus and Aunt Ava in her style of speech from time to time. I had assumed that they were similar because they were siblings, but maybe it's more than that. For the first time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, who I'd once thought was warm and gentle all the time. Then what about Maria? Maria's been making a certain claim for a while now. If we solve the riddle the witch displays for us, the ceremony will be halted and we'll definitely be saved. And I think she also said that Beatrice will never break a promise. But this is Maria we're talking about. She herself never breaks promises, and she has the most innocent heart. So she believes Beatrice also won't break her promises. She won't be able to, she'd be able to believe, she's able to believe that, sorry. But isn't that just an image of Beatrice in Maria's mind? There's no proof that the real Beatrice always keeps her promises, right? I keep my promises. If you solve the riddle of the epitaph, you should be able to reach the Golden Land. When you do, the ceremony will end. No more people will die.
Oh, thank you for the other hydrate.
Pardon me. So you were saying a complete monster like you follows the rules? I won't deny that I'm brutal and unjust and a monster. However, I am a witch. I use magic. In order to use magic, there are some rules that must be followed. Because I'm a witch, I cannot neglect those. You should believe at least that much. So even after all that crazy stuff you've done, you're still telling me to believe at least in the rules? I do play tricks. Of course, I also deceive people. I'm no different from humans in that regard. But not once have I disregarded a promise I have spoken. What about humans? Do you always keep your promises? Since we have catchphrases like keep your promises, it's hard to imagine that we always follow them properly. From my perspective, humans are the truly selfish monsters. There's nothing as dubious as a human's promise. Even I sometimes make contracts with humans, but you wouldn't imagine how strict an agreement must be made just to grant a single foolish witch. If there's even a small loophole, they'll immediately say something like increase the number of wishes to 100 or go turn yourself into a bean. There's this thing Dad always says. He says that there's nothing as scary as contracts. According to him, it's only natural that people who sign without reading them thoroughly will get chewed to the bone. He's made a killing through vice. Imagine it. When people are born, they know nothing of fraud. They get it from somewhere. And so they learn it. Yes, the crimes of the human world, where people must press up against each other. Let me see, I've heard that from a witch somewhere. Oh well, I'm not as heartless as you think, you see. Liar. You killed so many people, and you did it in such horrible ways, too. How could you not be heartless? You say you keep your promises? Don't say stuff like that. I won't accept you. Ever. I believe my way to resist you is never giving up on that. I see. So you're saying this eternal torture will be the same for me? Perhaps. 1,000 years is a long time. Maybe a witch's true strength is decided not by their magical power, but by the strength of their endurance. Yes, I will accept how terrifying Lady Byrne is. Ooh, Lady Byrne. Lady Birkenstell. Damn you babbling on about this incomprehensible stuff. Let's quickly get back to this eternal torture. I'm prepared to stick around for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Good, good. It looks like you've regained some of your will to fight. It would be boring otherwise. Come now. Don't you often see it in competitive games? Sometimes one player intrudes on their opponent's territory, but the opponent is so weak that in a bit of an anticlimax, the first player loses. So the first player loses on purpose to extend the game until the last round, during which they get serious and shower their opponents with blows. Right? I don't get what that means. It's the same as wine. If you don't let it age well, it won't sparkle. You're the same as that wine. I'll carefully age you up. What? I'll carefully make you age. I'll raise you to the best alcohol to adorn my elegant time, so don't give up after only this much. Keep on denying me. After all, as long as you don't accept me, I'm nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Holding out my wife Birkenstell, right? She's somewhere. She was mentioned at the very least. Okay, they're breaking in. Can you imagine if they're just not there? No matter how many times I see it, it's awful. I truly sympathize. Shannon-san, please get the key. Even though she is dead, Madame is a lady. I cannot touch her.
Of course.
Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they'd searched for another way in, just in case. But in the end, after proving once again that there was nowhere they could slip in through, it only became more obvious that this chapel was a mysterious closed room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they'd left it. Even George wasn't able to approach that gruesome Halloween party again. It was only natural. It reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once. And Goda, thinking of the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible way now that half a day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her, but now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Even though Goda had prodigious skill, he'd gotten dragged into trouble, losing his job and ending up left out in the streets before Natsuhi gave him a new life. Though it had been just a casual employment decision for Natsuhi, Goda must have thought of it as a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsuhi, so he probably didn't want to lose that feeling, even after death. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsuhi and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs sniffing out the small bugs sniffing out the smell of death had started to gather. It really wasn't something you'd want to look at directly. Madame, excuse me. Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsuhi kept the key and her room in. It would probably be this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of her pockets, she was immediately able to feel it. It's here. The key to Madame's room. Shannon held the key high, showing the others that it had been found. As George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. Oh no. After all, Shannon hadn't noticed. George and Goda, watching from afar, noticed it first. When Shannon had held up the key high, a blizzard of gold leaf had seeped up from around the table. There were countless gold butterflies. It was the first time George had seen them, so it might have looked like some kind of illusion, but Goda already knew. He knew that those gold butterflies were far from beautiful, and they would bring about some kind of misfortune. And that gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in. Shannon-san, run! Huh? Shannon also realized that gold butterflies were trying to swallow her up. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. As she did, the gold butterflies danced around her all at once. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up. Shannon! Damn it, what is this? Are these the gold butterflies you guys were talking about? Outside, quickly! You bastards! Damn it! Damn it! George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the cloud of butterflies, and while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. However, they needed a good footing to get out of the window, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. When they'd entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that, but now there was none. Let's go out the window! There's no time to look for a footing! It won't open! It's stuck! Give it to me! Damn this piece of crap! George-sama, quickly! Damn it! Don't take me lightly! Wah! Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies. But saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement. It was doubtful that it was even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the broken handle. Its age showed, and it didn't turn well. I can't leave it to strength. It needs the right angle, or there's some trick to it. George-sama! Damn it! You monsters! At that moment, Gota saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table. No, with the stained glass floating with the stained glass behind it, floating, laughing, was the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, with the gold butterflies fluttering about at the ready. Beatrice! It should have been Gota's first time meeting her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly the witch of the portrait herself.
It's almost time for dinner, is it not? I am the host of this mansion now, so I must give you a warm reception before your wonderful dinner. And look, we even have 3 people fit to order. My, how truly convenient. Wah!
It's open!
Gota-san, quickly! Beatrice-sama. Huh? Are you sure it's a good idea to just stand there? If you think this place will make a fitting cemetery for yourselves, then be my guests. I must praise your spirit for wanting to stay by your former master's side and serve them even after death.
The golden whirlwind that wrapped around the witch burst. It was like an evil hand had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The cloud of gold butterflies attacked with a fluttering sound. Hurry! We can't stay here! George's voice brought Shannon and Gota back to their senses. Standing here now would make them like frogs getting stared down by a snake. They had to resist. They had to fight this incarnation of the new brutal and frightening order in which Rokenjima had been enveloped. There was no time to take out their umbrellas. The 3 of them dashed out into the pouring rain. The 3 of them never realized because they didn't turn around, but the golden butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well, and this hampered their ability to chase after the humans. That makes sense. The 3 people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion.
How nice! How nice! It wouldn't be as fun any other way.
They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsuhi's favorite gentle incense remained in there. However, there was no time to let that calm them now. Where is it? You said it was in the treasure box, right? It's just a story I heard. I never heard exactly where it was. I think it'll probably be in her dresser or next to the bed. Shannon's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that. But next to the bed, there was only an incense burner, a half-read novel, and glasses. However, the dresser was elegant and had many drawers. It would be understandable if she'd kept some of her valuables there. And Natsuhi, sorry. He began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He emptied the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box, and the amount of effort that it would take to inspect all of them would make him feel dizzy.
Maybe it's this box. It's locked, and I can't open it.
At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled, as though various small objects were inside, but it was locked and didn't open. Normally, you hide the key somewhere nearby, though some people would actually carry it on their person. I don't know! There's no choice. Break it! We can't do it without force, right? We might break the mirror inside. Could there be a tool to pry it open? Damn it. Gota looked all over the room, trying to see if there was some tool that they could use, and he noticed the door, which had been left open since they'd entered. He approached the door to close it and saw the abominable shadow of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. No, it wasn't shadows of people, because they weren't human at all. George-sama! Hurry! Gota's voice trailed off. It was the shock of seeing a procession of those not of this world. He was a servant, so he knew all of the servants working for the Ushinomiya family, but he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants, and not servants working for Ushinomiya Kinzo or Ushinomiya Kraus. Oh, there's 3 of them! These new servants, who worked for their new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, had goat heads and bright red, boiled eyes of lava. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna end well. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed 6 of the new servants. 6 of them! He saw them approach, piercing the darkness as they came. Of course, she was clad in gold butterflies that were her symbol. Goda hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, just as he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though a spring or something had knocked it back. Just the silly little bounce sound effects, just wah, wah, wah. Oh, the demons, yes. It gave the illusion that some prankster beyond the door was unlocking it every time he locked it. They couldn't have reached the other side of the door yet, so who was doing it and how? It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Click, boing, click, boing. Ah! It won't lock! Even if I lock it, it unlocks! What's going on? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
Did you think a lock would stop me? Did you think the door to that room could hold back that room's new master?
It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even now the footsteps continued to approach. And when not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard, Goda gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it with his own large body. George-sama! Quickly, quickly, quickly! George-sama, what about this? A letter opener? That's better, let me have it. The fountain pen isn't working. George took it and once again dug it into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. I really hope this is the right box. It looks like it's working. Quickly, quickly! Eve! The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. This wasn't a war cry during the test of courage. He was terrified. He was simply terrified that nothing but a single wooden door was stopping him from touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly, because they were on the other side of the door. So if he were to touch them directly, Goda's cry would surely come from something brave into a pathetic, piercing scream, and therefore, one that would be more real. Oh! Where did you get courage from? Who knows? I don't know. Did I misread it? Did I? Let me see. Yeah, I don't know where I got it. Yeah, I don't know. Goda's cry, maybe? Oops. Goda couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Coming through the door, an arm was slipping straight through the wood like it was water. As though doing this was the most natural thing in the world. You didn't even read the right page. I don't know. And rubbed the back of Goda's hand as he frantically tried to hold the door shut. It slid up his arm to his chest and then up to his chin. By now, Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. He could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but it sounded like a young woman. However, that didn't change the fact that it came from someone not of this world.
So cute! Hey, you see it, right? Your light flashing before your eyes? Let me know when it's over, Kay? Thanks! It's over already, isn't it?
Satan, I think, maybe. It's one of them. That lewd arm burst. Then they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small, like steel, or maybe a beetle. When it buried itself right in the center of Goda's chest and stopped, they realized for the first time that its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, welcoming in the new master of this room. Yeah, lewd arm, that's what it said! It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted her. I think it was probably because it was just like, it's lewd because it kind of just like, ran its way across him and like grabbed him a little bit. So I don't know. I guess that's a little lewd. The goat attendants came in, one after another, 6 of them. Then that witch came in. The gold butterflies came in. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, and fell and piled up, churning it more and more into a world of gold. Shannon, the roulette has chosen you and George. Thank me for your day of release. Do you have any regrets? You don't, do you? Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for and then being killed before spending your first night together? That hardly counts as regret at all, right? You wanted him to hold you, didn't you? You wanted him to teach you a woman's joy, right? No, Shannon, you're dribbling, see? Your regret is dripping down from your mouth. Yeah, I can see it dribbling down from your mouth, Shannon! Crack. It was the sound of the lid of the treasure box breaking open. When George turned it over, accessories, charms, very small objects that Natsuki had treasured when she was a girl fell out. Mixed in with that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and was immediately sure. This was it. I found it. This is it. So close and yet so far. Die. Damn it. All at once, the golden butterflies attacked George, who was hurriedly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. Oh? Eh? 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 At that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room for an instant. The red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of gold butterflies raging across the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. I know I said dragging, but you know, raging is close, right? Or the other way around. So the resulting scene seemed truly divine, almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in this world of gold. George, who had curled up in a ball, trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what was going on. Then he noticed that Shannon was standing guard in front of him, shielding him, as she glared at the witch and the rest with a serious face she'd never shown him before. I'd forgotten. You're another sample of Kinzo's outstanding furniture, and you've matured much more than Canon. How could you do that to Canon-kun? I don't mean killing him. How could you erase his remains and even try to disgrace his honor? Come now, Shannon. Is that why you're mad? If you're lonely because Canon hasn't been around, just let me know and I'll let you see him whenever you like. When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 goat's attendants glittered gold and changed into Canon. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Canon's face. However, in those eyes, the glint of Canon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. They were the hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes, and he finally understood why Goda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they'd seen in the servant room. Are you enjoying this? Yes, I am. It's always fun to reunite a pair that have been torn apart by death. After all, I get to enjoy tearing them apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again. So, Canon, go and play with your sister. If she knocks you about, let her see you suffer with all the anguish you can manage. From the imposter Canon's arm, a strangely shining curve extended. He planned to tear Shannon apart with that. With a single stroke, he would attack Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her heart, and... I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. For dishonoring the dead not just once, but twice. Enough babbling. Go get killed by your brother, Shannon. I'm sure you'll bear witness to a wonderful dream. Hopefully I'm not clipping too much. I might be. I don't know. Da, 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 da. The imposter cannon certainly seemed to lunge at Shannon, drawing several purple curves, but when he flew at her, it was as though some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. Do the Mario! Why? The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on its surface. No, it didn't repel him. It smashed him. It knocked him back, turning him into golden dust, into little bits, scattering him. That foolish furniture, who had taken Cannon's form and even disgraced his honor after death, broke into countless gold butterflies, and then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces, until they were no longer butterflies, but a golden splash that faded away. Shannon.
George-san, please don't move from that spot. I don't want to shift the central axis.
Well, this is certainly a surprise. So, though your face makes it look as though you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power? I see. So that spirit mirror is lending you strength. But you don't have the tools or the time to draw out its true power. I won't let you have either of those. The spirit mirror George gripped had let out a divine glow, displayed a strength powerful enough not to submit to wicked forces, but that glow was no match for the witch's sinister nature. This is why furniture can be frightening. That feeling like unexpectedly stubbing your little toe on the corner of a cabinet. Yes, this is why furniture can be frightening. You furniture, furniture, furniture! I am not furniture, and right now you seem very pitiful to me. What? Oh. What did this furniture, who hasn't lived even 100 years, say to a 1,000-year-old witch? You're a very pitiful person. Of course, two people in love will have regrets when they're separated, but they'll feel none of the kind of regret you're hoping for. You dare speak, furniture? Have you forgotten the days you were so desperate to be tied to George that you licked my shoes? Living with love and crawling through the muck is what humans do. If you sneer and look down on them for that, then you're far inferior to them. Especially now, I pity you. Beatrice would be a future blood troll for sure. Yeah, absolutely. How precious it is for a loving couple when they bring their love to fruition by sleeping together on their first night. It does have meaning. It definitely does. But it's completely different from what you're saying. It means something so sacred that one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly. So I no longer have any regrets. George-san and I have sworn our love to each other. As proof, I have accepted his ring. With that, our eternal vows were completed. No matter how you torture us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace eternity. Ha! Don't speak in cheap ideals like some poet. Love is lust, truly meaningless unless you are sleeping together. What? Men are mere flies and maggots that get drawn to your female scent and crowd around you. Do you still not understand that at your age? He'll despair the very first time you witness the dark lust of that glasses man behind you. That glasses man. They'll be crushed, shocked, dumbfounded, stupefied, and it's all useless, Shannon! Yeah, that's enough talk out of you, you furniture, furniture, furniture! Who the hell do you think you are, talking like that, no matter how beautiful you try to make love sound? In the end, it's a fraud, because love is filthy filth. Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die, you trash! Furniture, furniture, scrap! I'll turn you into a filthy maggot. Then you'll see whether the glasses guy still loves you. I'll show you that this guy has only had his eyes on your flesh! Die, you piece of crap! Don't you tell me about love! Hey, hey Beatrice, are you projecting? Are you projecting right now? Did you die with regrets? Did you not sleep with Kinza? The invisible column of light with Shannon at the center started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. The wall did its best to withstand the unseeable malice that tried to corrode on them all from all directions. What? Do you actually think you're resisting? You're insignificant, you're frail, just like your cheap ideals, just like a frail pretense when you're hiding that you don't want to be covered with that veil. Do you still not understand why your furniture, see, is being erased? Oh no, the text! It auto-advanced. golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shave the walls of the column that protected Shannon and George. I'm gonna see what else she said. Let's see. Tie you trash, furniture, Scrabble, turn you to a filthy maggot, then you'll see whether that glasses guy still loves you. I'll show you this guy only has eyes for your flesh. Die, you piece of crap. Don't tell me about you know about love. What? Did it? Huh? Did she just say the same thing again? I guess she did. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shave the walls off of the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern, but that just turned into a red wall of despair that began to wrap the two of them up. George-san, I'm sorry. It was too much. For me, after all. Yeah, thank you. You fought for my sake. That alone makes me happy. The round wall that had once protected them was assaulted and covered in a curve of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream, and it began to suck the two of them up instead. I apologize for anybody who has a photosensitivity. I didn't think that this game would have a flash warning. It didn't. George-san, can I ask you a favor? Shannon grasped George's hands behind her, so George hugged her shoulders just as strongly. What is it? In the end, please let me hear you say I love you. Yeah. Sayo. I will Ow! Yeah, they really shouldn't have it be that flashy. I hope everybody's okay. There is no love. Let's see, we've just got... I think we've just got Maria, Rosa, and, oh wait. No, Genji's still alive. After Genji finished his late meal, he went to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. He'd eaten some reheated soup that Gota had made, along with some random leftovers from the refrigerator. They were all things Gota had made himself, and were, of course, delicious. He had half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner, but he had been yelled at by a voice telling them that the canned food that they had would be enough and that the door wasn't even opened for him. So, ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself, even though all of those crimes had been committed and many people had already met a brutal end? Judging by his appearance as he carried out his usual tasks without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal. You might think of all the horrible events that day as been no more than a dream or an illusion. I think Balor's still there. I was just like, oh wait, we're following Genji, so I didn't list him off. So I think we have like 4 people who are alive. Although we don't know about Kinzo, but I'm just gonna assume he's dead. Was he taking a philosophical view, or had he just accepted his fate? Genji must have considered it a virtue that, when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable, he carried out his duties systematically until the last moment. The depths of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity, unless he spoke of them himself. He had returned his master key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure all the windows were closed. That probably made his rounds go a lot faster than usual. And then he just got struck by lightning and died immediately. At the sound of a reserved knock, Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a doze, jumped and woke up, pointing the barrel of the gun at the door as she yelled, "Who is it?" I was napping on the sofa, and that voice had brought me back to reality. "Rosa-sama, it is I, Genji. Do you have some business? Don't worry about opening the door. Tell us from there." "Yes, ma'am. In that case, forgive me for speaking in this fashion. I have found Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses." "What did you say?" "I see. Very well. Let's go and check them. Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anyone."
It's okay, Battler. If you stay with me, it'll be definitely okay.
Maybe my face seemed to be darkened with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Since it was Aunt Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of sofas. When I finished, I took a backwards glance at Aunt Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door. Genji-san, where are the corpses? In the courtyard. I shall guide you. Battler-kun, wait. Just in case, let's check the doors and windows of this room. Wait a second. Aunt Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows, but those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might have been secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. No, maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. Though it was called a courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in, like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable, as though it was telling you that there was no escape from this mansion, no matter where you tried to run. On the other hand, that meant that even though we could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. Genji-san held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. She was probably hinting that the gun took 2 hands and it would be dangerous if she took the umbrella. She didn't need Genji-san pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, we can see where Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening the umbrella. So Genji and I entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria opened hers. Maria, is this... you know what?
It's the 7th and 8th Twilights.
I see. Certainly, just as Genji-san and the others said, they were horrible wounds on their necks. And the cuts are quite sharp. Almost as though they were sliced with a katana or something. Those gaping wounds on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes. But after seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, our gaze fell to their legs. To Dr. Nanjo's knee, to Kumasawa-san's ankle. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic design. They must have been the same as the thing that had pierced Jessica's back. What is this? It's just like what happened to Jessica-chan. Is this supposed to be some kind of occult ceremony, I wonder? I do not know. The last time I saw their bodies, they were nothing like these. Or there was nothing like these. Maybe it was done after they were carried out of the servants' room. The one struck into Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect. But the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa-san's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. So, by looking at the one that had fallen over, for the first time I realized that it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sort. Even without touching it, I could tell that it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part, and it was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances Western knights used on horseback. The spiral-shaped ditches in it made it look like it was a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices. There's no mistake. They're meant to be sacrifices.
On the 7th Twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th Twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
Well, wait a sec. That means they've left out the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. Could it be? Of course. Why is Genji-san alone? If something like this happened, why aren't George Aniki, Goda-san, and Shanna-chan here? Why was Genji-san alone? What's going on? Where did George-kun and the others 2 go? They said they wanted to search for something in Madame Natsuhi's room and they left. They have not returned yet. What did you say? You say they left, but when was that? 2 or 3 hours ago, I believe. No way. Why didn't you tell us something that... Wait, no. Why don't you think that was suspicious? There must be at least one servant on standby at all times. It was my duty to wait for orders until they returned. Was Genji-san really this much of a robot? This is bad, it's really bad. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed like this, which means that 3 people have already been killed. We ran towards Aunt Natsuhi's room, with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. Soon they're gonna find the corpses. Before we even saw the inside of Natsuki's room, we were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. On the door was a bizarre scribble. No. Filth? Anyway, the room wasn't in an ordinary state, and without even opening the door, we could imagine what we'd find inside. On the face of the door, how should I say it? Handprint, done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before, had banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood. Genji-san, please open it. Aunt Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji-san to open the door. Genji-san approached it without seeming particularly troubled by that stuff on it and turned the knob, but immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. And at that moment, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will, Aunt Rosa. This time, Genji-san asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. After frowning slightly for a second, Aunt Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door. Butler-kun, would you open it for me with this? Just trusting Genji-san with something like that wouldn't... Aunt Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would only make the mood turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole. Clunk. There was a slight resistance. Aunt Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. And then we all got stabbed, the end. And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Horrible. As I thought, it's a reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Drawers had been flung open, pulled out, and had their contents thrown about all over the place, leaving the room so cluttered that you never believed it belonged to a methodical Aunt Natsuki. But the very first thing that caught our eyes was Goda-san's corpse lying face down right in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest, almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire, was one of those demon stakes from before. Exactly how far could it have reached after being stuck into deeply in his chest? The dog.
I mean, I don't know.
Just imagining it would make anyone's chest hurt. Isn't gouging the chest the 5th Twilight? Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal, but maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where the 3 corpses lay. And along the wall farthest into the room, George Aniki lay dead. This time, one of the stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach the 6th Twilight? Shannon Chan's corpse was face down in front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. Had she seen her own face at the end, in that horribly broken mirror stained with blood? Because she was lying that way. I couldn't see her face, but I could guess even without seeing it. Nearby, in the sea of blood she lay in, a demon stake had fallen. Only the 4th Twilight was left. Gouge the head and kill. Maybe my heart was totally worn out and dead. Even though I knew it was wrong, I lifted her head and checked. And I confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. There was a gaping hole in Shannon Chan's head, and the insides were dripping out. Not only that, but you could even see inside her. After seeing that, I finally realized I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Hey, Butler-kun, you mustn't touch anything until the police come. What do you think you're doing touching it? What will you do if the previous evidence on the scene gets disturbed? Aunt Rosa got violently mad at me and even tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing dimly up at the ceiling. Maria. With this, even the 8th Twilight is over. What was the 9th Twilight again?
On the 9th Twilight, the rich shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
I see. After this, the Golden Witch Beatrice will be revived. What then? On the final 10th Twilight?
On the 10th Twilight, at Journey's End, you shall attain the powers of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. Very soon, The door to the Golden Land will be opened. Very soon.
The witch shall be revived, and none shall be left alive. Huh? We're gonna die now? Or does this mean the ceremony of sacrifices is over, and that now, at Journey's end, we'll reach the Golden Land? What is our journey? We've spent the whole day trying to find a culprit, spinning our heads as if we tried to break out of the situation. We haven't gotten anywhere. It's like they say, thinking stupid is no better than sleeping. That's right. We spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. We were so sure we could only trust the dead that we came all the way here just to confirm that these 3 deaths with our own eyes. If we're like this, why should we be able to make it to the Golden Land? That's right. If we couldn't resolve any of the problems anyway, it would have been so much better if we'd locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather is the wisest of us. He'd been shut up in his room since yesterday without any contact with anyone. That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all.
It's okay, Battler. If you're with me, you'll be okay. The witch is very fickle, and she's the terrifying being who might kill humans partially for fun sometimes. However, if you're with me, you'll be okay. So don't be afraid.
Thank you. Even if you're just saying it to console me, I'm glad. After Aunt Rosa finished investigating their corpses, she announced that she'd seal this room again, chased the rest of us out, stole back the master key she'd lent me, and locked the door again. Apparently, George Anarchy had been holding the key to Aunt Natsuhi's room. She also collected that. Wait a sec. She's got all the master keys on her person. If Natsuhi's own key was locked up inside this room, doesn't that make it another closed room? So, what, is this the 4th closed room? Beatrice is just like, yo, you explained the first one? Just all of these are locked rooms. You can't explain all 4 of them, huh? Now that the suspicions surrounding these 3 had been cleared, we returned to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent, and everyone alive is a wolf. That leaves only me, Aunt Rosa, Maria, and Genji-san.
Oh, thank you for the stretch.
I feel like we only have a little bit left, but I'm not too sure if that a little bit means like 15 minutes or 30 minutes. But I feel like we're closing in on the end of this chapter.
Big yawn. Oh boy, did I yawn? I thought I was making stretch noises.
And besides us, there's only Grandfather and that 19th person, the guest we've seen no trace of, Beatrice. 13 people have died, and 6 are left. How would a wolf and sheep's puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people has been reduced to 6, I can't think of an answer.
Oh yes, earwiggle. Earwiggle while we think. Earwiggle. Yeah. And then do the swiggle too.
I'm so excited to show you guys the 2.0 models earwiggles. Those are really good wiggles. We returned to the parlor. Not good enough. I'm refunding you for points.
No, what do you mean not good enough? These are exceptional wiggles.
I'll even get over here. Whee! Whee! We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried that while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door, but thankfully, we didn't find anything like that. Thank you, Genji-san. This is far enough. Please rest for the day. Certainly. Then, please excuse me. Hey, Aunt Rosa. Are you saying you'll leave Genji-san all alone in a situation like this? That's right. I do think it's quite dangerous. But in that case, why is he safe? After those 3 headed to Natsuhi-ne-san's room, he was alone the whole time. And yet, he's safe. It's a wolves and sheep's puzzle. Why would a sheep be safe if it was all alone and therefore in its weakest possible position? Probably by coincidence. There weren't any wolves around. Wrong. It's because it wasn't a sheep. Are you saying Genji-san's a wolf? He said he was alone in the kitchen, but that's impossible to prove. The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san's corpses, who could have killed George and the rest, were him and Beatrice, right? Wait, with that argument, anyone... Batalo-sama, thank you for your concern. I believe trust is won not with 100 excuses, but simple faithfulness. Even if I am not able to gain your trust, I wish to be faithful until the end. Genji-san. Then we're decided. If you truly are innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow. So until then, we cannot remove you from suspicion. After your long years of service, I find it truly painful to treat you so poorly. But please, understand about tonight. And when tomorrow comes, please let us make up again. Genji-san gave his head a small shake. Today and tomorrow, I will continue to be a servant of the Ushinomiya family. If you need anything, please say so at any time. Then, if you'll excuse me. After hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji-san bowed deeply and left down the hall. So we did go through all the Twilights. So maybe Kinzo is alive. Shake your head as it said, yeah! Why? Why would I not?
If I have a medium that I can show me shaking my head, I will shake my head.
Then we returned to the room. Even though Aunt Rosa still held all the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again.
Me. Maybe I'm feeling sassy today.
Well, did I?
Sassy. Is me.
She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows are locked. As I watched, how should I say it? I felt like it didn't matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor. I figured I'd waited just about long enough and entered the parlor behind her. If she doesn't trust anyone but the dead, why doesn't she just go around killing everyone with the gun that she's got in her hand? And then, in the end, she'll realize that she herself is the wolf. And then she can just blast through the head of the final wolf and close the curtain on this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I'd been camped before, rudely resting both of my feet on the table. When I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped moving my feet. What is this? Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was an envelope from before with the seal of the one-winged eagle, and it was unopened. Oh, wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this, and when? Until I went with everyone to check the corpses, I was sitting here the whole time, and there wasn't anything there then. And when I returned, it was here. It's okay. Everything's still locked up securely. This room is safe. I heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked if the windows were all perfectly locked. Then we locked it up, came back, and the windows were all still locked. Then, wait, who put this letter in here and how? I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. The first page had a magic circle drawn on it with something like blood. If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. And there was writing on the other page. Have you made progress in solving the epitaph? In just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The 9th twilight will begin quite soon. There was no mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice.
Valor? What is that?
When we came here just now, it was sitting right here. What happened, Maria? Huh? Valor-kun, that letter. It was sitting right here. Oh, why? Even though we checked to make sure this room was locked. Why? Why? Maria, come here. Aunt Rosa closed her eyes just a little, and after thinking silently for a moment, told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words. As she did, something unbelievable happened. Aunt Rosa pointed the barrel of the gun at me. Valor-kun, I've concluded that you are a wolf. Why? When I came to this room just now, I saw that there was nothing at all on the table, and I know that Maria did not approach that table. We're talking a short stretch of time, but the only one who claims to have approached the table and found the letter is you. How can you... Wait, that's screwed up. Why would I put something like this here? Wait, I just found something suspicious and reported it, right? Why are you suspecting me? Because only you've set the letter there. Only you could have set it there. That's right. This is all a charade. You pulled an envelope from your pocket, then acted as though you just found it. To create the illusion that a witch entered the closed room, set down a letter, and left. Dumbass, why are you thinking like that again? Are you going to suspect me because of something like that? Cut it out! My dad and everyone else were killed. Why would I take a part in the culprit's scheme? True. Even if you were offered a large sum of money, I don't want to believe in the existence of a sort of demon who could sell out their own parents. Then again, maybe such a demon does exist. No, that's a bad way to say it. What if you didn't view Rudolf Nissan and Krea-san as your parents? What? Think about what you're saying. Dad is dad, right? Of course I'm not related to Krea-san by blood, but she's like a big sister to me. No way in hell I'd let a comment like that slide, you... Oh my God.
Stop it!
Stop saying I'm sorry, that was a bad way to put it. True, Ushidamiya Battler-kun may be Rudolf Nissan's child, but are you really that Battler-kun? What the hell are you talking about? If I'm not Battler, who else do I look like? All of us, including Rudolf Nissan, are seeing you for the first time in 6 years. No one can prove that you really are Ushinomiya Battler, right? Maybe you aren't Battler, but someone who snuck in, making a skillful bid to steal the wealth of the Ushinomiya family. Can you clearly prove that you're Ushinomiya Battler? Right here, right now? Cut it out, damn it! I'm me, Ushinomiya Battler, and then Majima. If we're gonna suspect even things like that, are you really Ushinomiya Rosa? I'm myself, no one else. Yeah, that's right. It's just as you say. You can't trust anyone but corpses or yourself. If you're going that far, let me make an objection. George Aniki and the others were found dead, and Aunt Natsuhi's room was locked. George Aniki had the key to that room, right? And by now, the only one with the master key is you, Aunt Rosa, right? Aren't you the only one who could have unlocked that room? My theory goes like this. You're in contact with the real culprit, and while I wasn't looking, you lent one of them the 5 master keys. I didn't do something like that. See, there are 5 of them right here, right? As if that matters. You could have just had it set up in a pre-arranged spot and collected it, right? And weren't you the one who doubted whether there were really 5 master keys? So, how do you suggest that someone other than yourself placed the letter here? Until you find some proof someone did it, you're a wolf. Shut up! Why don't you show me some proof? How do you claim the culprit killed George Aniki and the rest in that closed room? How did they lock it? Ye old self-report sounds reasonable. Let's kill him. Oh no. That's exactly right. Natsuhi's room was exactly the same, just like always. The doors and the windows are locked from the inside. There are no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage nor places in which to hide. Natsuhi's own key was in George's pocket and the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys are left and Rosa was holding all of them. And let me say this, the parlor's the same. The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room, so unlocking it without a master key is impossible. The definition of a closed room remains the same as always. Come now. Now there's only one suspect. Or are you still playing innocent Ushinomiya Battler? Shut up! You shut up too! You're the one who should shut up. How do you claim the letter was placed here by anyone other than you? Unless you can prove such a thing happened, you're a wolf. If you can suspect me, then we can suspect you too. So try showing me some proof yourself. And anyway, weren't you the first person to enter this room and start checking the windows, Aunt Rosa? Then you guessed that I'd go back to where I'd been sitting and secretly put the letter there. It's possible for us to suspect this is a trap of yours, right? Why would I use a trap like that? If I were a wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question. Then why haven't you? That proves nothing. Maybe you chose the roundabout way of setting a clever trap because you couldn't commit murder in front of Maria. All the master keys are in your hands. So what happened? Both here in the last room was all you're doing, right? If you think you can talk your way out of this, then let's hear your excuses. That's right. You've been suspicious from the start, Aunt Rosa. Why is that even those 6 adults in this family conference were killed? You were the only exception. Why are you the only one that's not in the chapel? There can only be one reason. You invited Dad and the rest of them there and killed them. Damn it, damn it. That explains everything, doesn't it? Don't with me. Don't with me. Stop saying things that don't make sense. I don't think anybody's getting out of this alive.
Stop it! You mustn't fight! Mama too! Ballard too! Stop it! Stop it! It's no one's fault! It's not Ballard's or Mama's fault! The witch did all of this! It was done with magic! It's no one's fault!
Maria thrust herself in between Aunt Rosa and me as the blood started rising in our heads. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. I had acted shamefully just now. My eyes filled with tears. That's right. It's all the witch's fault, isn't it? All this about keys and tricks and alibis. All of it was stupid. Even though it's the work of the witch, we weren't even able to trust each other as humans. Right, Aunt Rosa? From the beginning, there wasn't a human culprit. It was all the work of the witch. So there's no way you're the culprit. There's no way Maria, Genji-san, or I am either. Why has it come to this? Why am I screaming at Aunt Rosa, who I loved? Why am I having this fight with the kind aunt I loved so much? Why does everyone have to suspect each other? I'm not gonna suspect my aunt, who is not gonna suspect... I'm not gonna suspect anyone. It's all the work of the witch. It's all the work of Beatrice. It's all the crime that Beatrice committed with magic. Beatrice, show yourself. Please show yourself here and confess to us that you did everything. I'm sorry already. I'm sorry we've been suspecting each other like this. So please forgive us. Release us. Release us from this hell of suspecting each other until we see each other die. Give me my kind relatives and cousins back. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it all. You definitely exist. It's your victory. Show yourself. Oh, Beatrice! Beatrice! Show yourself with your Sounds like she's not showing herself. Am I still alive? Apparently, some time ago, Kinzo had fallen into a doze. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m. That person's ceremony. Let's see, how far has it progressed? It must have come quite far by this time. Kinzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch that he had gazed at every day. Beatrice. Very soon, I will have a chance to be reunited with your smile. I care not if I die. If I can just see your smile one more time, I will not regret this life. So, for heaven's sake, let me meet you one more time! Then, let me swear my love to you. Let me apologize for my crimes. Oh! But I won't let you escape. You are mine. From your hair to your toenails to the dirt under your toenails, you are... You're mine. Each fragment of your flesh is mine. Even the broth of your corpse is mine. I won't let you escape. This time you won't slip my hands. I'll make you mine for all eternity. I will never let you escape a second time. I will never let you escape a second time.
That's kind of disgusting, sir.
Many fall in the face of chaos, but not this one. Not today. Kinzo howled in rage, then suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant, he had started sobbing. That's right. I didn't want to say something like this. Beatrice, please, let me see you one more time. Even if you only let me apologize. Beatrice. You are beloved, yearned for. I was mistaken. If you would just smile, I wouldn't need anything else. I made a mistake. I made a mistake back then. I did something that cannot be taken back. In atonement, I offer all that remains of my life. In order to apologize to you, in order to atone for my crimes, I offered everything. Please, even if it must happen as I die, at least Let me apologize just once. Beatrice! Kinda sad everyone got to see Beatrice except Kinzo, yeah. Unless she shows up right now. Ooh, a butterfly! And then the painting smiles, right? She just comes out of the painting and just flips him off, kills him. As Kinzo shook and cried, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere behind his small back, like a flake of gold leaf, and softly descended. You fool, Kinzo. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? Well, even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who is not human. Kinzo, do you remember that game of chess you played with me, which is still ongoing? Kinzo, as though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set. It was as it had been during the game he'd played with Nanjo until yesterday. After knocking all the pieces off the chessboard, he began to line them up again, one by one. It was a setup for an ongoing game. That's right. Like this. I advanced my queen. It was quite a spectacular move. Perhaps it was a little too intense for you. I worried whether you abandoned your piece or not. Worried for so long. Kinzo waited, with the opponent's seat empty. Surely, very soon his opponent would appear there, and he would be able to restart this game again. You fool, Kinzo. You want to apologize. You want to see my face again. You want to make me smile at an eternal thing. Why can't you just say a much, much simpler word? Even though that is the sole element of this world. At that time, Kinzo muttered, was it a prayer? An entreaty? Entreaty? It was probably best to just call it muttering. I love you, Beatrice. They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say, without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Kinzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those words will never cause a woman to fall for you. That's right. Not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this. At that moment, Kinzo definitely heard a small knock, one with a tempo that differed from those of the servants. Who is it? A woman beyond the door didn't answer. I'm asking who you are. Will you not answer? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. Could it be... Oh, could it be... Beatrice? Beatrice! Beatrice! The woman beyond the door answered. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Is this the end, or is it going to keep going? Oh my gosh, I thought it was going to end soon. Heckin' magnets, how do they work, right? How do they work? No! Is this not the end? Oh? Man, I'm sure there's not much time left, but 6. Wait, look. But since it is 6, and I have a prior arrangement, I guess we have to save this for next week. As much as I wanted to finish it today, we gotta save it for next week. Okay. Yeah, I have a date with Peach. Okay, so let's go over to the just chatting screen. And then let us find someone to raid. Oh, let me see. It's been a while since we raided Jackie, right? I know Jackie knows of Higurashi, so maybe she also knows of Umineko. So that might be fun. We haven't rated her since our randomized Pokemon stream. Okay, so let's get that set up. Good show. I was only in jail for 34%. I feel like you were in there less, but that's okay. Okay, let's start the raid, and then we'll do Mysterious Witch raid again, if I can spell. Let's see, and then we'll do a Fonk. And if any, for the people that don't have my emotes, feel free to go with whichever emote you have available to you. And then I feel like we're so close to the end of this chapter, but like at least this way we can finish the chapter and then immediately go to like the tea party and the question mark thing, and so we'll have all that to look forward to. I don't know. I'm excited. I'm really liking this. I think I'm actually enjoying it more than I initially thought I was. So I'm very pleasantly surprised. It is a flesh wound. Okay, you can do that too. Either one. But I will see you guys tomorrow. I think I'm streaming on the same days, but we'll see. We'll see. I might have like a little Halloween stream next Thursday, but we will see for sure. I will make a post on Twitter, of course, and I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Avoid any witches as much as you can! Bye-bye! Hello!